Good morning. Good morning. I'm just going to give some people time to get in because I am not. Oh, you're ready, Erica? Hey, I'm badass. I know. Whoops, I've muted myself. I am working on what Erica talked about on Wednesday because I am notorious for putting the thumbnail up 5 minutes before I go live because I don't know why, just ridiculousness. So I need to put it up, a day or two before, like I used to, and commit to the time. And if something goes wrong, then just, announce, put something on the chat, like I can't do it. But because today stuff is going on with the plumbing, but my sister's going to handle that. Just checking the stream, make sure the stream is okay. It looks okay. Okay. And I got the internet updated, so hopefully that's going to make it less. I don't have it directly in the laptop, so if something is buffering, let me know. It's supposed to be able to function without me doing a direct plug-in. Okay. I'm going to let people come in. I did not make my hot coffee or tea this morning. I'm kind of hot over here. I don't feel like it right now. So I will wait. But for Erica, those who missed yesterday's talk, mine's ripe and ready to eat. So I'll be eating that later. Not on camera, not like honey slanger, but I got my fruit salad ready. I got my fruit salad ready. I'm laughing. People are hilarious. I came in way late. So when I came in way late, I'm like, okay, I guess I walked into something. Hey, morning, G Mama. Totally missed. So I'm like, honey slang, what would he have done that would have been? Then when I saw it, I'm like, really? You're an instigator. You really set yourself up for that one. Mango is something that you don't really eat in front of people because it's kind of messy. He just, yo. And hope you had a good birthday. Mine's this week, G Mama. So we're both crabs, I guess Cancer crabs. This is my birthday week. I went from a month to a week, but I'm gonna have some fun this week and enjoy myself. So this is a mishmash of whatever. I'm just this week was hilarious. But this is what happened to me in terms of the garden. Someday this week, I think it was Wednesday, these squirrels have been pretty much not around. But I'm like, he was he is a pro. He's a pro. Oh my goodness. So these squirrels have not been around. So on a particular day, I think it was Wednesday, I saw this big blob in my windowsill. Like my windows swing out, and then it was like in the mesh and the corner. So it's like a piece of roti that wasn't cooked all the way through. Like it was kind of doughy. And so I had to get a broom, couldn't get it out. I was pushing it in more. I had to go in the house and take out the screen, throw it down, put the screen back, and then put it in the compost bin to go to the city, not my garden. When we come back yesterday, no, Thursday night, it was between 4 and 6 because I checked the chickens out from that window every hour or so, and there was no hole in the mesh. Why is there a hole in the mesh? Why is there like a hole of somebody chewing through the mesh? And I stopped it in time. Nothing was there at the time because it would have just moved into the bedroom. What? So now I have to keep the window closed. It's hot, and I don't always put the AC on. I like to have just airflow. And there's a big old hole in the mesh. I guess it came back for its food. I told my family, I guess it came back for its roti shell, and it was very upset. Listen, don't leave stuff on my windowsill. Don't leave stuff around. I will throw it out. So they're yeah, we're both water signs. And man, yeah, and it's a squirrel. So thank you, badass. So yeah, I have to go get the screen fixed. This stinking dirty ranking squirrel. This week also, again, I got it was Thursday because I write down every day. I write down how many eggs I collect. So I collect, in the morning. Today I collected 4, and I'll go back and see what else is there later, which is now. But I let them out earlier so I could do my live, and there were 7 eggs, and I'm like, okay. Every night I check to make sure there's no more eggs because Fifi goes, maybe they was done late at night and before they went to bed. There was no eggs the night before. I checked. I count them every night before they fully go to sleep. I make sure that they're all in there. Morning, Dan H. Um, and then I collect the eggs like every half an hour or so between 7 a.m. and like 9:30. So I have all of them because when they're in there, sometimes they break them and stuff. So I got somebody laid twice. I'm telling you. There was one day I got 5 eggs. So it is possible somebody laid after 10 o'clock, but I don't know. So I got 7 eggs again. And then the one egg that I got, I think it was last Wednesday when I went live on Monday with the watermelon. I went outside after, and one of the eggs was kind of funky. The next day, it's Redding laid an egg. It was warped, all weird shaped, and one side was a bit thinner. And I tapped it with my nail, and I cracked. So, but she seems to be fine now. So whatever was going on with the calcium, morning Renaissance. Oh, you're making soup. Sounds good. Saturday soup. And I haven't cooked. It's too hot. When it's hot, I don't want to cook. And I don't feel like cooking outside. So I've been very bad at eating out. So I'm gonna have to address that. But yeah, so the girls are fine. They're healthy. Everything's doing good. Just the flies. So the garden is starting to flourish. The tomatoes I see, the tomatoes are growing, but the ones that I did not start from seed, the ones that I bought from the nursery, they're already flowering and growing. And what else? Oh, the beans are popping. I see some beans coming on the running beans, the homesteader bean, something like that. And morning, Yaya. And let me drop the link too. What else? Nothing really. Like callaloo, I had some callaloo. The Swiss chard is good. Um Arugula's gone to seed, so I dropped the seeds back into the pot that it's growing in. Um Fennel, one of the fennels is pretty much ready. Stuff like that. Nothing really nothing's coming through just yet. It's too early over here. It's been cold for the spring. I haven't got a lot of stuff going. The eggplant hasn't even flowered yet. Did I miss somebody? She said. Okay. Hey, she said. I don't know if I don't think I saw them. Oh, I do. Okay, I see you now. There you are. Um, and yeah, it's slow going, but it's going. I'm trying. I figured out what the problem may have been for the aphids. Morning, this Gina here. Hey, I'm missing everybody. Oh, there's Gina. Hey, Gina. The aphids are probably in the pots in my front veranda. I mentioned that, so I'm gonna again probably this week uh peroxide those pots. I'm gonna move them. I have to get someone to come so I can pass them over the railing to the back and not have anything on the front. Hose it down, spray it with whatever, and make sure that there's nothing on the veranda because I think that's where they're creeping into the house when I'm going in and out the veranda. Because I want to do hydroponics again this fall, and I don't want anything in the house. Arugula tastes like to me, it tastes like a leafy radish. If you like that spicy, peppery taste in your greens, that's what it tastes like. Or I think even radish leaves have that spicy taste. I like it. Some people don't like it. I like it, especially with a salad. And then last summer, I put Doritos on the salad instead of croutons. Oh my God. Mm, mm. So if you like spicy greens, you'll like arugula. But some people don't like it, but I like spice, so it's good for me. It adds a different flavor. So that's the plain old lettuce, um, and I mix my lettuces as well. I don't just have one kind. I have like romaine, butter crunch, Boston, leafy green, um, Paris Island. Just mix it up. I mix them all up. And have see here, arugula is good. It has a bit bitter taste, but I think it has a bitter taste if it's left on the plant too long. I think like Nikki Young and Tender, it doesn't have that bitter taste because I've been eating them lately because the plant is getting old. So those ones taste bitter, but I like it. I love it. And I grew dandelion leaves. I bought, I think it's just the leaves. I don't think it goes to seed, but I grew them in the hydroponics. That did so well, but the aphids liked it. So that, you know, I just shut everything down. I cleaned everything up and I put everything back in the boxes or back on the shelf, and I just put everything away. But the dandelion leaves do well for a salad as well. And if you like to juice, it cleans your blood. Arugula, I like endive. That's a bit bitter, but it's like a lettuce. That's also good for your. What I find when my research, bit more bitter greens are better for your blood. Of course, they're not appealing to most people, but it cleans your system out. So try to mix a few of those instead of just all sweet lettuce. I ate my first chocolate cherry tomato. Oh, is it good? I don't think I have that one, but then again, I should check because Sam sent me some seeds, so maybe I do have it now. Tomatoes taste so good from your own garden. Like I'm telling you, the ones you get from the store, and even lately, it's getting worse. My local Costco, I always get the cherry tomatoes, organic ones from them for my salads, and they last in the fridge for a fairly long time. As of lately, no. They get waterlogged and soggy, and it's like a waste of money. I don't know what's going on with their supplier, or maybe the way that it's being kept in the truck on the way here, the temperature control. But it's the quality's not good. Oh, you've had endive, yeah, yeah, endive, and I think there's one called is it radicchio? It's like a red lettuce. I think a lot of over here the Italians. It's a very popular one in the Italian community, and I have my throat. Italians over here, so that's how I. Hold on, my throat. 1 second. I'm probably gonna have to boil the kettle because my throat's acting up. Gina Gina did it. I add that to my list to add next year. Oh, for the tomato, I think you're talking about. But when you grow your own tomato, oh my god, the meatiness. And there's a couple of tomatoes I'm hearing other people, homesteaders, talk about that are less watery, and they use them more for tomato paste. They call them paste tomatoes, or something. I don't know. I'm gonna try some of those because I do want some more that are less watery. Bitter is better, says herbalist. I am not a herbalist. Please research. Yes, exactly. Research it yourself. But from what they say, bitter is better. So I'm growing dandelion leaves, and also anything I grow, the girls can eat it. So that's why I'm growing it too. Arugula, endive, radicchio. I have the seeds, but I haven't grown it yet. And there's another one. Oh, you can't never go wrong with a beefsteak tomato. My store has been having the endive and not the arugula. I've never bought it from the store because I've seen it, especially in the certain areas where they have a Italian community, not in my local store, that's for sure. I don't think I've ever seen endive. But the price is ridiculous. Even before these prices going up for the inflation, the price was a bit ridiculous. I'm like, eh. So that's something that we kind of decided to grow. Arugula. I bought arugula from the store in those little containers, like you can buy sprouts, alfalfa sprouts and stuff. Arugula, I bought arugula from Costco. That's the only place I'll buy it because anywhere else the price I find is a bit excessive. But Costco, they have the organic one. It's a good size package. It hasn't gotten that soggy in the fridge. Mind you, you have to kind of take it out the container, wrap it in paper towel, put it back so that it doesn't get moist in the fridge because these greens don't last very long in a container. Yeah, yeah, you'll like arugula. But I find, I don't know for everybody, arugula goes to seed very quickly. It's kind of like cilantro, so you're gonna have to keep succession planting so that you can have a harvest. I Mine went to seed. It's in only July. It hasn't been that hot, but mind you, it could. I want to try moving that pot more into the shade like I did the mustard greens. It's possible the morning sun is too hot over there, but I'll try it again. But you can't go wrong with arugula. I actually stand out there and eat it in the garden. It doesn't even get to the salad plate, and the girls love it. They love arugula. They literally fight to eat the arugula. So that's pretty much it for the garden. I still got to get my videos up and out. The flowers are doing very good. I actually spent some money this year on petunias and some flowers that were on clearance, and I've intercropped them with the cauliflower and the onions, and just intercrop the flowers. And that I intercropped marigold, because you don't know marigold helps deter things. I have seen that many bugs. My problem this year is the flies because of the girls. And I sprayed. So I found a tip on Instagram, using water bottles and like honey and something and trapping them in there. So I'm going to be making that this weekend because they got to go because they laid too many eggs. And um, what do you call it? Those oh my god, the name slipped me. Those ones with the antennas and they bite you in the garden. Earwigs. I saw some earwigs underneath the mesh bags of some of my greens, and then holes all up in the leaves. And I saw them in the radish container, the pot, the bin. All the things were chewed up. So I sprayed it with BT. I didn't put DE in there yet, and I watered it because it was getting kind of dry. But these earwigs, um, yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing. They're coming up in full force. So I'm gonna have to put some more DE down. Yeah, I'm telling you, I snack on the leaves while I'm working. I will eat a piece of Swiss chard leaf. Like 'cause I see planter gardeners eating things in the garden, but I have to wash them because these flies be laying eggs, so I have to wash them. The basil's looking good. My dill is going to seed, so I could probably cut it down and let it kind of force it back to grow again. So we'll see what happens with that. The mint is doing good and it's spreading, so I gotta kind of, yeah, the earwigs are bad this season. They're chewing like, I'm thinking, why do I have holes in my leaves? I covered them with mesh. It's not, it's earwigs. And because they can crawl under the mesh, no problem. They don't have to lay eggs on it. So I'm gonna have to deal with that. No rush. I'm not like, whatever. I have too much things to juggle. So I'm gonna have to figure out what I can use. If it's DE, then I will. If I can just use a spray, then I'll spray my greens. I don't want to do too much to interfere with the ecosystem this year. I'm trying to move away from eradicating all the bugs that are problematic and finding a more balanced approach, because you can't keep gardening that way. It's not sustainable because there's always going to be a bug. So some bugs I'm trying to figure out how to balance and have more predatorial bugs to balance out the population without me running to spray and powder every single time. That's that's not solving the problem. And as a result, because I didn't have earwigs before as much. My dad's garden did. My parents' garden did. But neem oil worked. Okay, I have neem oil. Okay. I didn't want to spray it because I wasn't sure if it was safe to use with chickens, but I guess it shouldn't be too bad. I'll have to spray them. I sprayed the natural oil, like the cedar oil with the lemongrass. That worked. But we had so much rain that it kept rinsing off the spray. But I'll try neem oil, and I'll try that water bottle thing where you put some, like almost like apple cider vinegar, and then they go in but they can't get out. It's excessive. It looks disgusting. People might think I have some bodies in the back. Them roly polies are all over the girl. Yeah, I did not know. I thought my fabric pots were just cheap. Oh no, they weren't cheap. They were chewing their own holes so they can get in and out easily because they were tired of having to crawl up and down into the pot. So yeah, note to self: fabric pots are not necessarily good to have with in your garden. It would have been better on my veranda where it's like more isolated, but I had them, all over the place. I moved pots around. So now the fabric pots are all mixed up and they all have roly polies and they have holes. Yeah, there's holes in my bags. So now I have to use those Dollar Tree oil pans, those black trays underneath them so that the soil doesn't run all the way out. Yeah, because those grow bags aren't the cheapest. And yeah, they chewed through them. But what else happened this week? Oh, so those um the budget, I think we're still doing the challenge with Gina versus Gina. The I can't remember how long the budget is, but I think it's for a year. We're supposed to save so much every week. So that is on autopilot. I haven't touched it. It's just sitting there building up in another account that I don't really use. So I think it's till October. I'm not even sure. So after, I guess, October, or whenever or maybe it's December, I'll see, you know, the year of saving, and then I'll put it towards something. I don't have anything in mind just yet, to be honest. Um, so we'll see. Maybe I'll have to get new tires because those tires are kind of old, or I don't know, something. It'll go towards something. But I'm just trying to figure that out. I haven't decided what to do with the money, but it's gonna be gone. It's not gonna sit there, and then I'll start saving again. I've been using those hold on, Dollar Tree buckets to keep my fabric pots off the ground. Exactly, but they're already up in the bags. They're living their best life, living their best life. The cocoons for this black swallowtail, they're doing good. I can't find the third one that was around. I don't know where he or she went. There. Oh, November. Okay, thanks. I don't know where she went or he went. So, but the two of them are there. I'm watering the plants. They're living their best life. They're fine. Oh, she uses most of hers for the holiday shopping. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna. Maybe yeah. I'm not even sure what I'm gonna use it for. But okay, November. So I'll wait till the end of November and then I'll add it up. I just have it on auto deposit and that's where it's going. Um, but the garden, I need some rain barrels. The one I had that got full again within the last rainstorm, but I think there's a crack in it because it couldn't have evaporated that fast. Something just it was gone too fast. So I'm gonna deal with that. The the chicken run needs to still be reinforced with the hardwire mesh, which is in my trunk. Just haven't got around to it. And it's been so hot and then it's been rainy. There hasn't been a day that's been manageable. So today's actually pretty good. So hopefully this week we can get that addressed because I don't like leaving. Like I leave to go out, but I don't like leaving them in the run. And I know the run is not secure enough. And what else happened? Oh, my neighbor, she came and bought a carton of eggs. So she was telling me because I had given her, I don't know if it's her first carton or her second carton. Don't quote me on that. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta reply. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, I'll reply to her. Okay. Sorry, I have to acknowledge the message so we can start to make plans. And the plumbing issue got to get dealt with. Okay, so yeah, she was saying I had given her some like four. I think I gave her 4 or 5 for free at the beginning when I was just like had all these eggs, and then I decided, okay, I'm going to sell them by the carton, very reasonable rate. So I think she bought one before, but I can't remember. So she said her husband bought the ones that I usually buy as well from Costco. I used to buy the either the free run eggs or they had the carton, the plastic carton of the organic ones. So whichever one she, they used it and she ate it. And as soon as she ate it, she was sick. Like it came back out. And that's what used to happen to me. I would eat eggs and I got the last bite in. And as soon as I got the last bite in, it came back out. So she got a carton and then she's eating these ones. I go, this is the problem of when you get better food. You can't go back to the old food because it makes you sick because your body's like, nah, man, this is not it. So she has to eat the like real eggs, not the ones from the store, because they're real eggs. They are probably organic. They are probably pasture raised, but you don't get them within 7 days of them being laid. You get them 45, 60 days, depending on the supplier, maybe 90 days. Maybe they were still in a locked cage but eating organic pellets. Doesn't mean that they had a happy life. So this is a problem. You really don't know what you're getting. And her body's like, nope, I don't want it anymore. I moved in with my son, so I'll be doing patio gardening for a while. Something is better than nothing. Okay, but you have all your trees, though, right? All your fruit trees came with you, right? Gotta do what you gotta do. I know it's hard to. I want to move too, but I want to move further away from the city. I gotta see how that's gonna work. Somewhere more. It doesn't have to be bigger house, but more land. I don't think I need a bigger house, but maybe I should get the same size house because I'm sure people are gonna be ending up coming with me. Hey, Educate Natural. That reminds me, Educate Natural. If you guys are not on Friday nights with Big Rooster, where they do karaoke, whatever the karaoke, and you gotta guess the song, guess the artist. You guys gotta go there. It was past my bedtime, but it was so ridiculous. And then Honey Slanger singing songs, and nobody can guess the song because it sounds nothing like the song. At one point, there wasn't even a melody. He was just reading the lyrics because he's super and that's the one I actually got because the lyrics sounded familiar. I'm like, okay, and I got that one. How do you guess the song with no melody? That's how, that's how off his melody was. Oh God! So between Honey Slanger, Rooster too, unbiased has to always sometimes do actions with the song, and I'm like, but it's not helping with the song. It doesn't make it sound any different. Then the Ghetto was up there. Then we had Grammy. I don't know her channel name right now. It was just crazy. It's a good old, and then Atari was up there. So if you guys have not been over there on a Friday, and then Mona from Steam Some Soil was on there, and she was taking it serious. She's like, "Nah, the song's not finished yet. I didn't finish. I didn't get to the chorus. I gotta get to the chorus." Because we want to do karaoke, but the point of the game is to the audience to guess the artist. But we want to sing the whole song and have a whole moment. But anyways, that was funny. So check out Big Rooster on Friday nights. I think it's called. I forgot what the show is called, but let me check my history and tell you. Check, man. Hold on. Check that out, man. That was hilarious. What's it called? What does he call this show? Hold on. Freestyle Fridays. Freestyle Fridays. I wasn't there. I didn't see 10 sing. I must have missed that episode. But I don't know. Like, Friday was always fun, but all of a sudden now we're doing this game. I don't know where it came from. But man, no, just a fig. Oh no, you didn't. Oh, your what? Oh no, you didn't get to bring your trees. Oh no, I know you're not happy. You'll be like, because you had all these little trees. Um, yeah, but it's hilarious. So check it out. Check it out. Probably 10 has a the church choir voice. Singing an alto in the choir. So she's like, "Oh, I can't sing. I can do a little bit." Then all of a sudden she's rifting and rolling and doing all the acrobats and it's like, "Hold on, I thought you couldn't sing." So definitely check that out. It's good to have some laughter on well between Friday faves with a mango. Then going down to even Gina. Gina had to not drop the link so she could keep on the topic because every time the topic goes from budgeting to something completely different. So she's like, "No, we're going to talk about budgeting for the first half at least and get the topic out there and then after it can go left." So she had to keep that. And then they get to Tori's Friday Fire. I was in there as well. And my Wi-Fi let me down, man. My Wi-Fi let me down. It kept spooling. Then I ended up at RGG. Then I jumped over to Big Rooster. And then I think Thursday night I was in Big Dre, but I fell asleep. I literally fell asleep. I was tired. I go to bed early, guys, early. And then who else did I hop into? Last I can't remember. I was all over the place. It was just laughter all around. It's good on Friday nights. And then but yeah, back to the lady with the eggs. So she was, she was like, ugh. So she cannot eat that, which is good and bad because it's kind of like you have to now secure your own food source because my food source is for my family first and foremost. Any extra I sell, but if there's a low supply like in the winter when they're not laying as much, your supply is kind of like non-existent. Some cream, my skin's kind of ashy from the shower. I didn't put enough lotion. So that's the thing. You have to secure your own food source. But then again, she's not here in the wintertime. She's in Florida, so maybe she can get something in Florida. But yeah, she's gonna have to work on that. The girls are kind of loud, so I'm sure people don't know they're here, but no one really cares because there's no odor, there's no nothing. They're not walking the street. They're just in their thing and minding their own business. But they're loud in the mornings, making up pure noise. What else happened this week? I can't think of anything else, but just yeah, I was on a lot of. There was some good conversations this week on a lot of the lives, and I liked. I think it was my fly family on Monday because they talked about con. Was it conflict resolution? I think it was conflict resolution or something along that phrase. Conflict, avoiding conflict, and after seeing the results with the charges being dropped in Chicago. Is it Chicago? Yeah, Chicago. I had an opinion, but I didn't really say anything on the opinion. And other people have said the opinion that I have as well. It's not like unique just to me, but it's like I'll speak on it a bit. But I was doing a conflict avoidance. I was gonna say something last week, but I said, no, let me just wait and let things, sift out and people say what they gotta say. And I have to say pretty much, yeah, like the Monday talk is exactly what I'm on because everyone's praising the young man for what he did but that's the point. He had no other choice. The choices were given to the adults in the situation. And had some of the adults done things differently, the child would not have been put in that situation in the first place. And that's how I feel about it because yeah, we can praise him, but he should not have been put in that situation. That's the point. And I hearing a lot of people saying, what's some Vaseline on my lips, saying, "Oh, um, even if the woman didn't keep talking, or like I think the guy was pretty much saying, shut up, shut the hell up,' like swearing." And then he said, like, on my mother, if you say one more thing, I'm gonna, blase blah. Um, and even if she didn't keep talking, he still may have done something. Maybe, but you'll never know. And this, I'm gonna have to pull out. I'm gonna have to pull out. Hold on, my little notes. There's three verses I was reading this week. Last 2 weeks, not even a week. That's a lie. The last 2 weeks. I'm trying to find my paper, which is underneath this. Oh my goodness! You see, I had the paper right here, and now I can't find the paper. Hold on, let me find it. It's right underneath. Hold on. I'm gonna lift up the laptops and I'm gonna. Where is? You know what? I can't find it. This is. You see, it was right here. I'm gonna find it on Google. Give me a second. Because Psalms, I could say it, and then Psalm would tell me where it is because she's good at she's good at um. Okay, so there's a verse that I know from memory, but I'm gonna just read it. Um, Let me catch up with the chat first. Okay, so Proverbs 15, verse 1, even if you're not religious, but this is the verse. It says, a soft answer turns away wrath. But this is a different version I'm reading right now. It says, a soft words turns away wrath, but harsh words stir up anger. Wise people learn from others. Some learn only from their own experience. Fools won't learn. Here is how a large friend of mine learned an experience that harsh words stir up anger. So I guess that's a translation. So my parents always like would quote verses, and it's like a soft answer turns away wrath. You cannot reason with an angry person. And I think from the clip, when the person said, on my mother, I think that was kind of the last straw. The last straw. I'm not saying the person that the man was right. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you're in a situation and the body language is clear and the person cannot control themselves, their behavior, the reaction. That's the whole point of being angry. They don't have any control. Why are you trying to have a conversation? And I don't think she was loud, but I don't think her words were helping him keep himself calm and controlled. So I think she could have at least not engaged any further and just, you know, and some people I heard them say like, well, why does she have to leave? Why does she have to go? Da-da-da. Listen, I don't think the food was that great at that restaurant that you had to go through all that. Like, think about it. Like, go outside further from the situation. You're gonna go buy a $10 meal or 10. All you want to do is buy the meal and go. All of that other stuff, like, it wasn't necessary. It wasn't worth the lemon. As I always say, the lemon is not worth the squeeze. And she could have just silence. Sometimes silence is the best thing. My grandfather always told me the best experience is self-experience. Yep. There's another verse that I read now because I can't find my notes, which was right here. Let me look one more time underneath the computer. It wasn't a lot. It was just a couple of verses. And I don't know where it was, right here all week, right here. And now when you want to use it, the thing disappear. This is ridiculous. Okay, I can't find it, so I'm gonna just go off memory if you're gonna bear with me a minute. Hey, hey, okay, I know who that is. I just calling out your name because I need help finding the scriptures, but I found to find them on Google. Good morning, Monique. So a soft answer stirs away wrath. This, I don't think you can go wrong with something this old, a text that's this old. I don't think we can debate, oh, if she could have done that and he still could have done X, Y, and Z. I don't think so. Anyways, then there's a verse that says, anger rests in the bosom of a fool, in the bosom of fools. I'm going to try to find it again. Anger rests. Okay. What does it mean? So it says what it means. I'm reading the translation. Anger rests in the bosom of fool, resides in the bosom of fools. Ecclesiastes 7 verse 9 says, an angry person ready to burst out at even slight irritations, because a person's pride convinces him or her that even slight irritation simply should not happen to such a person as them. And also, somebody gave me an example. It's like somebody holding a ball of fire and holding it close to their chest. If you're going to hold a ball of fire to your chest, you're going to get burned just as much as the person that you're angry, lashing out at. So that man was out of control, angry. It was clear as day. There's no conversation to be had, in my opinion. And of course, hindsight is 2020. But we have to kind of know these things beforehand because it's dangerous. And I really feel that that child was put in a situation as a result of both adults making some poor decisions. I don't think that person should have been that easily angered, but they are. They don't have any control. And based on the history of this person, it's not the first time they've laid hands on a female. So what he did was not surprising based on his previous behavior. Just be conscientious. When somebody's angry and out of control, there's no conversation to be had. And secondly, or thirdly, or whatever point I'm on now, it was brought up on Monday's live, and it's exactly also the point. Somebody said, what if it was your mother, or something to that effect? And the person said, it wouldn't be my mother, because she would not have been going back and forth with a man, with a dude. My mother wouldn't have been doing that. And that's exactly correct. My mother wouldn't have been doing that. My mother would not have been going back and forth with a man, never mind a young man, and young men are very volatile. It wouldn't have been happening. It would have been nothing, no comment. Maybe she would have left and got her food later, or waited in the car for the food to be ready. I don't know, but it would not have been handled that way. So I think hopefully she has some older women in her circle that can talk to her about that. I don't know what you guys think in that point, but I think there's some blame to go around to both adults. I think there's some blame shared with both adults. I'm not saying she deserved what she got. I'm not saying she's to blame for what he did. But in terms of the interaction before it got physical, there's some blame that can be shared, because she could have left, she could have walked away, she could have said, "You know what? Let's go." When what This is my question. If you're telling your child to go to the car and wait for you because it's getting hot in here, and you're still in there, what were you expecting to happen? What was the end game? I'm a bit lost with what was the end game, because usually I'm thinking when you send your child out, it's because you're gonna have to handle something. What were you gonna handle in there by yourself? You don't have any backup, and your power tools in the car. I don't I don't I don't get that part. So I don't know if she thought that she was gonna keep talking and say whatever and get the food. Maybe that's what she thought, but if you had to ask your child to leave because of it getting a little hot in there, that was probably time where she could have left too. And I know sometimes we just like, I don't have to leave. It's a free country. Blah 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 blah. And we say, yeah, it may be free, but it doesn't mean that that's a wise decision. And that's the difference that I'm trying to learn, even within my own situations. Just because you're not wrong in something, like the gentleman was wrong, he was wrong, just because she was not wrong doesn't mean that she was wise in how she handled it. That's all I'm saying. There's not a blame. So you have to listen clearly, because sometimes people hear what they want to hear, and they go off of what they thought they heard. She was not in the wrong, but it does not mean that she handled it with wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Because I think, had there been an understanding of, this is an angry, volatile, unstable individual, and there is no reasoning with this person, there's no conversing with this person. This person is angry with about other things beyond this moment right here and now, and nothing I say or do is going to be right in their sight. So let's just, let me not agitate the person. And there's another verse, listen, I can't find it, um talking about words can, I gotta find it because I don't want to misquote it, but words can hit like a dagger. And sometimes you're not wrong, but um the person doesn't have the emotional intelligence or the skills to hear what you're saying. And all they hear in their mind is maybe years of berating, years of being told they ain't ish. I don't know. I'm just guessing. And you're talking about a situation right here and now, but they're hearing years and years of negativity, and then they're lashing it out on you. And unfortunately, this situation happened, and he should not have ever felt so comfortable laying his hands on a woman. When I saw the clip, just the clip of him hitting her, And I said to the person, I'm like, he's hitting her like a man. Like he's giving her man licks, man thumps, I call him. He was so comfortable hitting a woman that way. He didn't just hit her once to shut her up. He kept going. I'm like, okay, he's out of control. Um, Let me see what's her telling him to go to the car may have been a signal to get. I, maybe they're saying she didn't directly say that, but even that, even if that's what she was doing, like we have to be able to, all of us, because that could have been me, because sometimes you get hot and you dig in your heels and you're like, you dig in your teeth and you're like, I'm not letting go, like I'm not moving, I'm not backing down from this situation. But if she had to go get a pew pew to get some, I think she was in a sausage place or whatever the restaurant was, I don't like, just to get that, like it's like, come on, man. Come on, man. It's not like the person was in your house invading your private space. You're getting a hot dog and a sour, I don't know, whatever it was, liverwurst and onions, whatever you were getting. Leave too. Let the person get their stuff, go get their food, leave. When they leave, then you go back and get your food. I had to do that because it's not worth it. And especially when you know you're alone. And I don't count the son as backup in my mind. That's your somebody's child. So I don't think most women, because I don't have kids, so I can't say, I don't think most women think of their child at that age as like acting in the role of a protector and a man over them. You're a mother, so you're going to be protecting the child. So she's basically alone. Why are you, I don't. So we have to discuss that, and people probably get upset like, oh, you're blaming the victim. I'm not blaming the victim. What I'm saying is we need to use wisdom in our day-to-day interactions. And just because you're not wrong doesn't mean you handled it the best way that was available to you. Because he had no business laying hands on her. Hey, best yet, he had no business laying hands on her. And he's lucky he didn't get a longer suffering, because I would have probably let him suffer longer. I wouldn't have given up quick. It would have been a suffering, torture, allegedly. So he's lucky. But the part before it got violent, that's where we need to work on as individuals, and maybe as women, because that was a woman. Maybe we need to teach the younger girls, or even women our age, stop talking. Just stop with the responses. You don't have to respond every time, whatever. Just you can't argue by yourself. If she was silent and he kept going, like it's kind of hard to keep going by yourself. He would have just said, and maybe he would have just calmed down and got his food and left. If he butted in the line, let the man butt in the line. There's sometimes it's not worth the argument. Um, that is then that is then a case of situational awareness for sure. Some people can rage and then they are beyond reason. Diplomacy won't always work if they can't hear you. If they can't hear you, they don't want to hear you. He was too comfortable with them things. So let's just work on that, because sometimes we can be in a situation where we know it, but somebody triggered us and pressed one of our buttons, and we're like, I'm not moving. And then we're not thinking rationally because they press one of our buttons. So we have to constantly remind ourselves. I'm not speaking to you, I'm speaking to me. Because there's sometimes I'm like, I'm not moving. I'm not stuck. But then I have to remember, okay, this worth it? Am I going to lay down my life for this sandwich? Or can I come back in 5 minutes, circle back around, and come back when this person is gone? We have to sometimes look at it that way, because when you have your ego and your you're involved, like he has no respect. You need to respect women. He don't need to do nothing. He should respect women. But obviously he missed that class for the first 20 years of his entire life, because you don't just go down and thump down a woman like that and you had respect for women. It was never there. So it was clearly obvious. So what do you do now? Are you going to fight for the sandwich? Because that's all you're there for, to get a sandwich. I don't care what he said in between you ordering your sandwich and his sandwich. I don't care how he insulted you. Ultimately, you're there for a sandwich. You can either go buy food somewhere else and ignore this dude, or you can sit there and be silent and get the food from the same, but it's not worth your life for this sandwich. You know, I don't think it was, I don't think it was a good choice, and I think she put her child in that situation, and she needs to own that. I think I sincerely believe she put her child. You can praise a child from here to kingdom come. Had she handled some things differently, her child would not have had to do that. And if your job is to protect your child, then she should have shut her mouth to prevent it from escalating so that her child would not have to get involved in that argument. That's my opinion. I'm not, hindsight's always 2020, but we need to learn from this. This is not a one-off. This has happened to all of us. It's happened to me. And thank God it never happened to go like that. But if somebody says and they're on their last, you can see he was on his last straw. Like any little thing, if you even breathe too loudly, that was it. That was her cue to shut the F up. Shut up. Stop talking. Hey, Auntie Ellen, you need to learn not to argue with. No, don't argue with any. And you'll say, I'm not arguing. I'm just talking calmly back. But you're responding. And sometimes we think it's not arguing. It's not arguing, but you're responding. And the person's ego is like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody. Don't even answer. Like, that's why the verse says a soft answer. Don't argue. There's some people that their anger controls them. They don't control the anger. They're out of control. Any little, if you even just touch them softly, they're going to explode. It's not worth it. It's just not worth it. And, people don't want to say it. Some people have said it. She should have stopped talking. I believe that could have, it probably could have just, he would have been irate, but I don't think he would have gotten physical. I sincerely believe had she just been silent and just stop staring at him, like look at the ground, or look on the ground, and just not really been like antagonizing him. Even though she wasn't antagonizing him, he was just already easily irritated. But you have to people talk about gray rock and gray man and becoming invisible. That was her cue to become invisible, not non-confrontational. So that comes with, stepping back, maybe putting your hands up, looking down, and just being silent and giving the person the physical cues that, okay, I'm done. Whether you want to say I surrender, like whatever it is, that physical nonverbal of communication saying, okay, I give up. I think he would have stopped, but he would have been still cussing like, this woman, and he would have said stuff, but I don't think he would have lunged at her. If someone tells me to shut up, I will, but they bet not approach me after I shut up. Exactly. I agree with that. Because now you are attacking me for no reason, because I'm not engaging with you. But sometimes I'm saying we as women, like it's disrespect. It is disrespectful. Like if a male, especially a young, like probably to her it's a young man, telling you to shut the f up. Like who are you talking to? Like you don't talk to women like that. You don't talk to the hookers on the street like that. How dare you talk to me like that? So we sometimes take it as like, it is very disrespectful. It is. There's no nice way to say it. It's out of order. But sometimes you got to ignore the out of orderness and just get out the situation. Don't worry about trying to teach him about respecting women at that particular point in time. They say it was a stranger. It could have been a stranger. It probably was. She didn't seem to know him. She wanted to get some food, and he was getting some food. But some of these guys, they don't get it. They don't have any home training, and then you encounter them in the street, and that's not the time to give them home training. Had she had a large male with her, maybe, because he wouldn't have done that, because would have been a man with her. But if you're alone and trying to give somebody home training, no. And sometimes you can talk to somebody and right away They'll say, you know what, sorry, my bad, whatever. Then you know they're reasonable. But it was clear that this gentleman was not reasonable. And we need to know when to just shut it down. Gray man it, gray rocket, which means you're not engaging, you're not answering, you're maybe not giving eye contact, you're obviously paying attention. I'm not saying look down, I'm not saying turn your back to the person. I'm just saying, become non-confrontational, non what's the word I'm looking for? Non-intimidating. Just make it seem like you're just not even there so that the person can calm down because the person is out of control. Had she had her pew pew on her person, in her purse, in her pocket, is irrelevant to me. If she had it on her, she should have still shut up, because I don't think getting a takeout menu meal was worth all of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it was worth her arguing. I don't think it was worth her having to defend herself. I don't think it was worth him having to get so angry and out of control. All that wasn't worth it. So even if she had it on her body, whether concealed carry, it doesn't matter. She should have just not answered and not engaged. And I think we need to take a note of that. There's a way that the older women roll. And a lot of these women nowadays don't have that older auntie, grandmother in their role, in their circle. Because I'm sure if you talk to somebody who's more senior and they heard the whole situation, somebody who has wise counsel and has good life experience would have said, maybe, walk away. It's not worth that. Now, if you could not walk away and you're being accosted and you're being, that's different. That's a completely different scenario. We're just talking about you're somewhere and you have time and space to leave, to back up and not engage. They would have told you that. There's some older women who said, I ain't doing nothing. That's not wise counsel. It's not. That's not wise counsel. And that's what's missing in some of our conversations. It's strictly about who's right and who's wrong. And that's not so simple. You could be right in a situation and still be unwise and uncouth, maybe, and lack tact in the situation, even though you were in the right. And that's a key component of some of our interactions. Just because you're right doesn't mean you are operating with wisdom, with knowledge, and a clear understanding. And that needs to be explained and taught to the young people, and all those old time sayings that you remember, the old time people telling you, like one guy from North Carolina used to always say, and I used to always laugh at his accent when he came up here to visit. Take care, he said, no matter how flat you make a pancake, it still got two sides. I used to always laugh. And that's the whole point. Doesn't matter how flat you make, how thin it is, there's still going to be two sides. And you have to be able to apply those wise sayings to your everyday life. And that's a key component. I'm telling you. If this woman who seems to have I think she was religious. I'm not sure if I saw on the press conference she was praying and saying God helped her through and stuff, but these are like Proverbs and the Psalms. If you're a faith, Christian person, that book alone, if you only read Proverbs and Psalms and Ecclesiastes, that could save you from a lot of unnecessary situations. Because it doesn't matter what time period we're living in, people haven't changed at all. The behaviors are still pretty much the same. So these verses are not outdated. And when the one verse that I cannot find talking about, let me find it right now before me if I move to the next point. And let me drop the link again. I think it's too far up the chat now. Hold on. I'm gonna drop the link. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put the kettle on while I'm finding the verse. So give me 1 second to put on the kettle. Hey, unicorn, and I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, I had to fill up the kettle because it's empty. But I'm finishing finding the verse. Okay, so the Nightbot's still dropping this stuff. And then you can type hashtag urban if you want to drop your link. Some of you know, but in case you didn't know, type hashtag urban. Let me find that verse. Finish finding that verse. Um, no, I have them all written down, and I can't find the paper. And watch when I'm finished now, the paper is gonna just reappear. Okay, so Proverbs 12 verse 18, and it says, "Careless words stab like a sword, but wise words bring healing," which basically says, in other translations, when I scroll to the other page, the words of the reckless pierce like swords, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Another translation says, some people make cutting remarks, but the words of the wise bring healing. Speaking rashly is like a piercing sword, but the tongue of the wise, so the same thing. Basically, being reckless with your words, saying things willy-nilly, saying things at the wrong time is also a problem. And I don't think that was the time to make a point. And it's a good lesson to just see and not have to experience it yourself, because that was not a good lesson to have to experience by any means. But it just reminds you, not everything has to be, you have to answer. You don't have to respond to everything. It doesn't make you weak to walk away. And maybe that's what we have in the back of our mind. Oh, you're weak. Oh, you're a punk. Oh, you're gonna let him disrespect you like that. Oh, you're gonna let him walk all over you like that. um and whatever else is going through your mind in the subconscious, we don't know. But it's not a weakness. It takes strength to ignore what was said and just keep it moving, because in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't worth it. And unfortunately, her child had to make a decision, which was really not much of a decision. He didn't have any really many options in front of him. The only decision he had was to stop the violence against his mother. Now, even in that, so I heard, I didn't see the video that far myself personally, but someone said even after one it was fired once, there was multiple firings. There was multiple firings um to the person in their back. Now, I'm not really comfortable with that either. I don't know if, I guess in the moment they just kept firing, the young man just kept firing, but there's some problems in every component of the story. There's a lot of problems because if you got the person and you got them down, mind you, I haven't been in that situation, so I don't know how someone else could maybe say how easy or hard it is to stop yourself from firing once you start firing. Maybe somebody can say if they've known somebody or been through something yourself. I wouldn't know, but I guess once you start, maybe you can't stop yourself until the whole rounds are finished. So that's why that happened, because it's kind of hard to turn that off once you turned it on, whether the person's running away or not. So that's probably what happened, but it's still kind of like, wow, there's a lot of layers to the story. So, anyways, this is just my take, my 5 cents on it in terms of what we can learn from it, because it could happen to anybody. You could be just doing something, waiting in line, and then someone's just rude and agitated, and or they push you, or they don't say excuse me, which happens almost every day. Just be conscientious and read the play quickly. Read the person quickly. And if the person is clearly, then just let it go. Let it go. Somebody like that is always going to get theirs in the end, and let it be from somebody who can handle them, not from someone, not from a, like if it's a man, not from a woman. Don't let somebody else handle that person, because trust me, they'll be handled, because that kind of behavior is not going to continue to go unchecked. Someone's going to check him. Fear and adrenaline kicks in. Yeah. Because yeah, I know they always say if the person is running away and their back is to you, you're supposed to stop. But how can you stop once you've already started? And is that, I don't know. And I know people on the family side. Hey, hands of dirt. I know people on the side of I'll call him the perpetrator, the assaulter, want revenge, and it's like, this is exactly, the more that I live life, the longer that I live life, and the more you kind of, rely on God for things, the more you realize like it's just a never ending cycle. Then somebody wants to retaliate because, oh, what you did would get you back for what you did. And then no one's ever happy. That's what we seem to forget. Even if you get the retaliation, like you're still not going to have that happiness and that peace that you think you're going to get from the retaliation. You're not. And someone's telling us a lie, you're not going to feel any better. And then they're going to have to retaliate from the retaliation. And then it's this never ending cycle. I think we just need to be more conscientious of how we're interacting with people, and just be okay with walking away. And it's not a form of weakness, it's a form of strength. And I think that would keep a lot of us out of trouble, out of situations. I don't think you need to be, as a woman, need to be arguing with a man. Just a random man on the street, or a random. I've seen situations. I remember in I think it was high school, because this is a girl I knew in high school. I didn't know her in middle school, and there was talking going back and forth, and the man just came out the blue and just started, like, he hit her, but he hit her only once. I think only once, maybe twice. And another dude that was there had to go and pull him back and say, like, what are you doing? Because she said something that he didn't like. But this is the whole point. I learned then maybe it's not a good idea to argue with a man, because You're using your words and you're not getting physical, but they can't handle the words that you're spitting. They can't handle the words that you be saying, and they get very upset, and they take it out on you. You need to understand that, is what I'm doing worth it? Is the end result going to be worth it? And look what happened to her. Even though it was cleared up, look what happened to her, and look what happened to her child. And all you want to do is get some food and go home and chillax. And look at all that happened after that incident. Now, even though the man was out of order, the man was rude, the man was this, the point is that your life was disrupted as well. Your day was disrupted. Your day was probably ruined. Your child's day and life for however many weeks was disrupted. The whole place is in an uproar. And I'm sure people are saying, maybe to her, you know, what did you say? 'Cause I didn't hear any audio. Like, what did you say? Why were you still talking to the guy? So just think about it. Just think about it. Yeah, I don't think we need to be sitting there arguing with a man and going back and forth with a man. I think that there's some things that just don't need to be said, need to be done. And we need to teach that, because these young girls be just flapping and saying stuff and replying, and it's not necessary, and there's no need for it. It's not a good behavior. That child will be scared for, we don't know exactly. It's not worth it. And it's very difficult when your adrenaline, everything's pumping, but take a minute, step back. What are the repercussions from this action? Even though she wasn't, he's out of order. I keep saying that he's the one that was out of order, out of pocket, but they suffered a lot, as well as this man lost his life. Just walk away, and not just walk away. Don't walk away while you're saying stuff and keep being lippy. Just cut it, like silence, and walk away. Sometimes it's, yeah, let me go on about my business, and I'm talking. Yep. There's foolishness on both sides of the table, from men and from women. I've seen foolishness from both. The man wants to leave, and she's like, jumping on the person. It's foolishness from both sides. It really is. And someone needs to talk to the women, and someone needs to talk to the men, because the foolishness that's going on, it is not necessary. And even like, I heard my neighbor, his girlfriend came, and I guess he was cheating or whatever. I don't know. I was here minding my own business in my own house, and okay, hold on. Hey, Erica, minding my own business, and I heard her cussing him off. And even though he was probably in the wrong, I learned early in life, men don't like to be embarrassed. And
Nope.
what I don't take it as embarrassment, but they take it as embarrassment, and they don't care if they're wrong. They don't like it. And she was cussing him off, and the girl was ugly, and she just saying stuff, but she was too loud. I could hear her, the neighbor could hear her, we all heard what she said. That's not, we can't operate like that. Men are different than women. What's up, Erica?
What's going on?
Nothing much.
I agree with you with everything you said. Sometimes us women need to learn how to just walk away. And I
Yeah,
think that's a hard thing for us to do, like very hard. But I agree with you also. Men have this ego to where they're not going to let us speak to them any type of way, to where they're not going to back down.
some of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they will give you a warning, and they'll kind of give you a warning, like, you know what I'm saying? Because not
Right.
all men are gentlemen. That's we have to make sure we understand. Not all men are gentlemen. This man was not, and they give you a
Right.
warning, and it's and anything after that warning, that's where I'm kind of like, I don't think she's as much of a victim as she's
As
getting
right.
in the
So
press,
here's the
because
thing.
he gave you a warning. And he said, if you don't shut even if he said it rudely, if you don't shut the F up, I swear on my mother's life, or whatever he said about his mother. That
Right.
was your final warning.
That was the final warning. I agree with you with that one. That's when she knew to be like, okay, let me just go ahead and step outside. Because anybody, men or women, when we say that, we after that we mean it. It gets to a certain point for anybody to get to that point and be like, yeah, I swear on whatever, whatever, to be like, okay, now I'm being real. Now it's real. Now you push me to that point to where something's next is gonna happen.
And then
And
so I'm wondering, she heard the warning, she's right there. He's like flashing his arms, like you can tell he's physically irritated, like he can't control
mhm,
it any longer. And he's like, if you don't, and then he's like, and then you kept talking. So to me, so you wanted to engage in a physical fight. Because he
right,
told you, after you keep talking, I'm gonna hit you.
hmm,
And then you act surprised that he did.
right,
Don't get me wrong, he's out of pocket. He had no business putting his hands on a woman. But he said he's gonna hit you. If you keep talking, you kept talking, and he hits you. Why are you surprised?
right,
I know I can't fight a man. So that was my cue to be like, all right, Urban, have a little drink and shut your mouth and just bite your lip, whatever you gotta do. That's your cue.
right.
Can I fight this man? No, I cannot. Shut up.
But my thing is with anybody, with all these social media videos of like mentally ill people, it's like why we still engaging in arguing with people when you see these videos on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and every all these other platforms is there's people out here with mental illness to where it's not even worth arguing with anybody anymore because you don't know their mental state.
Nope, you
That's the
don't.
way I see it nowadays. Because when I was younger, I was that person. I used to argue with everybody, and then I argue very little. It was like, okay, you said what you had to say, I said what I had to say. Now we fighting. But nowadays, I'm just like, it's too many people that's not taking their medicine. You can't play them
No.
games like the way we used to. Back then,
You
it's like
can't play. You
you could
cannot
share
play them
one,
games like you used to. You
right?
cannot. These people
You
aren't
can't.
joking. They don't have any filter. There's no stop button in them. They'll
Yeah,
just they'll pound you to nothing. And it's
right.
exactly, it's not worth it. You get to an age where you have enough life experience. You've seen enough in out in the streets and social media. I'm not
Yes,
out here looking to argue with no man. And Stacey saying men know that there is a threat of violence when we argue with another man. But I don't think some women feel the same threat because of the way most men are raised not to hit a woman. But all are not taught. There are
right.
some men that will hit you.
Yep,
And they said, I'm going to hit you. Hey, Salon Diva, if a man says, I'm going to hit you, I'm not in my mind thinking, okay, men are not supposed to hit a woman. I'm taking your word literally. You
yeah.
said you're going to hit me.
I know
I
you're gonna
can't
hit
take
me.
you on. So I'm going to shut up because I cannot, I know I can't take you on. I don't
Right.
have any backup. There's an old man over there looking at me. He ain't going to help me. And he didn't help her. He left. That man left.
No, he was probably looking at. He looked like, come on now, girl. Your son is here. Like, just just let it
Just
be.
stop. Just, yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
So you running up your mouth, you know you're alone, you don't have any backup. Your son shouldn't be taking on this fight for you. What was your end game?
right.
And
That's.
there's press. I don't know. I don't think she handled it the best way possible as a
I
woman.
agree with you. I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Because, like I said, in my lives, I wasn't put in a situation to where this guy, you know, was just talking to me just disrespectfully, but Alex was with me. I said a couple of things and then I had to catch myself like, you don't even know this man. You're not even from this area. Just keep walking. And I kept walking. And it it seemed like the more I didn't reply, the madder he was getting. So I was like, I don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
want to work
yeah.
this situation now. Because if I feel like, and he was showing me his gun and everything, and Alex is like, and I had to have Alex behind me, and I asked the young man, like, what do you want me to do? Like, how do you want me to engage with you? You're flashing your gun. If I say something, it gets you angry. If I don't say something, it gets you angry. I'm not winning in this
You're
situation.
not
So
winning.
I gotta constantly walk away. You can follow me, but this is, what are we establishing? What's the bottom line to this? Offer my phone number and I'm telling you I'm married? Like,
I used
what?
to always give the number 967-1111. That's for a pizza company over here. So, and then it's like they caught on to that was a pizza company. So they said, and but these men are exactly for a phone number, they're ignorant. They like literally want to fight you. You're gonna beat me down because I don't want to have a relationship with you. That makes a lot of
Right.
sense. But these men are cray cray. And
Yep.
I would rather not engage and then the person follows me and escalates it where it's him doing it, not me stirring him up. Because if
Right.
I'm stirring him up, I have less control, I think, over the situation
Yeah.
because I don't know what I'm triggering and what I'm pressing. But if I'm walking away and saying, you know what, have a nice day, God bless you, whatever, and then get more mad too. It's like, and then you're walking with your back, you know, to the
Right.
street, but you're looking at them because you're like, you can't trust them. But it's like, at least if he's lashing out, it's all him. It's not me
Right.
stirring up the pot. And I have a
Hmm.
chance to leave, get to a car, hop on a bus, jump into an Uber. Like I'm having more options. The longer
Right.
I stay with this person, the more I'm isolated. And that's what happened. Because the man
Yep.
that was there, he left. He wasn't help taking no thump for her. He wasn't jumping in to help her. The man,
Yep.
whoever was recording, was just recording. And I'm
Yep.
like, what did you think was going to happen? People don't jump into your fights for you. Like if you haven't learned that yet, you're on your own.
Right.
You're on your own. Even if a man was there that was happened to be there, he's not jumping into your fight. He's not going to necessarily say, I'm going to defend this lady. You're on
No.
your own. Why are you arguing with a man?
Right. But also, again, there's sometimes where couples argue and the woman will follow the man and the man's trying to walk away.
All the time I've seen that. Jumping on
And
the
I
man's
feel like,
back.
girl, leave him alone. Let him cool down. Because if he turns around and hits you, then it's gonna be like, oh my God, he hit me. And I'm like, but you gave him that reason, even though it's still not right. But us women, we can't be putting our hands on men and be acting like they don't have that right to,
And
to handle this
that's a
stuff.
problem. And this is what people need to train their younger, because the women who are in like their 20s to 40s are very badly behaved. There's there's some behavior that I'm seeing that I'm like, as a woman, I'm like, yo, I would tump you down if I was at like I was kind of saying like I would tump you down because you're out of pocket. Like your mouth is just going on and on. And then I had to take them to the side and talk to them. It's like, you don't do things like that. Well, he did this, this, this. I don't care what he did. Once you're in public and in front of other people, men don't
Right.
like that.
No,
Don't be airing out all the business in the street. Don't be
no,
calling out the stuff because if you guys work it out, which you probably will, it's out there and men don't like that.
right.
Keep it to in the house, keep the volume down. Some men, when you raise your voice, oh Lord, they lose it.
Yeah.
Keep your volume at a certain volume.
Yep.
Even though I have to keep the volume lower because they get agitated. Like you have to know how to use your femininity and versus masculinity. And they're
Yep.
coming out here, blah, blah, blah. No, you should not be bopping your head and your finger talking to your man. You need
No.
to keep your hands down and keep your volumes to a certain level. And if the person's not hearing what you're saying, they say, you know what, we're gonna revisit this. If the man wants to go cool off, let the man. Don't be holding the door and blocking the door and all that foolishness. That is foolish. That's unwise behavior.
No.
And these girls be doing some stuff. Don't be going on the first argument and slashing all the clothes and slashing tires. Like
Right.
like calm yourself down.
If a person gets you that angry, I always say, why you with that person if you gotta sit there and set their clothes on fire, bash their tires, put a tracking device on? Come on, you guys be doing too so much. Be doing way too much sometimes.
They do way too much, and I think women have been taught nowadays like to keep like clap back is the thing, like the clap back. Oh, you talked
Because
about
of
my mother, I'm gonna talk
social
about your
media.
mother. I'm gonna talk about your, your
Yep,
hair. I'm gonna talk about what no, just cut the clap back, just leave. These are the women who think that a man will not. Yep, a man will hit
yep,
you. Everybody has a limit. We all have a limit. But if you're with a man arguing with a man, you're gonna be damaged more if he crosses that threshold versus
right,
another woman to a woman. I wouldn't.
right.
Don't be fighting no man. Oh yeah, and family members. I don't get involved because they always go back to the man anyways. Why am I getting involved?
Yep.
Blocking a man's car when he tries to leave, blocking the door, all kinds of foolishness. Yeah, you can't do. And you think when I was young, I did that. Don't get me wrong, I did all that. I'm not. We're not finished with this conversation until I say we're
Yeah, I never
finished.
did
And then
any of that. I'd be
and
like, no, go
then
ahead and leave.
And then it's
Please
like,
leave.
okay, then you have to realize this is not really working. I don't like
No.
what's happening, what I'm becoming. And if somebody doesn't want to hear you, why are you forcing them? No, you're not leaving. You're staying right here. We're going to talk this through. There was no talking. There was yelling and screaming and somebody not listening. So there was no talking.
Mm-mm.
So you can't keep up that childish, but people keep in their
Listen,
40s with the same childish behavior, the same childish antics. If you hit someone, be prepared to get. That's what I'm saying.
when my grandmother, when we used to grow up, and my grandfather used to do stupid things, my grandmother wouldn't cook, and he used to walk around the house all sad, and we used to be like,
Where's the food? Where's the dinner? Where's the
right?
food?
He'd be like, she didn't cook. I'm like, she cooked. So
Not
I
for
didn't
you.
get plate. No, you knew you messed up. And he used
Exactly.
to like, so I gotta go out here and eat this nasty food.
Yep.
You knew what you did. And
Yep.
she always used to say, a man, some men don't know how to defend for himself. They get custom, they get used to you pampering them. So when you stop, oh, now they want to have a conversation. And that's exactly how it used to work. He used to go in the room.
Like back in the day, women didn't just like confront the man the same day that they heard the news. They
No.
would kind of sit on it
Yep.
and then wait till like the best opportunity when the person was comfortable and
Yep.
confront and they're
Yep.
yeah, you don't have your lies all planned now, do you?
Yeah. And you know what? I still do that. I do that now.
Yeah,
I
like
do that.
you don't confront them the same
I
minute.
can't. You don't.
You gotta hold it. You gotta have a strategy. You gotta have a plan. You gotta
Yep.
catch them on the, especially when you're going on a long drive and they can't go nowhere
And
else.
nowhere.
That's when you say, you know what happened last month on the Friday at 4 p.m. And they're like, what? How long have
Right.
you been holding it? I've been holding it. And you have your notepad and you're going through all the
Right.
infractions.
No.
Don't think I didn't know what you were doing. And they're like, oh my, yeah, keep driving. Watch the road. Watch the
Right.
road. We going top. But these girls don't understand the long game. They just know I'm mad now. I'm gonna burn your clothes. I'm gonna
Yeah.
slash your tires. I'm gonna this that. And then half the time they're not the girlfriend or the wife, anyways. They're like number two, three, four, five, or six.
That part.
Why are you so emotionally invested? They're too emotional.
Yeah.
Calm down. And I know at the same time there's two factors. Words don't mean anything, but words also mean a lot. It's like
Right.
two contradictory statements. If someone insults you, who cares? Keep it moving. Keep it moving. It
Yeah.
only has power when you let it get to you. But at the same time, if you keep talking smack, someone's going to smack you upside your head. But
I agree.
don't engage. I don't think you should engage with. I don't think you should have engaged with a man. And people will say, "Oh, that's old fashioned. It doesn't matter." I don't think she should have engaged with a man
No.
unless she had a man there that was with her, that was her man, that was there to defend if things went. Because he would not have done that if there was a man with her that was actually standing next to her saying, "Who you talking to? Don't be talking to her like that."
Right.
But because she was alone, and men know how this thing works. He just did whatever he wanted to do.
Yeah.
Nobody jumped in for her. Why are you running up your mouth and then no one's going to jump in for you? That makes no sense.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So and all the backlash that she's getting now, I don't think it was worth, like, when you go back in time, was it worth it for her? No.
Mm-mm.
No. Nikki saying women are great holders of knowledge, and yeah, you got to know how to
Right.
hold the cards in your hand and get a full hand before you start going to I had to learn that. You don't confront the man same time. You hold on
Nope.
to it. You cook his favorite meals and make it think it's everything is nice and good.
Yep.
Get him comfortable. And when you least expect it, that's when you say, all right, we're gonna go through all these things. What? Yep. I don't like to see men or women airing out their business in public. That's a no deal for me. Yeah, I don't think that's appropriate either. But this just
Neither.
shows the high level of emotional, like they're not emotionally mature. They
I
don't
don't
think of the
even like it when parents do it in front of their kids either.
no. I think they
I
don't think of the
can't.
long game. Like, don't do that. You have to know how to control your emotions,
Right.
and that's where we're all, men and women alike, we're all lacking that self discipline. Because some of the things I see people doing, like, what? I
Mm.
should know that about you. That's your own personal, private, between you and your wife, or vice. Like, I should not know that. If you're
Right.
telling me that so willy nilly, like, no, that should be kept in your house. And
Yep.
they're like, well, I'm like, your friends aren't going to tell you. They're going to just gossip about you behind your back. I'm telling you, you should not have said that. Like, you need to check
Yep.
yourself, because you're ruining your marriage. You are ruining your relationship. And then, like, what? I go, you should not be. That's the thing that people don't understand. When I was married, it was the most isolating, because you cannot discuss things with everybody and anybody. You have to
Yep.
keep that in your house. So it's very lonely, because you can't just say, he no, you can't do that. You
Nope.
cannot do that. You cannot go run to your mother, his mother, auntie. You can't do none of that.
Right.
You got to deal with it and learn how to hold your mouth. And it's like, whoa. And these people don't get it. There's certain things you should not ever know on the street about what's going on in your relationship.
Yep.
And the way how she handled herself, even though it wasn't her man, it was just a man, it just shows that dynamic has changed. Because back in the day, she would have gone long from the time he started raising his voice. She would have said, "Here, son, let's go," and she would have gone.
Yep.
She would have left. Her son would have been gone. They would have driven to another restaurant, and they would have been on about their business. But now we think we can just size up to everybody, and I don't think that's really good.
Yep.
Steak, potatoes, and broccoli. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got it right, Nikki. You make them think it's all good. You make sure you give them a favorite drink. You
Yep.
have to know how to deal. Men are not out here looking to go and hit women. I don't think that the man was really looking to say, I'm going to go today and go hit somebody. But because he has not any control over his own behavior, and any little thing triggers him, this is the result that we get. We have all these little monsters walking down the street who have no control over their own behavior.
Right.
That was not the first. When I saw it, I go, that's not the first time he hit a woman. That's not the first
Oh
time.
no, because he had priors. He had priors of domestic violence towards women. That's why he's comfortable of doing it. Because he
Comfortable.
had priors.
He's like, and then he did, like, yeah, like shut your mouth now. I was like, this dude, this is. I'm like, okay, but you could see that on him before it was even like
Even
announced about
escalated. Yeah.
his behavior. You could
Yep.
see that he was, yeah, he has no respect. Even the way he was talking to her, I
Right.
didn't hear any yelling. I didn't hear any volume from her. I didn't hear her like yelling, but what she was saying was probably just triggering him, because it's like he was already angry. He was
Right.
already irritated. And now
Right.
this woman doesn't know her place to shut her mouth when I told her to shut her mouth. You know what? Shut your mouth. Just, it makes your life easier.
Yep.
And we have to learn sometimes you could be right. She was in the right. She had a right to be there and a right to be, but use wisdom. It wasn't worth it. Hey, crafty mom, it wasn't worth it. And we need to,
Right.
it's not just you, it's me, it's all of us. I have to learn, because sometimes I'd be like, yo, you get triggered. and I have to, as you said, you got to reel it quickly, reel it in, because the
Yep.
consequences. Alex was there for you, or the whoever. The consequences are too big. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than the situation. You could be like, oh, okay, I'm the adult. I gotta stop, because if this escalates, there's too many other people who are gonna be hurt by this situation,
Yep.
and that child has the most hurt in this situation.
Right.
Going to school, minding his own business, getting good grades, and now this.
Right.
And we need to, and I think it was, who was it on Monday who said his mom would never have done that? Um,
I think it was Ray Official.
One of them, it was Ray Official or Roadblock. I think it was, yeah,
Yeah,
one of the
it
two.
was
I
one
know,
of the
no, it was both. It was probably both of them. It was both, and I liked what Ray Official said, because he's like, you don't want to be. People may think it's like sexist or show. No, there's a way that if you're a woman, you should not have been arguing with the man.
right.
If you don't have a man there to be there as a defender for you, you're on your own. Why are you arguing with a man? And these
Yep.
are the lessons that we, exactly, this is the part of the problem. We want to play all these roles and be like everybody's equal. Yeah, in generality, we're all equal, but we're not equal when it comes to hand to hand combat, and hand to, like, we're not equal when it comes to that. And as women are
I
different and men are
again,
different,
but
women
that's
talk with their
that's
words.
society though. Society wants everybody to be equal. And then you have again, what we said on Monday, you have all these labels. So now you don't know, right? You may see
You
a
don't
woman
know. You
arguing with this
don't know.
man, but she may identify as a man. And it's like, do we stop that? Or do we like,
I don't
what's
want to
your
go into that, but
pronoun?
if your punch is if your punch hitting me is going to be a man punch, then that's a man.
Right,
If and I have to deal with it accordingly, because y- you know that's a whole argument with the whole sports and the. Listen, if
right.
your physical strength is that, and it's going to hit me like a man hitting me, then.
I
But then
agree.
again, you're right. So then you have to assume that everybody is can hit
Right,
you like a man. Basically,
right.
I'm going to assume that that's what it is, even if it's a quote unquote female, and deal with it accordingly, because I don't have time to figure it out in a hostile situation. So I have to
Right.
assume that, okay, this could get aggressive and they could have the upper hand. Let me just move it along. And it
Yeah.
doesn't take much. It doesn't take much to trigger people. Like,
No.
you could just be at, like, walking down the street minding your business, and you remind them of somebody. I don't. It just weird,
Yep.
weird individuals, and you have to be ready. You have to have your head on swivel, if at all possible, because you don't know what's going to happen, and you have to. People need to know where you're going. First of all, that's what I've always been a firm believer. People need to know where you're
Yep.
going. If you're going to go to the drive-through, say, you know what, text your family. I'm just heading to go to the drive-through to get something to eat, because if something happens between now and then, they don't know that you're not in your house watching TV. They think you're, there. No, you're over
Right.
there at McDonald's getting a combo, and then something happened over there, and now you're in this big, big thing over there. Because when
Yep.
you're alone and there's nobody to back you up, eh, been there, done
Right.
that, been there, done that. And with me, it was a girl came out, and then her big old dog came out, and then her man came out, and it was three. And then somebody came to me, and then we're rolling in the road, punching, and bus and streetcar. So now you're in the road, rolling in the road. Could get hit down by cars.
Right.
How did you get from walking home, minding your business, to now rolling in the road? And then dog, it didn't make any sense. And then the girl who came to help me was rolling in the road with the girl, and then she gave her some extra. I'm like, this is ridiculous. But this is the
Right.
problem. It just takes 1 second, and before you know it, it gone all the way left, and it's
I
not worth it.
still, whenever Billy and I, well, whenever I go somewhere, and it's even if it's right here, if I walk to like, excuse me, the post office or something, I always tell Billy, because like you said, you never know what's gonna happen, and that's a whole right down the block. It's a whole 5-minute walk, but still, I don't go anywhere without telling my husband. And if we go on trips, then I let my kids know because anything can happen at any given time. And my
Anything could happen, and it
it
just
happens.
takes a second. And now they're scrambling around because they didn't know that you're over here. And then it costs. So it's like, just let's let them know exactly. I'm going to the mall, I'm going to the post office, I'm going wherever. And it's not,
Yep,
I'm not a child, I'm not being, but I'm letting you know because if something happens, you can now act accordingly because you know, okay, she's over there, she's not over here.
yep,
Or, and you can assess, or, just things like that, because people are not well. People
nope,
are not well. They don't they're not taking their medication. They're not talking to the right people. They're in
nope,
denial. Over here in my neighborhood, there's now a whole place where they just hang out. People just hang out. All these older men who are on the system, who are on social assistance, and
right.
somebody's son who was on assistance, he's still on, just sitting there idle all day, drinking
Yeah,
and
we have a
smoking,
place like that here.
and
All the men, they
it
play
went from 4 people
dominoes.
to bigger. The crowd's getting bigger and bigger.
Yup,
There's
yup,
homeless people pushing shopping carts, and I'm like, what happened to the neighbor? This is what's happening. They
yup.
they they're all just now, more of them, more mental illness, more social assistance. They're not working. They're sitting around all day idle, vandalizing whatever drink, and it's like, man. So I can't even, you can't even go to the bank machine anymore because
Mm-mm.
they were sleeping in the thing. So they
The
have to
yep,
lock the bank, because I would go to the bank machine at like all hours of the day or night because I would work night shift. So if I came from work and had to go get money at 3 in the morning, you go to the bank machine, you look around, the door's
right.
locked once you put your card in, but they were like sleeping in there. So they had to shut it down. The drive-through, if the drive-through's not open, you cannot go because it became unsafe,
Yep,
unsavory. And I'm
yep.
thinking, wow, this is not like, the neighborhood just went left. But this is the problem. People lost jobs. People are not getting what they need. They're falling through the cracks. There's
Mhm.
people on the street, and the kids, one child was saying to the man, I was at the red light and he was crossing and he should not have been crossing. But you have sense. You see the man's not well. I let him cross. The kids are telling me, run him over, run him over. And I I opened the window like, what? Who says that?
Right.
Someone's child was saying run him over. Didn't value the person's life. That was another problem that we'll talk about later. But that was like ratchet. And then the man's just shopping cart out in the streets, just up and down the streets. And I'm like, and we don't want it to be our problem. It's always like over there. Let them go over there. Let them go.
Yep.
But there's nowhere for them to go anymore. So it's all of our problem. The rich areas, the middle class areas, the poor areas, everybody's having homelessness. People are at every red light sitting there begging. You come off the
Yep.
highway, there's a bunch of people sitting there waiting and with their chair to with their cup to come and enter your car. And
Yep.
you're like, what happened? This was not happening 10, 20 years ago.
Nope.
But this is the problem. The old fashioned values are kind of gone. And now we're hitting a point in history where it's like some people want them back. They kind of want those old fashioned values back because what you're giving me now ain't working.
It's not working.
It ain't working. Like all this women empowerment and, like, oh God.
Yep. I was just watching something earlier today, actually, early this morning, where the what is it, the LBGQ, that the whole
I don't know. There are too many letters, but yeah.
many letters, how they're splitting up, they're even dividing because they're like, listen, we didn't sign up. We signed up to have equal rights, not to educate our children and bring this into the school system. So now they're having like this big thing, and I'm like, wow, like
I heard that because I saw one I saw two people from their community speaking either at a school board or something. I don't know where they were speaking, but they were saying that like we did not. sign up for like these books in the school about for the young kids, like
Yeah.
the age
Yeah.
appropriateness, and they're talking that this is not what our community is about. Some other fringe group in the community is like making it about that, and
Right.
that's not what they, yeah. And then even like the surgeries, having surgeries at a certain age
Age. Yep.
before they've even gone through puberty, like they were talking a whole bunch of stuff. And it's it's not as prevalent. I'm not hearing about it in the news as much, but a lot of them who had surgeries are saying now that they shouldn't have had the surgery, or they
Nope.
should have been told to wait until they're older so they can really think through it properly before they had the
Properly.
surgery,
Yep.
because now the surgery can't be reversed, and then there's
Nope.
other problems that came with
And
the
they're
surgery,
having a lot. Yep. They're having a lot of issues now with their body because
with
of
their
it.
body, because it wasn't allowed to go through the proper process. And I'm
Yep.
like, wow. Because I don't know the difference between having the surgery when you're young versus when you're older. I didn't go into all that, but I guess people who
Neither.
had it young are having a lot of problems because their body didn't go through the proper process. And it's
Yeah.
like, tell people the truth. This is the problem. Tell people the truth.
Yep.
Like, there's side effects. Even if there's side effects with BBLs, there's going to be side effects with other things too. Like,
Yep.
tell people the truth. It's and let them think about it thoroughly and give them the proper time. But I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I see them talking out against it, but not very much. Like, I don't see it coming on the news or anything, that them
Yeah.
talking about
Yeah.
it, you know. Yeah, mothers are allowed to 13, 14-year-olds to have surgery. That's not that's too young.
Mm-mm.
And they know the
Right.
side effects, they know the problems, but
Yep.
they're not telling you. They're not telling you. So I don't this is a hot mess. A hot mess. But yeah, I think we all need to learn to stop with the clap back and just leave it alone.
Right. I agree with you.
Not all men are what they used to be, and some of them have no problem hitting a woman.
Right.
No problem. They get upset and that's it. They give you a warning. I don't think people don't warn you. Most people give you a warning, and after that, you kind of get what you get.
Right.
And that's why I'm not really thinking the mother did the best, because you even said it. Alex was with you, so you moved differently, because you kind of blacked up and you're like, oh, no, 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 I gotta reel it back in.
Yep.
Her child was right there. I don't know what she thought sending him to the car, if it was a code for go get the
Right.
thing, or if it was just go to the car. What was the point? Your son was with you, and you didn't want him there while this went left. He came
So
back and saw you being pounded in like a man would hit another man, and he had no other option. But
right.
you but she did have an option. She could have been quiet.
She could have. And that's what I mean by like people that are in the two-way world or anybody. Self-awareness is a big thing. I mean, we don't I don't know if we don't say it enough or whatever, but she cornered herself and I'm just like, well, if you own a firearm and you know that's your last line of defense,
Last, yep.
why would you put yourself in that corner to where you have no space to get out the situation? Even if he swung and she was standing by the door, she would have enough time to take that one hit and still be able to walk backwards outside that store. It was just like there was so many things that I seen wrong after I watched it the first time. After the first time, I was like, yo, he was wrong. And, everybody has their feelings. But when you go back and really look at it and look at
Hmm.
the different things that she did wrong, it's like, come on, girl.
Yeah, like, and that's what
You
I keep
could
saying. People say,
avoid
"Well, she shouldn't
everything.
have to do that. She shouldn't have to, because she didn't do anything wrong." Okay, she may not have been wrong, but she wasn't wise, because
Right,
there's a way you have to move when you know, as you said, she's 2A. She knew she didn't have her firearm on her. She knew
right,
that. It wasn't like she thought it was on her. She knew that. She knows
right,
she's a woman, and she knew she was by herself.
right,
She knew that when it was starting off. She said to her child, "Go to the car." She should have said, you know what? Put her hands up and walked out the store.
Yep.
And with her hands up saying like, done, done, done. Like, I don't want to argue with you anymore any further.
Yep.
She didn't want to like she didn't want to show weakness or show that you got the better of me and I have to leave the store now because whatever it was. But it's like sometimes you just got to give them the win, give them the right of way. It's like
Yep.
you lose a battle to win the war. And
Yep.
that's how we need to look at it. You lost a battle, but you won the war. No, 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 no. I want to win every battle all the way. Your
Right.
child was there. That should have been enough of an incentive to say, okay, if I'm telling him to go to the car, I'm gonna go to. You know what? Cancel my order to the and leave. Or just
I
leave.
would have
Don't even
just
say cancel my
left.
order. Just
I just
left.
would have left. I wouldn't have said anything because he was already hyped. And when she
Already
was speaking
hyped.
to her son, he was getting defended. Like, yo, who are you talking to? And she was talking to her son. And then, and he kept going and he kept it kept escalating, even when she wasn't speaking to him. So with me in that situation, I would have backed away. I would have
Yeah.
walked backwards and been like, quiet. Just it was at a point where you can tell mentally he was gone. Like that rage had taken over very quickly.
Very quickly. He's basically he was out of control. He's
Right.
irate.
Yep.
um and the verse I couldn't find the verse, but basically it's a verse that says basically angry people are always in fights and confrontation. That's what they do. That's all they do. It follows them wherever they go. That's how the
Right.
verse says. So you can see that the man is, why are you talking? Wherever this person goes, there's always fights and arguments. That's how they move.
Yep.
There's nothing you can do to change that. Like exit stage left. Why like, and people want to keep saying, oh, this and that. No, it's no what ifs. Based on what was in the video and based on the options that she had, there was at least 3 times that she could have left before it got to the on my mother. And when he said on my mother, that
Yep.
was your red flight
That's when
flashing.
I knew.
Shut the hell
Yep.
up. Shut it down. Stop flapping your mouth. Don't even go with a big exhale. Just shut it all down.
Yep.
And she kept going. Something's wrong with her in terms of she doesn't get the big picture. She doesn't get it because everyone's like, well, she's too. I don't care. I am not 2A. We can't carry firearms. That's not an option. So that was
Right.
not an option. That was me. There was no option for me to go to the car and get nothing. There's no option for that. There's
But
maybe a
even if
pepper
you're
spray.
not two-way, there's too
I
many
wouldn't have. I
mad
wouldn't have argued with
people.
him. That's what I'm saying. So people are
Yeah.
thinking like, well,
It's
she should have had it. No, the point is, I don't have none of that. I wouldn't have been arguing with the man.
right.
Take your hot sauce, your pack of ketchup, and get out.
Right.
Leave.
Right.
Leave. Because the same people you're sitting there arguing with and think are going to jump in for you, not jumping in. They're not jumping in for you. They're going to
Nope.
record the beat down. They're going to put it on TikTok, YouTube, and all the different places and show how you got beat down and say, oh, this poor lady, while you're bruised and trying to heal from your bruises. And it's going to be a whole big thing. And who's suffering? Me, not the person. Me.
Right.
Even if I had a pew pew, what's that going to do? I'm going to fire it off because you want to butt in line for a $10 combo? Like, all of it didn't matter whether she had a pew pew or not. The point
Yep.
is, she should have known to leave. Stop with the clap back. Stop saying
Yep.
little things under your breath. That pisses me off. When people say stuff under their breath, I've
Oh yeah.
I've cussed off plenty of people for muttering under their breath. Not even like saying it, but just like, what did you just say? Say what
Right.
you said, and it ends up being say what you said. Say what, stand on it, and then blah 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 blah. But that was a woman. I can't stand when people mutter under their breath and say something.
I
If you're gonna say it,
agree.
just say it.
Just
So I
say
know how
it.
that can get you triggered. That can get you. And she was saying something, but maybe she said under her breath, and that's all that was it. He was like, okay, you wanna take me on? I'm gonna show you what it's about.
Right.
That's who you're dealing with. You're not dealing with a reasonable person. Why are
Yep.
you arguing with a man? That man in particular. Mm-mm.
Wait, so when does it?
So when does it come the man's fault? No, we're not victim blaming
No,
at all. We said
no,
that from
no,
the very
no.
beginning. Angry people are looking for exactly. You cannot argue by yourself. If you're not going to engage with the person, they can't argue by themselves. No, she could have left. She could have left. And I watched the video. I went through it. She
Yeah.
could have
So
left. She could have left. You cannot argue with an angry person. And if you came in at the end, this is the point. You miss it. We're not victim blaming, but
no.
her hands aren't fully clean either. Her hands aren't clean because when the man said to shut up, and he said, "I'm going to hit you if you don't shut up." He didn't just say shut up. He said, "I'm going to," something to that effect, right? "I'm going to hit you
Yeah, he
if
said
you don't stop
he was like, I'm
talking.
gonna punch you
I'm going to
if
punch
you
you
don't
if you
stop.
don't stop talking." And
Right.
she kept talking. That's what I'm talking about. People
So
want to
we're
go
not
and toe to toe. You can't go
right,
toe to toe. Stop. Just leave it. Stop arguing with the person. She's not fully
so
right. She's not. She's not fully right. That's the point. People want to. People are only looking at. Oh, well, he had no right to hit her. He didn't. But if he
right,
said to her, "I'm going to hit you if you don't shut up," and you keep talking, then he hits you. He told you he was going to hit you. You're there by yourself as a woman. Why would you keep talking? That's what I'm talking about. That was not a wise decision. It's not about blaming. She did
right.
not operate with wisdom. She didn't. She didn't. And that's why I said I'm not going to say too much because people get upset because they're in their feelings. She should not have been arguing with the man, especially when he was getting more irate. Stop arguing. You cannot argue when you're by yourself like that. Don't do it.
Right.
You don't do it.
So
And
with us, we're just saying in any situation, it's not just that situation as well.
no,
It's what we can do as women that can not have a situation escalate.
but
So,
Salon Diva, you're saying he could have walked away.
so
If
he
you're
doesn't
arguing
have
with a
no one
person
to.
who's irate, out of control, who's unreasonable, and this woman is a woman,
Right.
and you're saying he could have walked away. Who, if you're a
He wasn't
woman,
going
if
to
you want to
walk
fight a
away.
man, then you could fight a man. I'm not fighting no man, and I'm by
Right.
myself.
Right.
That's not an equal fight. If it was a woman you're talking about who was a woman and a woman, and the other woman didn't want to leave, that's different. But we're
Right.
talking about a man. He's not leaving. He's not reasonable. You have your child with you. Who should have left?
Also, again, Salon, you didn't. You it goes. So this is how I see it. If somebody's that can get that irate that quickly, the way he did, you he could have had a mental illness, right? People that have mental illnesses, they either black out, they can keep going. If she was level headed, she definitely was
She was
level
level
headed
headed. She was cool and calm.
to
Yep.
where she could have de-escalated this situation. That is it. Some of us women will not escalate a situation. We'll just keep throwing coals on that fire. That's all we're saying.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. People keep saying, well, he could have left, or she has every right to be in the store. If you want to fight a man, because you got to take it back, he's out of control. There's no reasoning with this man. It's either you want to fight the man or you want to go home with your child in peace. It's
Right,
two options. It's not
right,
about, well, he should have did he. No. Sometimes it's about your reaction to it. The man is out of control. He has no control over his behavior. He's getting all agitated and threatening to hit you now. He's threatening to hit her. I would have stopped talking and I would have been out the door with my child. I told my child to leave. I would have been out the door.
any
I'm not going to sit there and fight
stranger.
a man.
I'm doing it with any stranger because again, you don't know somebody's mental state, regardless if it's man or woman. You just can't.
No, you can't. You cannot. Because sometimes you go into a situation and it's like that. Let's say it was a woman or a man. And then
Right,
they have other people with them in their car or like outside waiting for them. And before you know it, what was like a one-on-one becomes 5 and 10 on 1.
Right.
I don't know who he knows in this area. I don't even know who he knows in the back that works here. I have no idea.
Yep.
My best option is to get out, get to the car, wait in the car for them to leave if I'm waiting on food, or go somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. And everyone wants to say he had no business in what he did. That's a fact. He had no business
No
doing what he
business.
did. But when you're dealing with unreasonable, irrational people, they don't care about right and wrong, and it was a woman and they don't care about none of that.
No.
He just cares about, I want you to shut up. She had a chance to stop talking. That's what I see in the video.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a free country. I can say what I want to say.
You could, but you got this. Remember what I said Wednesday? There's consequences to everything, good or bad.
That's all I'm
Right?
saying, because it's not worth it, because she had her child there and it wasn't worth it. And then, as you said,
Nope.
the child was getting upset because he didn't like the way the guy was dealing with his mom. That was
Right.
before it got physical. So
Right.
now you're trying to keep your child calm because now they're like, no, he shouldn't talk to you. Like you know how it goes when people come in to defend you, and then you have to calm
Yep.
them down, and you're calm. And it's like, okay, let's just get out, remove ourselves from this situation, because it can go left.
Yep.
And she wasn't in the wrong, but the way she reacted wasn't wise. And that's where
Right.
people are not listening. I'm not saying she was wrong. I'm saying it was not wise,
Why?
because you could be all the way right, but you have to operate with some wisdom. This person is not stable. This person is not reasonable. I'm
Mm-hmm.
Hey Marlene, and hey Miss D, how, like, what's my best option? Because I'm not going to sit here and argue with this man. I don't want to have a violent encounter. Is even
Yep.
though I'm in the right, is it worth it? When somebody cuts you off on the road, do you chase them all down and say, you cut me off?
Mm-mm. Because even road rage now is out of control.
Road rage is a big deal. And people be
Right.
firing off shots against someone while while the cars are moving.
Yep.
And I gotta, is he, no, I don't know. He's not alive, right? The guy's not alive.
No.
No,
No.
he's not alive. He's not
Nope.
alive. The it's not nice to have to be in these violent encounters. And if you're with children, they can be impacted, and then it becomes a whole
It's
big
right.
beef. I don't
Right.
want the beef, so let's just squash it right now and end it, because even though she was in the right, she can talk about it after, like when she gets away, things calm down, call the police, let them know what happened. The girl had it on video, the other person who was videoing it up until that point, and file a report. But don't sit there and try to fight the person, because she could have ended up the one being deceased. And if the guy didn't
Right.
get back in time, if the son didn't get back in time, it's very, like, you know,
Hey, Miss D. Who's somebody
oh
that
yeah,
might see?
exactly. You could be right, and then yeah, exactly, Marlene. It's not worth it. We have to be careful.
Right.
No, I'm not saying he did. This is what I'm saying, Salon, because you maybe missed it. I'm saying he got what he deserved, but I do not think the child should have had to be put in that situation in the
Situation.
first place. I think the mother had a key role in that escalating, and I believe she was instrumental in putting her child in that situation. Had she
Right.
walked away and stopped, trying to say something back to the guy and just left, her child would not have been in the situation. And we think, okay, good, the child did something right. There are long term emotional effects from what happened for that child. And
Right.
I've never had to take somebody out. Whether, and even with self defense, people say that people have to get therapy. This is not no small thing. And she was instrumental. If she had handled things with more wisdom, I
Mm-hmm.
think the child would have been prevented from having to be involved because she didn't do it. He had to do it. If it was different and she had to do it, he got what he deserved. But in this situation, that child didn't win. That
No.
child is up for some long-term problems because you can't sleep at night even though you had to do what you had to do. He had to protect his mother. It
Right.
doesn't make you sleep any better at night
Mm.
because we haven't taken somebody's out, and people who have lost a lot of sleep because there's guilt, there's what could I've done, there's all these things that happen that you have to work through.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, I'll repeat what I said, you going to get food, the meal wasn't worth all that came with the meal is what I'm saying. I would have left and forget the food, forget the order, forget all that stuff. Come on, let's go home and get something else.
Right.
Because exactly, nobody won. But I think if she had handled things differently, the child wouldn't have to have done that in the first place.
Right.
Because the body language was clear that this man was not here for any conversation. He was out of control. And the door should have been used to leave because her son got to leave. She said, go to the car. She should have left too. We have to look at how it takes two to argue, it takes two to tangle. It does. And I know we don't want to hear it because, oh, it's in bad taste. And it's not in bad taste. It takes two to argue. If one person removes themselves, whether physically or stops talking, it's only one person, and you can't stand there arguing by yourself. After a while,
Right.
it's gonna be ridiculous. They're gonna stop. We have to see how both parties engage in that situation. And she said something. I don't know if somebody knows what she said. She said something after he threatened to hit her if she didn't stop talking.
Mm-hmm.
She said something. I don't know if it
It
was,
wasn't clear on the video. Like you really can't hear it on the
but
video.
she said something. Her mouth was, and then he lost it. I don't see how somebody can see that someone says, I'm going to hit you if you don't shut the hell up, whatever he said, and then you keep talking. When you're a woman and they're a man,
Mm-hmm.
and their physical strength is not going to equal to yours, and you know that you don't have your firearm on you, that to me does not make any sense. It
Yep.
doesn't. And hey, Howie, like, so she had a key role. If she had left, her child would not have, all that would not have happened if she had left.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he would have followed her to the car. He could have, but then it would have just been different because she wouldn't have her hands in the pie. Right now her hands are kind of in the pie because she
Mm-hmm.
kind of, she
Because she
didn't
did,
walk
and
away, she
she
didn't
didn't walk
de-escalate, she
away.
didn't, yeah,
Right.
she didn't. So
So
her,
that's my thing. If she would have backed out of that store, it would have been like, yo, she did everything correctly to where he got what he deserved. But the fact is, I can't say that he got what he deserved because she stuck around and she stayed in that situation just for some food. It's like
yeah,
food is not like you're not gonna go somewhere and you hear people arguing nowadays. Say you go to the mall to get some food, you hear people arguing. You're not gonna stand in line and wait for that food after hearing all these mass shootings. So it's just
no,
like
no,
there's certain situations you have to understand. You have to remove yourself. You're
you
not
do.
gonna sit there and want to sit in a situation just to see what happens. People are not doing that nowadays.
No,
They're not doing it in
it's too
colleges.
dangerous.
They're not doing it in malls. We barely doing it in churches because there's too many shootings to sit here and try to figure out what's going to happen next.
And
That's what I'm saying.
even how we talked about women arguing with a man, the flip side is, if a man is this comfortable arguing and raising his voice and being this way to a woman, that shows you something. Because I
Right.
remember my sister was in an argument. She came home from work. We had a tenant, and the tenant was across, like, diagonal from the street, so he could see when she came home, and he didn't like the fact that she was addressing something that he was doing that was wrong. So she came home and he came across to confront her. A man came across the street to confront and yell at a woman. Red flag
Mm-hmm.
number one. She called my number and didn't say anything because I was still living, we're all living at the same house at that point still. And she didn't say hello, nothing. She just called the number and I could hear him, um, the guy saying stuff. I'm like, "You're outside?" She went, "Mm-hmm." He's whatever. She said, "Mm-hmm." I said, "Okay." And I just jumped up, threw on something, and I ran out. I did not know at the time that the other neighbor, the senior, he was a senior citizen, was out waiting with a baseball bat because he heard what was going on. So he come in. I said, if you come on the property, if you cross the property line, I'm not even telling you again. It's going down. So he made sure he kept stepping back, stepping back, stepping back. And he came there making a scene, addressing. He's a married man with young children. But you have to read somebody. When somebody shows you who they are,
Yep.
believe them the first time. That man showed you who he was in that store, and this man showed me who he was. He had no problem. He had no problem confronting a woman at night in front of her house.
Nope.
There was no conversation to be had. So she was, de-escalating it, and I said, and I made it clear: if you cross that property line, it's on, like Donkey Kong. And he
Right.
did not cross the line because he knew I'm not. She'll de-escalate. I'm not de-escalating. That was me, like the older me, which was much less calm. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
there was no de-escalation, because everything that he did was disrespectful. You do not
Right.
approach a woman at night and blah blah, yelling, carrying on, and then like the whole street could hear and see, like it was like a whole scene. And the neighbor was
Mm-hmm.
there with his little baseball bat, and it's like, it's kind of clear. So hi ladies, if a man is that comfortable behaving like that towards you and using his voice and the volume and language to intimidate you, that's the red flag. You don't need another red flag. That's your red flag.
Yep.
And I don't care about, well, I have a right to be here. You do have a right to be here. But do you want to be right, or do you want to live to see another day? Because that's what
Yep.
sometimes it comes down to. Because when the ego kicks in and they'd have no control. He had no control over himself. His wife was nowhere to be found to even come and calm him down.
Hmm.
So there, I knew from the time I said, this is not going to be a conversation. When I went out there to help her, it was to beat him down. At least the two of us could take on a man more than one of us. So I
Right.
knew what it was. I had the Vaseline. I greased up, quick. Threw on the door, threw on something over the pajamas. I, whatever, boom, 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 and I went out the door. It wasn't about having a
Yep.
conversation. I knew what it was because his behavior told me what it was. I'm not
Yep.
saying I'm out here. Read the play. All I'm saying is, women, read the play. Read the play. And he kept himself under control. And every time he was getting towards the line, he knew and he backed it up. So the physical distance was there. He wasn't right in her face like this lady. That
Right.
that is not good. He's in your personal space. That's like the red flag. Like alarms are blaring. This man
Yep.
was not in our personal space, but he was saying crap and blah blah blah. But we had that space, and we could go into our house, and the neighbor had a bat, and I had my stuff, to take care of whatever. But
Right.
you, come on, women, let's not act like, well, he should have left. Who should have left? Really?
Her, because she
If
had
you
the
are the
child.
dominant person and you can beat up the person that you're, even if the person was wrong, even though he was wrong, he has the physical strength to beat you down. You can't beat him up. Who should have
Mm.
left? It's not about being right. It's about being wise.
Wise.
I cannot take down a man, so I'm not gonna even go there. It doesn't make sense for me to go there. But I've seen men that have no problem arguing with a woman and addressing her and cussing her off. I wouldn't do that. I don't know, he got the notice, And it was a long process, and he wasn't paying, but he you have to watch how people move, because even in that situation with that man, yeah, you don't know about Vaseline, so that when they try to grab you up the cat, you're slippery, you're slipping and
You're
sliding, and
slipping
plant, plant,
everywhere.
and a plant, get the Vaseline, and,
Man, we used to do our Vaseline and
the
our twins.
Vaseline,
You
and then
had
the
to have
cat
your
scratch your face,
Vaseline.
you got the
Yeah.
but you have to watch how people move, because this man, the way how he treated his wife. Now, I didn't see any abuse, nothing like that. But when you see a man behaving badly, and it was more than once I saw the man behaving badly and just no respect, he had no upbringing, no home training, the way that he had just lived his life, and your wife can't like correct your behavior or like talk to you or say
Calm
anything
you
to you
down.
as a man.
Right.
That man's not is a very volatile man. She just sits there quietly and just doesn't say nothing. Now I understand there's a dynamic between, there's a time and a place. You don't embarrass your man, but she could never say anything to her man.
No.
Nothing.
Mm-mm.
How what he said was the highway, even though he was going down a ditch. She's going down the ditch with him. He had like he
Yes,
was very
Ashley.
controlling, very domineering, very, very, very. That was a red flag. And so we were careful how we dealt with him. But when he came to the house and was making a scene, that's why I'm saying people need to know where you are. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Okay, it's been 15. You look out the window. Thank God she had a phone and I picked up my phone. Thank God I even answered, and right away she didn't say hello. She didn't say, she was just like having it on like ambient, and I could hear him. I'm like, right away I knew. All right, is something's wrong? Boom, out the door.
Right.
If I didn't answer the phone, it could have, who knows, but she probably would have called me again. Maybe she would have honked the horn and made noise where I would have heard it from my window and it would have gone. But the point is, you have to be very careful. You removed
Mm-hmm.
your earrings. No, I didn't have on earrings because it was bedtime. I used to take them out, but now I keep the hoops in. But yeah, he knew, and I had no intention of winning that fight. That wasn't about winning. It was about making sure that my sister was okay. So more
Yep.
likely than not, we would have probably got a few black eyes and a few whatever. But two against one would have been better than one against one. So, but this lady she did not have the upper hand. She did not have. Nobody can convince me, and you can't argue the point with me. She did not have the upper
No.
hand. She
Mm-mm.
should have left, especially since she had her child with her. I don't
Right.
have a kid, so I can't say, but me by myself would have been long gone, 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 because I could not take on the man. And I had
Right.
nobody there to back me up. And me calling somebody who's going to come in time. All the chips were against her. It didn't pan out good for her.
That's why this case is gonna be it's gonna be complicated because people are gonna feel like, well, he has priors with abusing women and stuff like that. But at the same time, they can say, well, she didn't remove herself from the
She
situation.
didn't.
And
No.
that's why this case is gonna be interesting because there's so many moving pieces. Usually when there's a self-defense case, they let them go that same day, but her and her child had to sit in jail for, I was it 3 days or
Yeah.
5 days?
I think it was five. I
I
don't
think it
quote me
was
on that though.
5. And a lot of people was angry about that, right? But again, they was like this too many,
There was
there
too many. There
was
was too
too
many,
many
and even the
things.
part about him, the child kept firing. I, I was, I haven't, been trained that long, but the one thing I know from you guys in the U.S. side and the people over even here, when they turn their back to you, when the perpetrator turns their back and running away, and you start firing in their back, that's like a no-no. That
Right,
means that you now have the upper hand, and you had control over the situation, and
right,
now, and the child fired a few times in the person's back, right?
right.
um Miss Hood, Texas Lala, is it Shantiela, what's her name? Shan.
Shani Retirement. Is
No,
that
the lady that the lady who the victim, the
oh, I
something hood,
forgot her name.
something hood.
Some yeah.
Shat.
but
Listen, I
but
can't
it
remember that
was
one.
the Chicago
The
Sassy. It
Chicago
is the
case. The Chicago
Chicago
case.
incident. Yeah,
Oh, you know, yeah, I can't remember the woman's first name. Shan something. I want to say Shanae, but that's not the name.
no,
It's a name that's not common to me, so I don't know the name. Hey, Shantirement, and anybody else I missed. Sorry, we're just talking. Demo saying, having lived in Jamaica, New York, and 3 combat zones, I read the room and show respect. There is no replay once action starts. Read
right,
the room and show respect. Never underestimate anybody. Yep.
right,
Never underestimate anybody. Yeah, we're discussing the Chicago incident. I was just giving my 2 cents way after the fact in terms of I don't believe the man was right. That's I'll say it again just in case people come in. The man was out of order, out of pocket, had no business putting his hands on anybody. But I
right,
don't believe her hands are all the way clean. And I think her behavior is the direct cause of her child having to be involved in the way that he was involved. I don't believe had she had left and stopped talking and stopped antagonizing the person because the person was angry, I don't think her child would have had to do what he had to do. And I think his outcome would have been better if she did not agitate the man because he was already agitated. It was clear as day. I wasn't there. I'm talking
mhm,
about it through, being outside.
right,
And I read a scripture about a soft answer turns away wrath, and a verse in Ecclesiastes talking about anger rests in the bosom of fools. There are certain ways that angry people handle themselves. They're irrational, irate, they're out of control. This is what they are, this is what they do. There's no reasoning with these people. So
mm,
what is our how do we handle it? And especially when you as a woman, because I'm a woman, are out somewhere alone and a man is getting irate and carrying on with you. You cannot do what you would do with another female.
right,
That you can't do handle it like that. You're handling a man, and a man has an upper hand physically against you if he gets physical, whether you have a firearm or not. And just because you have a firearm doesn't mean you can actually get to your firearm. Even sometimes,
right,
you tell me if I'm wrong, reaching for it and your waist, they could pin your arm, they could do something to stop you from really getting it out properly.
yeah,
It's not a guarantee that you can get it out. So you can't operate
right,
like, oh, I have a firearm. No, you have to de-escalate. You have to try to leave, get away. That is your last resort. Last. And I think you had shared one time you were out somewhere on the road and someone was trying to like you and Alex were in a car and someone was trying to like point something at you and
oh, well, we was walking and the guy was in the car.
oh, the guy was in
And
the car.
and yeah, but he was following us because he wanted my number. And like I was walking the direction he was going. So I had to turn back around, even just stop myself from going to where I was going to go and walk the other way just so I can get away from him. But he circled around and was still. And I was just like, I'm not going to argue with you. There was
No.
no point of me arguing with him because I knew he had a firearm. And more or less, I had to walk sideways with my son behind me just
Because
so
you
I
have to keep
can
your eyes on him. Yeah.
on him. But it was like if I did argue, he was getting mad. If I didn't argue, he was getting mad. So I just had to stop walking and be like, what are we doing?
And
What are we doing?
he had a
Exactly.
firearm on top of it.
Right. And
So
I was like,
like
what are we doing? Where's this gonna go? What do you want from me? Like, tell me what you want so we can resolve this whole situation. And it was something like I said, just wanted my phone number. And I'm like, but I'm married. And he was like,
it's
I know what I want. And that's when I knew, listen, you not rap tight because you don't know who my
no, yeah, he's
person is.
not he's loose. He's short of a dozen, he's not all the way.
Right.
But even I went to Jamaica because you know how the culture is. It's like men will ask for your number or whatever, and you're like, and then they'll insult you like, oh, you ugly little gremlin. It's this
Right.
whole thing that women and men do. And I went to Jamaica, and this guy was calling to me, whatever. I said, you know what? And I said to him, thank you, but I'm not interested. I'm in a relationship. And then he
Right.
stopped and he says, you know what? He goes, mad respect. He goes, a lot of women, when you call to them, they respond to you in a disrespectful way, like you piece of, you say something back and then
Right.
whatever, and you flash your hand like they're a fly, and that. He's like, you know what? Mad respect. He goes, you talk to me like a person. You looked at me in my eye and you just said, thank you for the compliment, but no, thank you. He goes,
Mm-hmm.
and because that doesn't happen. That's the point. That doesn't
Nope.
happen. And I said already, men don't like to be like disrespected or embarrassed. When they get the
Yep.
embarrassment, they dig in their heels more, even though they're already wrong, and go all the way wrong. They're just they're just made different. That's just how they are.
Yep.
So it's in your best interest to say, you know what? Thank you for the compliment, thank you, but sorry, my husband really wouldn't. He's mentally unstable. Like, you have to find a little something to make it funny, to kind of like, make them laugh and kind of move along. But this is what you're dealing with.
Right.
It's so you have to be very careful, because you don't want to be, you know, the victim of violence because the man cannot control his anger himself. Keep it moving. I just think she could have kept it moving. And I'm
So
not
let me
blaming
ask
her.
you
I'm
a
not blaming
question.
her. But when you go into a situation and you get out of it, you have to do some self reflection. You have to. If you're not reflecting,
Mhm.
then I guess you thought you were in the right, and see how it could have been different had you made some different decisions. I think that's human nature. Let me just catch up with the chat.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
lot going on in the chat.
Chicago is a mess. Left 20 years ago. Oh, you used to live there. Got cop friends there, and they just don't care anymore because mayor and bosses don't like them. Um, Call the police if you can, and if the police don't do what anything, then call the FBI. Then if nothing about men and women fighting, then they're the last resort. Yeah, I don't think men and women. Yeah, I don't think you should be fighting.
Yeah,
Call me a punk, but I would have missed out on that chicken, fish, or burger that night. No, that's what I'm saying. You're
that's what
not
we're
weak.
saying,
You're not a
Sassy.
punk. People think that's strength. That's enough strength to self control. That no, you know what? I don't need that burger, but I would have still been alive and not. Yes, and my son would exactly. That's
Yep.
exactly what I'm saying, Sassy. I'm not blaming her. I hope people don't. People need to listen keenly, because I find people hear a piece and they gone with the wrong piece. I'm
Right.
not blaming her. He had no right to do what he did, but I don't think she handled it in the wisest way. As a woman being somewhere alone, I don't think she took her exits. She had about 3 chances to really leave, and she didn't take those chances. Why wouldn't she just leave? There's no shame in leaving. You're not a punk. You're not weak.
Right.
It's sometimes that's the best decision. Leave and then come back when the person is gone. I don't
Mhm.
care. Last resort call, say police. Just just leave. The point is leave. Don't engage, because when you engage, how do I say this? It's like if you engage with them and you keep going back and forth, it's like you've opened the door, because you keep engaging. Once you stop engaging, you've closed the door on your end, and anything else that happens, it's all on them. Right now,
Mhm.
I don't feel it's all on him. I feel that some of it, the part with her son getting involved, I feel that her hands had a play in that part, because her son would not have gotten involved. You all know who have sons. I'm sure Alex would have gotten so angry and
Yep.
lost control. You who have boys know boys love their mothers.
Yep.
Love, 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 love their mothers. And they would go all out for their mother. You, as a mother, know that.
Yep.
You know that. And you still nagging the person when you know
Yep.
your child can't tolerate anybody disrespecting you.
That's what I
He
say
was put in a
with
situation. Sorry, go ahead.
parents. It's not. I say this all the time. When you're in a situation with your child, it's not about you. It's your child, and you don't want to put your child in a certain situation that is gonna backfire, good or bad. Just, you know what I mean? Just remove yourself. I did it plenty of times, where I'm just like, hey, it's not even, because I know my son. Trust me, Alex is a Gemini, so his mood swings is very like
Yeah,
yeah,
he's saying he saw an incident yesterday, aggressive lady. And I'm not saying women are right. Women are all the way wrong sometimes too. But I'm just speaking on this particular situation because when a woman doesn't have the same physical strength as a guy, and the guy looks small and lean, and you think, oh, I could take him on. Oh no, these men are, they may be lean and strong and straggly, but they're very strong. I don't think it was a good move for her to even engage. And her child, hey Shanna, her child, like I don't care if it was her who had to fire on the guy,
right.
but to know that her child had to do it, that's not a good feeling. I just don't feel good about that because his now he has to deal with the repercussions of that. He was just a kid getting straight A's, minding his own business, and now this. So
But I'm
why
gonna say
couldn't
this,
she be quiet? Why couldn't she just shut up? That's what I want to say, but I don't want to say it that rudely. But why couldn't she just shut the hell up?
right?
Can someone tell me why she couldn't shut the hell up?
Because it's not in us, Urban. The quite honestly, it's just us. It's us as women. We like to argue. It's in our nature. Sometimes we don't want to be disrespected. There's times where, and I also feel as like this. I feel like our community is getting lost, meaning that some of us don't want to listen to our elders because times is changing. And
Hey,
now that
African.
things are in a uproar, we're kind of like we need to go back to listen to our elders, like you said earlier.
We need the elders because I know for me personally, there's a lot of foolishness I was involved in. I fought guys. Don't get me wrong. You're talking to
Right.
somebody who in her younger years, and it was the same thing that Salon Diva was saying because she said something about men be disrespectful. So the same thing. They're trying to pick you up. You're being respectful, and then they're
Hmm.
not taking no for an answer, and literally now are tormenting you and your crew of girls,
Right.
tormenting you because you didn't accept the advances, and now hurling insults, talking about every of all your body parts and this and that, and being mad disrespectful. And my
Hmm.
friend, she's a hothead. She's always the hothead. So when she get hot, I have to follow and back her up because I can't leave her by herself. So in that situation, and that was before they stopped serving like Coke and all those things in the glass bottles. Back in the day, you would go out and they would serve you with a glass bottle. But then it ended up being a weapon because we had to turn that buckle over and be like, yo, yo, yo. I literally went there to have a good time. We were polite.
Right.
We didn't say, yo, scrub, whatever. We didn't do none of that. We were like, no, thank you, not interested. We were very polite. So it wasn't us.
Hmm.
And the man them said, oh, they just, I don't know what's wrong with these dudes. So same thing. You know, and then I had to back her up because I'm not leaving my friend. And then
Right.
I don't know what happened, but police were there. But before the police came and saw that there was a altercation between women and men, my friend got her foot up and really kick him in his abdomenish area, and she got
Mhm.
a kick in there. And I'm thinking, how did we get here? I don't understand how we got here. But these guys don't know how to treat women. And at that time, I was a girl. They don't know how to treat girls. They don't have any respect. They can't just take your no thank you and move it along. And it became physical. So there's been a
Right.
few times I had to fight a guy, not because I'm being mouthy and disrespectful, because the guy instigated the physical fight. Thank
Right.
God I, live to fight another day. And I'm always fighting, but while I'm fighting, I'm looking. Where can I
Yes.
leave? Where can I run to? Can I
Yes.
tuck and roll? Can I tuck and roll? And I'm trying to,
Right.
you're swinging your arm, but you're not really fighting. You're just looking how to get out. So that's
Yep.
always my plan. How am I gonna get out? But
I
these men
agree.
be mad disrespectful, and they don't have a problem. So you have to be extra careful because if you're rude, it's a problem. If you're aggressive, it's a problem. If you're mouthy, it's a problem. Like the female part is like difficult because anything that you could say, if you clap back, it's a problem. If you talk about their mother, it's a problem. If you diss their
Mhm.
hair, like it's always a problem. I told somebody about their shoes. Oh, it was a big fight.
Yep.
It's about your shoes. Oh, he wanted to have a whole war. He wanted to jump me in the park. I'm like, come on. But you grow up and you realize, okay, I can't. That's not how you interact with people. But some of these dudes haven't grown up. They still have that childlike mentality that I'm gonna threaten her. I'm gonna get aggressive with her. I'm gonna.
Yep.
And now these same dudes have firearms.
Yep. Legal and illegal. Legal and illegal.
For me, arguing. So nobody
You,
heard what she said,
yeah.
but
You couldn't
arguing does
hear
not
her.
mean you raise your voice.
Right.
Arguing does not mean you raise your voice because some of us have a way of saying stuff under your breath that you know is gonna piss. You
Listen,
know damn well it's gonna piss off somebody. You
I
know
don't
that
raise
that
my voice.
I don't raise my voice,
Everybody
but I
knows
say
I
some
don't
some
raise my
low
voice.
down dirty things that will cut you deep. And
That's
that's we
me.
know, we know,
That's me.
we know.
I'm that one. I will
Hey
not raise my
DT,
voice, but I will use words to hurt your feelings.
hurt
Period.
them, hurt, hurt,
And
hurt.
that's even worse. Because even when somebody's yelling, you can match their yelling. And 9 out of 10, when you're yelling, you're just saying just to be talking. But when you're calm and you saying hurtful things, I'm telling you, people don't know how to take it sometimes. And it
They
makes
they
the
they
situation
can't take an insult. They
and
can't take a diss and
right,
clap back or say, "All
right,
right, you got me good." They can't take it. But women, just because you're not raising your voice doesn't mean you're not arguing. Because if you're going back and forth and you're clapping back or you're giving your multi you giving multi back,
right.
you're arguing because you're engaging. You're keeping the
You're engaging.
conversation
Yeah,
going. Arguing doesn't mean that you're out of control. It could be them out of control, and you're kind of saucing them along. You're adding a
mhm,
little hot sauce at the right spots to piss them off even more and to get them all. I find it rather funny. I do it all the time, but I make sure that I have control and I'm in a safe environment. But I'll piss you
right.
off. I'll press your buttons. I'll piss
Yep,
you all the way off, and I'll laugh at you after because I
yep,
find it funny when you can't control yourself. I find it hilarious,
yep,
and people. So, I'm like, yeah, I'm giving your bet, hit me. And I'll let you even hit me. And I'll roll on the floor and I'll lie there, make a whole scene and call the ambulance and make a whole scene.
damn, Urban, I'm not doing.
That's what I do now. One girl, and she hit me and I roll and I boom, boom, boom on the floor. And, oh, God. And made a whole scene. Made a whole scene. I'm going to get the Oscar for this one. Halle Berry ain't got nothing on me, but it was a woman. And I'll call night and the police come and I was like, go up on the stretcher. I went on the stretcher.
Oh
I have
my
to get checked out, man. I have to get checked out.
God. No, I had to change I had to
But I have,
change.
you gotta stop.
Yeah, I had to change because I carry every day now. So I can't be, I don't want to lose my rights. So
Exactly.
I
You
have to
don't want to
switch
lose
it
your
up.
right, but you don't want to lose your peace because that's what people seem to not your peace. If you got into something and you are in the right, you are being attacked and you defended yourself.
Right.
There's a lot that happens after to you
Yep.
and maybe even getting a lawyer and legal and the whole
Yep.
agitation after that people need to factor in.
Yep.
That's,
Because that's
and
what
then
she
their
had.
family blaming
Right.
you and blah, 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 blah.
Right. Because now she lost her firearm. They had to go through all these. Now she got to go through all these hoops. If she could still carry it, I can't lose my right. If I'm
No,
gonna lose, if I'm gonna go through that, listen, it better
then
be
it has to
where
be for a good
all
reason.
my T's are crossed and all my I's are dotted. That's what I'm saying with this one. It's difficult. It's difficult because you gotta weigh it out like the justice system is gonna
Yeah,
weigh it out.
exactly. You got it
You
right. The
can't just
justice
be your
system isn't
personal.
just.
Oh, you can't be just your personal opinion. And that's
No,
why I did watch it a couple of times. I didn't watch it because, oh my God, I want to see this dude beat up this girl. No, I had to look at it on
I was
both.
analyzing it and I couldn't
Right.
believe because the clip that I got was only him saying, "Ah, my mother," and then pam, pam, pam. So then when I
Right.
started seeing like the beginning, like more of the beginning part, and I'm like, I just don't think she handled it wisely. I
Right.
really, and I was grappling with it for about 2 weeks. And then African them had a live, which was very good. You were
Mm-hmm.
there too, and it was like hot. And then somebody said, I would have blazed up the whole place. I'm like, what?
What?
How is this elder talking about she's gonna blaze up the place? I was like, and he was like, no, 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 no.
You
And
can't be
I've
just
seen that
shooting up
happen,
the
and you
place.
can't. But that's exactly she just hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm.
They have the ego, then you retaliate with the ego, then this is a bigger mess because everybody's like, nah, man, you're not gonna do that to me, and I'm not leaving. I came here I'm getting my damn burger. I'm not
And
leaving.
nobody walked away with their food. At the end of the day, nobody ate. Nobody got their damn food.
That's what people have to
Lala,
remember.
yes, the
Nobody got
charges,
no food, nobody got no sleep, nobody,
right.
who won?
And nobody went home, to be
Nobody
honest,
went home.
because they had to
One's
go to
in
jail
6 feet
and he's going
under,
to the morgue.
two were in the come on. And I was so that I was like, yo. So I sat on it for another week. Then you all had your live talking about, conflict, dealing with the
Right.
conflict. Because this is the whole point. There's always gonna be a conflict.
Yep.
And sometimes we're out in the world and we're just in a bad mood. Something else happened that has nothing to do with what's going on now, but you're already triggered, you're already irritated. And
Yep.
how somebody handles you and the wisdom that they use could make or break a situation. The last time when I told you guys I was cussing off the neighbor spraying chemicals in the air, I wasn't out of control. I was not out of control. But the way that the wife handled the situation was very wise. She did not agitate me further beyond what I was already agitated because that would have, there was a good
Right.
distance between us. Her tone of voice was very good. She goes, you know what? Okay. She goes, okay, okay. You know what? We'll stop right. And she was reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not something that you wait to do when somebody else is reasonable. You have to have these skills now. So
Right.
I think the mother could have done some things differently, and we need to discuss it, and we need to implement that in our lives, because
Yeah.
guess what, we all going to be out and about and something might happen where we're a witness to it or we're in it. We have to de-escalate. You have to be able to just,
Right.
okay, calm down, use good body language that's more calming, use your tone of voice calming, even your tone of words. Don't say slightly salty things, but say it softly. It's still salty. It's gonna burn.
Right.
Say, keep things smooth, because it's just not worth it. It's not worth the.
Right.
Hey GT, I'm bringing
Lala.
GTO.
Hey, GT.
Hey there, I can't see you. I done messed up. Hold on.
Lala, the charges were dropped,
Yeah, they
but
were
if
dropped.
the family decides to go to civil court, that's going
They're
to be
gonna sue.
something
Yeah, the
different.
family can still sue them. See that part?
Yep.
I see. This is exactly why I'm saying it's not worth it, because you think it's done, but it's
It
not
may
done.
not be done. It
It's
may not
not
be.
done. And if she doesn't have insurance, she's screwed, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
So they can sue her, even though that young man was out of order and out of pocket. His family can sue her in civil court.
Right.
So this situation that we're talking about is not over for her by any means. That's why I'm saying sometimes just leave, man. Leave. Just leave. Because you're not if the justice system was different, where he was found, as the antagonist, and that's it, they can't charge her for nothing, fine, but nah, I wouldn't even bother,
Right.
because this legal system is very trickified. So now she's suing the police department for whatever she's suing them for. That's what I last heard.
She's
Yeah.
suing
She's
the
suing
police
I
department.
don't know why she's doing that though. I don't know what she's getting out of doing that. I don't know.
for the way
Who
they
told
treated
her to do
her. And listen,
that?
that's what I saw on the news. I don't know for sure, but she's, because of something, the way they treated her and the way something. I don't know. But the lawyer
Oh,
said that they're gonna be suing the police department.
I don't know if she's gonna win that one though.
I don't know. And it's like,
I don't know. I don't see how, because they did everything, to my knowledge, they did everything by the book. They did, like, they had to investigate and everything.
When a crime is committed, when it involves a firearm, don't you have to go to jail, Erica?
You don't
yeah,
have to. It's under it
the discretion of the
it's
officers.
yeah, it's what the situation was. So with them, they had to get as much detail as possible, because again, even though he shot him inside the store, he was still continuing to shooting towards his back when he was running away.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to. You're supposed to stop and not fire at somebody's back. So I think that was the big reason why they
And
sent
they
them
thought that
home.
she told him to go get it, to come and go
Yeah.
deal with the guy, like go get the thing.
And if she told him to do that, then that was a planned, then, then they're going to say it was planned out. So that's why there's so many pieces to it.
And then Texas Lala is, hey, Jason is saying the family ain't gonna win any lawsuit. I don't think she would get anything either. But this is my issue. If somebody puts a lawsuit against you, that means you're still in a court and in a trial, right? It means you have to
Right.
still pay legal fees. You have to still be involved in the whole process, which is very stressful. I don't even know if you can go to work when you're in a trial. And if you're charged or you're in a trial, is your job going to hold the job for you till you come back?
I don't think so.
So
You can
this is
take like an absence of leave,
for a year. Like,
maybe.
this is the part. So it's like your whole life is in shambles and stress because of something that you could have walked away from if you just didn't
Right.
engage. That's what I'm saying. Maybe the court will just throw out the case, but she has to get a lawyer. The lawyer has to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole thing.
I tell my wife and my son, don't be arguing with no man. I tell my wife, if dude give you a problem or whatever, and you see he high tense or whatever, don't sit there and argue with him. I said, because when men get involved, we don't play the same way. We play for
Nope.
keeps. So
You don't
please
play the
Right.
don't
same way.
please don't play with them men like that. And I tell my son, you stay in a child's place. When it comes down to it, you tell an adult that's available. If even at school, if something's going on, you tell the teacher. And if the teacher ain't doing her job, then you pop him in his mouth if he keep on putting his hands on you, and you crack that jaw. That's what you do. I don't teach violence, but you show body stuff. You don't let nobody do that. And it's the same with my wife. My wife, I know who my wife is.
You're cutting in and out right
Am I
now. Okay,
back?
yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Okay.
This,
Yeah, I
like,
got this
people wanna
this
argue the
dial
point
up.
about, oh, he got what he deserved. He got what he deserved. Yeah, but everybody loses. So now
Yeah.
she has to go through a whole civil trial. Sassy's saying she might get let go from her job because most jobs ain't gonna even want you to touch that with a 10-foot pole because you're a
Right.
bad image now. You're a bad image to their Like, there's all these layers. It's not just like, oh, yep, he got what he deserved. Great, good. No, this could
No.
ruin the next 2-3 years of your life. Like, ruin. And you
Right.
have to go back and rebuild because you didn't want to leave the food in the restaurant. Because that's what it came down to. You were in the restaurant. I think I'm lagging now. Am I lagging?
You're good now.
Okay. I don't think it was worth it. I think she should have left. And I don't care. Oh, I'm not leaving. A lot of these women that I'm hearing saying about, I'm not gonna leave and I have the right. Listen, that's not wise advice. It's not wise advice.
Right.
That's not sound advice. Hey, LP and Unicorn, what did I miss? It's not. And GT just said men and women do things differently. And the legal system is not something to play with. You don't want to just jump in there because it's not something to
No.
play with. And everybody wants to get paid. The lawyer wants to get paid. Everybody has to get. So that system's now making millions of dollars in terms of it going through this process. And what do you walk away with? Even though you weren't in the wrong, what do you walk away with? A bad name, people who want to get back at you, retaliation. Maybe you
Mhm.
don't have a job. Like,
It's a lot.
now, by all means, if you have to defend yourself, I believe in self-defense wholeheartedly.
Right.
But last resort to take somebody out. That's all I'm saying. To take somebody out is a last resort. I would sooner hit them over the head with a bottle or something else than allegedly than to go and take them out. I would do some things before I got to that point because I don't
Right.
want to be responsible for that. But women and men, women, need to. I'm saying women because she was a woman. She needs to have some coaching from some elder women on how to operate, and
Right.
that was not how she should have operated with her child with her and letting it escalate because she had no control over that man. He was already clearly out of his out of his rocker,
Right.
and she kept talking. That's a problem for me. I'm thinking I think she could have handled it better. And when she kept talking, it was like saying, F you, I'm going to say what I want to say, and you can't stop me. When the man already told her, if you keep talking, I'm going to hit you. I'm my mother. I swear on my mother, I'm going to hit you. But, anyways, Darren, what are you saying?
Hey, half of these lives that you see me pop on, I get like a flashback. I grew up in a really harsh environment where my parents fought like this. They actually fought like you ain't, you know. Sorry, man. I mean, it was really bad. And I learned a long time ago that the control of my emotions needs to be in the forefront. And
Yeah.
you know, I get when I get mad, I go from 0 to 100, and then just escalates and escalates. So I try to. I'm always preaching on my channel, stay in your lane. And this is a prime example. If I start arguing with someone and I'm leaving, I'm getting out of this situation because I know my attitude. It's not going to be gratitude. It's going to be something else. And
Hmm.
I don't want to die. I don't want to be nobody's boyfriend in jail. I don't want, my life is finally going okay. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to go back the other way. So, I have guns. I don't have little guns. The guns you guys talk about are pea shooters. I have cannons. And I got these things for going to the gun range and shooting. And that's really it. If I got to protect myself, I'm not coming that way. I'm not going that way. I'm not doing it. And that's your right. You want to, but with the way my emotions pop out, uh-uh. I want to shooting everybody, and then by the time I'm done, I'm like, what the heck did I do?
Exactly. That's
You
exactly
know,
what we heard people saying. They were gonna just go and exactly. You wouldn't want to do that, but the anger has turned on, and
th-
you can't turn it
thank you.
off.
I
And
can't
then
turn it off.
you're not thinking clearly now, as with the other person.
Until it's a piece. I was on Miss T's thing, and everybody was talking about cheating and all that stuff. I said, I'm killing you. I'm killing the dog. I'm shooting the parakeet. I'm getting the lizards. I'm taking everybody out. So
Allegedly, though, this is
just
all alleged.
look, break up with me. Leave me. You know what I'm saying? Leave me. I'm taking
Allegedly.
all y'all out. Yeah. No, this is for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah,
But
There we go.
but
There
you
we
know,
go.
but you know what I'm saying? Because I done been hurt so much. And my mother, because I was big when I was a child. I
mm,
wasn't allowed to fight back until the last moment, and it messed something up here. You know what I'm saying? I had a prerequisite before I could ball my fists up. Was there no other way out? Was it this? Was it that? Was it this and that? And then I wasn't in trouble, but I hated it. I hated
yeah,
it. But it's in me now. You could actually come up and slap the piss out of me, and I'm not gonna do nothing. But if you mess with my wife, oh, God forbid. I'm taking you out. The
the
dog. I'm
audience
shooting your
is
car.
concerned that
Yeah,
you have
y'all better
weapons.
run. Don't sit there and videotape it. I'm shooting you with the camera. Just run,
Allegedly,
run. Yeah,
allegedly.
yeah, allegedly. But
Right.
you see what I'm saying? So now,
Everyone's
And
scared.
I
I'm like,
hear
how do you have weapons? I think he's exaggerating. I think he's really just
no,
exaggerating. You got to
yeah,
take
yes,
him
I'm
with
It's
exaggerating,
he's
entertainment. It's
but
exaggerating.
entertainment purposes.
but
Yeah.
but you see what I'm saying? And the other part of that is for a man to hit a woman like that guy hit that woman.
Right.
Something in his You know, he grew up wrong. He probably was in a single family household where he was not corrected by his father. You know, because you always raise up on your mama, and your mama tell your father, and the father beat the living bejesus out of you, and you'll
Mhm.
never do that again. And that goes over to not hitting women. And you know, it's those little things. But I'm gonna give you one more thing, and I'm gonna step down and keep driving.
Mhm.
The opposite happens too. You know, I just told you I grew up in a very violent household. My first wife knew that, and she took advantage of it. She would get in my
Yeah.
face. She
Yeah.
would,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, you want to hit me, and I would be in tears and veins
She's
bulging out of my head. But she
antagonizing. Yeah.
knew, yeah, but
Yeah.
she knew that was a limit that I would not want to go to because I watched my father do it. Do you see what
Right.
I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
And it ate me up inside until you know one day every fight when you know you don't want need to be with a woman or a guy was when every argument has to come to violence. And I remember the day I had to leave because she came down the stairs with my let me say this dull French knife. It was dull. I know it because it was my personal cooking knife. And my son was behind her. My little baby was behind her with a fake ninja sword, like he was gonna come in and do. And I looked at him and I told her, I'm going to pack my bags and leave right now because I'm going to do something that I swore I'd never do. And I left. But I came back before I left. I sat my son and took that sword from him and told him, "Have you ever seen me raise my hands to your mother? No. Have you ever seen me even get in her face? No. Have you ever seen me threaten her? No. Don't you dare, don't you dare do what you just did. Walk behind her like you're going to try to kill me with that fake behind whatever. You know what I'm saying? And see,
Hmm.
that's
Hmm.
that's what it comes down. You need a man in everybody's life. You can see that guy that he way he hit her, he never had a father figure in his life. You need a man to let you know, regardless, you don't do this. You don't do this. And I
Yeah.
won't lay my hand on a woman, but don't act like a man. That masculine energy.
Exactly.
Don't
There's two
come up
ways.
and hit me,
Don't come up
because
in your
I
face and
will.
be
Yeah,
antagonizing for men neither. Yeah.
yeah, I will retaliate. But the thing is, before you even think that, I'm going. I don't left because I know I'm still. I'm gonna say it all the time. I'm always working on me because there's a lot of damage up in here. There's a lot of brokenness that still needs to be glued together. Still needs to be put together. I'm not gonna go out in public and fight somebody and argue with a woman or fight somebody and all this other stuff because there are consequences. We're not children anymore. We're grown behind
Hmm.
people. There's
Hmm.
Right.
consequences. There's repercussions. There's all kind of stuff. You can't shoot nobody in the back, no matter if he beating on a woman or whatever. You can't do that in
That's
the United States.
yeah.
Right.
No, you can't.
That's
I,
in
and I know
that's
that
in
from
the
over here. That's a no
yeah,
no.
that's
That's
it.
a no no.
That's in the gun laws. So if you're gonna own a gun, you got to take that person. I don't like the NRA, but there's a black version of the NRA.
Naga,
Find them
naga.
out
Yeah.
and yeah, and get taught the laws, and ask yourself, am I willing to the stuff I own? It would take half your chest out. Do you see what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I'm not bragging about that, but am I willing to do that to a human being? Am I even willing to do that to a Klans member?
That
No,
that's
I'm not.
that's a strong question. That's exactly because people think it's all fun and games like video games. No, this is somebody's.
Nope.
This is
It's
this is
somebody's
a
life.
life. Somebody's
Yep.
life. This ain't no
Somebody's life.
joke thing. This ain't no joke thing. You think
Exactly.
it's all funny? Yeah, it's not.
And the
It's
spirit of that person doesn't go away. From after you take
exactly.
them away, that spirit still lives on and replays in your head.
Replays in your
So
mind.
be very cautious of your actions when you have to defend yourself because you got to live with that. You might can block it out
Yes.
pretty good, but you're gonna have some residuals coming up.
Because I have a good friend. We go on cruises together. But he's ex Black Ops. This guy has, he has ability to hurt you and kill you in many different ways. But he is calm around me. And I'm his sounding board. I talk to him, I talk with him. I've heard stuff that would shoot, it was straighten out the curly hair, whatever hair I got left. And it's sad because he's the example of what you do if you kill somebody. And this guy, he blames himself for many things. Even, one of his granddaughter, his grandchild passed away, and he blames himself because he said, "God, I've done all this bad stuff." This stuff rubs off on us. No matter what you say, you could talk all that crap. Because I'm from New York, we peacock. Oh, F bomb this, F bomb that, F
Yeah.
bomb, F bomb, F bomb. But we don't mean nothing by it. If you know he from New York,
It's part of the
I've gotten
culture.
it. Yes,
You
I've
don't
got.
say, you say move. You don't say excuse me, move. Get out my way.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And you
That's
The most
regular.
and
unpolite ever.
and you know that. And my wife gets on me all the time because I get around my buddy, this guy I was telling you about. We both from Long Island, New York. When he come around, F bomb, mother F bomb, blah blah blah. And she says, "Why do you be yelling at her?" I said, "Don't worry." She gets mad. I said, "No reason to get mad. That's how
That's
we
how we
talk.
talk.
Yes.
That's how we
Yes.
cut up and have a good time." She hates She hates me drinking, but I can drink around him. Ain't that funny? And it's freaking hilarious. But it brings up fear in me. Anxiety when we hear about these stories, and then we wonder why people look at us the way they do. And it's a broad spectrum. Well, he black. He probably did what that child did to do. They got hit them. So if you get in an argument, I better call the cops. And that's what they're thinking. And we got to come together as a race, as a people. Say, look, stop the violence. Stop acting like this, and let's. There's got to be a different way. There's got to be a better way. There's got to be something. There's got to be something. And we got to be the ones who want to change. I don't want none of that. Because now that I travel, now that I do things, I'm going to Costa Rica in 2 weeks. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
videotaping down there, having margaritas, and why I want to go shoot somebody. Look, man, look. Okay, yeah, I'm a punk. Yeah, I'm a little B. Yeah, yep. God bless you. Deuces. I'm out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But
Exactly.
other than that,
The bigger picture is people missing that. It's the world is so big. Arguing over, who's in line at the food place is such a small dot, but we make it so big. I just
Big.
wish you could have just made it smaller where she's like, okay, have at it. Go ahead. I'm gonna leave. You go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know why
you know,
she just couldn't do that because all that's happening now and still gonna happen that we don't even know about for her and her son, it wasn't worth it.
Right.
Wasn't worth it. And that's what
nope.
we need to start discussing because we think, oh yeah, I said in the chat, we all want to be Rambo. Sometimes we all want to think, yeah, we're gonna be Rambo, and I'm, Xena warrior princess. I'm like, no, this is real life, and the police are coming to your door. Charges will be. You have to have a legal. There's a whole process that you have to go through, and until we understand it really fully, we think it's a joke. And even the child, the way that he did, like the hole in the back thing, he wasn't trained. I don't think he had any proper training on
I
anything or
think
a
he was
conversation
trained.
because that's like grade one. Don't fire in somebody's back.
Right.
And he didn't, he kept going. So I'm
I
wondering,
think he just had basic training, not full training. So like when we started Alex, he had basic training. But
mhm,
then we had to keep training him, like, and we continue to train him. And
mhm,
even for ourselves, it's a continuous training because you got to learn your laws. You got to understand the different circumstances that you're put in or gonna be put in. So it's not like you get a firearm. And Urban, you know this. You get a
yeah.
firearm. It's constant training. It's
Constant
constant
training and
training. It's
situational, going through scenarios. That's, you guys go
yeah,
through different scenarios so that you can kind of learn, nope, that's not legal. If you're over here, they'll charge you. If you're over there, that's okay. Like
in
you got
each
to know the
state, each
rules to play this
country,
game.
everything is different. Every state is different. Every country is different. You have to know your rules. You gotta, even before you travel, you gotta know your rules. It's a lot to carry in a firearm. It's not something to be taken lightly.
No, it's a responsibility. And I just think back to the scenario that she could have implemented some better tools to
Right.
walk away from this situation, because as a result of being involved and engaging with this gentleman who had he was not reasonable, he was not going to be reasoned with, there's a lot of collateral damage. And I really believe that she was a key factor in the way that it developed, because if I can see that someone has lost control and they're on their last straw, they're literally telling you, if you do A, I'm going to do B, and you do the A, I don't see how you're crying victim. She is a victim, but I don't see how you're crying victim. Like, that's almost to me like you're being a bit presumptuous, because the person said to you in front of witnesses, if you do A, I'm going to do B. Then you did the A, they did the B. Now you're the man had no right, but the man didn't do what he didn't say he was going to do. He did what he said he's going to do. He said it and then he did it. So why didn't you believe it when he said it? Why did you have to experience it before you believed him? That's where I'm a bit lost, because you
That's
knew you
one
couldn't
part.
take him on.
That's one part I don't understand. Like I still love to fight, but I'm grown now,
Hey
so I don't
Tori.
have to fight. And one of the things that
Hmm.
I I used to do is I will push you to where you want to swing on me, and I want you to do that. I will bring you to that point to where you want to fight. That's why I educate, because I know my wife. I know my wife can be a little lippy. So that's why I've been teaching her over, because today's my anniversary. I just hit 6 years.
Happy
So
anniversary.
Oh, happy
I
Happy
appreciate it.
anniversary.
anniversary.
Yeah, yeah. So I've been with her about 11 years, something like that. So I know her attitude. I know certain things about her, but I made sure that I constantly told her, don't be arguing with no man in no street. It doesn't matter about anything else, because we 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 different. You know, some
Right.
of us have ego issues. I don't have an ego issue, but some of these men out here, they have ego issues, and if they say they're gonna do something, you can't. If it's a snake, expect the snake to bite you. So if he say he
Hello.
gonna do it, you need to back up and walk. It doesn't matter about the something that you lost. We can discuss that later, or we can obtain that later. But everything else is further down the road. Like I remember, me and my wife was working together, and I know my wife has a mouth, and it was this dude. Me and him was cool, and she called me one day irate and stuff, talking about dude that called out her name and everything. And I was like, well, what happened? She was like, that's what you got to ask me. I was like, yes, I've been dealing with you for about 4 years now. Yeah, 3 years now. I want to know what happened. And she telling me, and I'm like, no, I don't know. So I went up to the job because I worked there as well,
Hmm.
and I know dude, and I came to him like a man. I ain't come to him like he was no chump or nothing like that. And Buddy act like he was gonna fight me. So I'm standing there waiting for him to come around the corner. But I know who I am. And then I talked to my partners, and my partners told me what kind of dude he is. So I was going to go get my wife the next day, and I'm ready. Like I'm about to lose my life. And I told her from that day, I was like, you don't argue with no man, because we take it to different levels. We would, but now that I am a firearm, because it wasn't. Let me see how to word this. I'm a legal firearm owner now.
Hmm.
So I take
Hmm.
my you know, you gotta watch your words. You
Yeah, you
gotta
gotta
watch
watch
your
your
Right,
words.
words, you
right,
know.
right.
So I take my peace of mind with my peace, and understand that I have a different responsibility. I'm
Right.
not gonna let nobody take me off the street.
I can't have that because freedom is very, very important. If you've ever been down the road just for a week, you know that freedom is very important to be able to just everything. So
So
Yep.
were you
yeah,
saying? Are you saying? Question: Are you saying that when men take it to a different level, are you talking about the fact that now your wife came home and told you, and now you're gonna come and deal with the thing? Are you talking about that aspect, or just in terms of if he man said he's gonna hit you, he's gonna hit you, so you better just not
But
provoke
he's
this
saying
person?
both. He's saying
Both? Are
what
you saying both?
he's.
Because
It sounds
exactly,
like
she's
he's
gonna go home
saying
and
both.
tell GT that this man is getting disrespectful, and now you're gonna come in and hey, Triple, come in and get involved now and defend your woman. And sometimes these women be exaggerating. They act like they're the victim, and
Right.
their mouth got this man going, and then now your man's going there to go get beat up. So some of y'all men, when your wife tells you, "Oh, he did it," you get both sides of the. You keep asking the questions before you pick up yourself to go drive down over there to go confront the man, because you'll be
Yo,
unpleasantly surprised that this woman instigated some of this stuff. I've seen
and
it.
but that's what I did. I went to the
hey,
job to
Triple.
talk to him. I didn't call him out his name. I didn't make it. I didn't demean him. I didn't say it in front of people. I just said, hey man, what happened? She was saying that something about you said the B word to it. I'm like, what happened? And I
Mhm.
talked to him
Yeah,
calmly and whatever. And he was like, "Oh, you gonna try to check me?" And I'm looking like, "What in the world?"
yeah,
And then he
because we
was
don't want to
like,
be
"Oh,
corrected.
you
Oh,
want
We
to
don't want
fight?"
to
And
be
I was like,
corrected. Yeah,
"Sure, then."
if
Cause
oh
I'm not
oh.
afraid of a fight. I used to love the fight. I done broke these hands plenty of times on people's head because they dropped. So I'm
allegedly,
not
yes,
tripping
allegedly,
about that. But now I have a different conscience. But
yeah.
Buddy wasn't really
Oh,
about that. He was trying to
oh,
flex. And then when I seen him later on, because I was going to college,
Hmm.
I seen him. He doesn't have good eyesight. When I meet a person, I always evaluate their weakest point. I always do it. It's something about me. I see you, and I look for my advantages against you.
Of
I
course, yeah.
always do it. So I already had seen things about him. So when I seen him at college, I seen him before he seen me because he don't wear his glasses that he's supposed to wear, because I could tell from like the first 2 days that I met him that he can't see that good. So I already know I got the advantage. And so I walked up on him and I'm like, "What's good?" And I was close, just close enough to where I could throw that bow at him. I'm not gonna hit you with my fist. I'm gonna put you to sleep. I'm gonna hit you in your temple. So I'm thinking about this. He was like, "Oh man, I was on that stuff." And I started to think about it like, he was on that stuff. But my wife was out of line, I
Okay.
believe.
Okay, so he was on the powdery stuff and he had no control. Mm-hmm.
if if you call my
Mm-hmm.
wife the B word, I got to take you out. I got to hurt you. But she,
I'm not gonna let
So
my
hold
I
on.
got
temporary
spoken.
No, no, no. Let me
feelings
ask.
Yeah.
impact
If
my
somebody,
whole
if
life.
somebody just
You can
says
call her
whatever to
that.
your
We can
wife,
remove
go
Yeah,
hit your
ourselves.
wife.
I'm not doing that. If I
yeah.
do that, if I take care of it, that
I just know
means that I'm gonna
I'm
go
gonna
to
get an assault
jail
charge.
because I'm a.
I'm gonna
But then somebody else gonna be taking my time if I have to do years. Why would I
get.
put myself in a situation like that? Ain't no way in the world. I earned my
Okay.
right to lay in that bed with my woman.
Listen.
So if somebody
Yeah,
call my wife any word or whatever,
Any
tell her
word.
to walk
Yeah.
away, baby. Them ain't nothing but words. Then I done been called plenty of stuff. I done been called the
woo.
N word, all that stuff. But
Yeah.
I'm not. I can be
Well,
whatever you say I am. But I am great. I
I
guarantee you
think
that.
calling your wife a
So I
name
will never
is
let
not
nobody.
well,
Don't let
it's not
nobody
enough.
trick you off
If
the
they
again,
street,
hit your
man.
wife, if they lay hands on your
yeah,
wife, then yes. But just saying
That's a
whatever,
different story now.
you have to be
If,
Right.
if
you
that
have to be
dude
a little
can't
bit more, because I know
Yeah,
you
if
no,
he
be
if
that
he
that
can't
word.
handle his emotion, he put his hands on my wife, and my wife
then
didn't ward that. Nah, we gonna. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna be smart and logical about it. I'm not gonna just throw my life away. You got to be smart on everything. This ain't
yeah,
checkers. This is chess.
Yeah,
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 So don't let them
yeah,
yeah,
people
yeah,
trick you off the
yeah,
street on any kind of way. They put their hands on
yeah.
your wife. You got to you strategically get them
You better
strategically,
hope that
and that's
strategically.
you
only
better hope they
allegedly.
don't live near
That's
an
only
alley. I'm gonna
allegedly.
snatch him in that alley.
Yeah,
There
You
can't
better hope
stop.
they don't live in the alley.
can't stop it. Just listen. listen.
So
Snatch
wait,
him in the
hold
alley.
on.
Yeah.
That can't stop is
Wait,
in control. Don't let him fool you. Can't stop is in
right.
control. Can't stop
Can't
is very
stop.
strategic. He
It's
plays around like he's out of control to make you think that he's out of control, but he's always in control. Don't let him fool you. Don't
right.
let him fool you. So
Snatch
you're
you
like,
right
oh
in the
my
alley.
God, how is he licensed? How does he? Oh my God, he is in full control. He just talking smack. He would never
Because
do
I'm
that.
just like, he got
He would
cannons
hunt
and a
you down
license.
and he would make you think it's all good for 6 months, and then
Yo,
he's very patient.
she
Don't let him
know
fool
me.
you.
She know me.
Don't
I
let
was
him.
waiting.
And I'm the same damn way. That's how I know. That's how I know. It could be 5 years later. Trust and believe.
Right.
Trust
That's
and
why I
believe.
come
I
to
won't go
the
to jail for nobody. Not doing it. But you're gonna get it. I
You
keep
gonna
score.
get
I
to.
keep score. I don't forget. I don't.
Oh my
So
channel.
goodness.
That's
to
why I
be
come to
honest,
this
oh my
channel.
God, he's unstable. Listen, if you believe everything people say, I could say that. Doesn't make it true. Doesn't make it true.
It's only true when your Jamaican accent come up.
Doesn't make it true. Some of you are like, oh
when,
my
when
God, he's unstable. Where does he live? Let me call the authority. Let me call on him. What's his legal name?
But see, but guess what? I admit I don't. I have firearms, but I don't carry them because
No.
I know for a fact that I'll never be able to come out again. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So I
Yeah.
don't. No, I leave them at home, and that's it. you know, I
Yeah.
don't even buy no bullets. You know how much them bullets cost?
I know
These
they
freaking
ain't
things
cheap.
are
They ain't
expensive.
cheap. They ain't cheap. You got to buy them
And,
by the
and,
case.
and
That's the deal, man.
Yeah, and you imagine that boy kept on firing. I fired once, and I'd be like, that's $5 more. I don't know if I want to fire again.
He said
That's
$5 more.
how I am too. Like $5, $6. Okay, okay. You know, can I
Yeah, let me
reuse them?
think
Can
about
I
this.
reuse them? Can I put them back in? I'm gonna find a way to reuse them because these be
Like, I'd be like, look, man, I don't want to shoot you. These bullets are expensive. Can we just walk away from this? I'm just saying.
yeah. I think we need to, a lot of us need to rethink and like talk to people because this situation is not unique. It may not have been this extreme, but this happens every day. Women are in
Right.
places and being, disrespected. Women with a child, road rage, whatever it is. This is happening across the board. You need to
Yeah,
know how to
yeah,
handle. If you don't know how to control yourself, your mouth specifically, and stay like, because and antagonize and inflame. I read the verse. That's why people can't really argue with me. The verse says words can hit like a stabbing wound. Don't quote me. Somewhere in Proverbs, your words can deflate or they can inflame. You know exactly. Don't play like you don't know that your words can. Oh no, he should have left. No, your mouth can de-escalate something or it can make the fire it can be an accelerant to a fire. So you
Right.
know
yeah.
exactly what you're doing. And people say, oh well, it wasn't his responsibility. He was already unstable. He was
Yep.
the problem.
Yep.
You have a problem. This man was the problem. So why are you adding to the problem by adding accelerant to the fire? Does that make any
Yeah,
sense? But
yeah.
nobody
And
wants,
that's,
you're victimizing the victim. I'm not victimizing the victim. There was
nope.
some accountability in her behavior because ultimately her child is the one that had to deal with the problem and he has the repercussions, emotional, psychological, all of those things that can't be quantified and ticked off in a box that he has to live with. And I don't
Yep.
see how a mother would feel comfortable. And I'm not a mother, but I don't see how a mother could be comfortable putting her child into that. I can't understand it. I can't. It
Nope.
doesn't make any sense to me that she would feel comfortable putting him in that situation. Something's wrong in the sauce. Something's wrong. Nice eggs. Something's wrong. And that's my problem. If it was her alone and she had to do it and she had to take care of it and it was just her and the guy, that's different. But once her child was there, everything that she chose to do and say was impacting her child. And I have a problem with that. I do.
I agree.
because he's the one dealing it. She didn't fire it. She didn't fire. He did. If she fired, then it would have been just whatever. Your
Yep.
child had to clean up the mess. Had to clean up the mess because of your mouth. And I'm sorry if it's coming out harsh. I'm not blaming her for that man laying hands on her. I'm saying it 50 million times. I'm not blaming her for that man. That man is out of control and out of pocket. But if you are adding accelerant to a forest fire, you are just as bad as the forest fire itself. She could have calmed it down. You cannot antagonize a hostile person. They're out of order. You cannot. That's just gonna piss them off even more. You don't know how people get when they're pissed. Hey, Ricky, when they get pissed off, and then you tell your child to the car to do what? To do what? I keep, and we all. What was he going to the car to do? To sit there
So,
and wait, and you're gonna handle this man while you're
so
still in there with
that's
the
what
man?
I'm saying. That's why I'm saying that part is confusing because if I send Alex to the car, Alex knows why I'm sending him to the car. I'm gonna be straight up. There's been situations where I'd be like, Alex, go to the car. Even though I'm just sending him to the car, he still comes back with my purse. It may not be no
Because he,
conflict,
hello,
but,
he knows his mom is not going
but
to be
he
left alone with
knows
a volatile man. He's not stupid.
right. He
He's
gonna
not
be like,
stupid.
my mom's gonna say the wrong thing. He like she talks politely, but she gonna say the wrong thing, and it's gonna get out of hand. Cause why? I the same way I'm talking now. I talk like this, but I'm very disrespectful. I know that. My
Yeah.
husband knows that. So when I get into conflict with people, my husband was like,
Don't talk. Don't talk, Erica. Don't
right.
talk. Don't say nothing. Shut up. Erica, shut up.
He's
I
like,
said, Erica, shut your mouth.
shut up, just quiet. Like,
Because he knows.
but everybody knows. Everybody knows.
With
So
my wife, when it comes down to customer service and stuff, I
Mhm.
tell her, let me do it, baby. I got it. She was like, I got it. I was like, no, let me take care of it, baby. I got you, okay? Let me handle it for you. And I put myself in a role to where I'm letting her know that I'm in assisting her instead
Yeah.
of not
Controlling
telling her
instead of
that I
controlling.
don't want her
Yeah.
to do it because
Yeah. Yeah.
we got an extra flight. I mean, we got our flight
That's wise,
returned.
GT. That's wisdom. See? Wisdom.
Yeah. I've been studying women all my life. I love them, and I've been studying so I can love them better. So what I seen was they had told her no, and the way she was talking to the people that couldn't help her at the Alaska Airlines or whatever. I said, let me call. And she in the background, I'm like, you need to go over there, baby. Go in another room. Let me just talk to him. Because I know how to be, act like, hey, I know how to play that
Yeah.
role.
Yeah.
And we
You
got the
catch more
flight.
flies with honey than yeah.
She doesn't understand that all the time. And that's okay. That's my wife. I love her the way she is. But I
Right.
know that I have my strength and she has her strength. And one
Mm-hmm.
of her strengths is not to deal with customers. I am that guy. I can talk to the customer service person and get what we need, or at least I can walk away and I felt like I tried. We went
Yeah.
up like
Yeah.
3 levels and it was like, okay, we're going to give you all your money back. At first, it was like, oh, we're just going to refund you a portion of it and we're going to give you, you can only take the flights with the Alaska Air. And I was like,
Hey,
no,
wide
that's not what
family.
we gave you our money for. The virus was in New York, and they said that you had to have the jab, and I still didn't have enough information to where I was like, I'm going to take it. So I was like, we got to cancel the flight. So we canceled it and everything, and then a year later, that's when you can, because of how we got our ticket scheduled or whatever. But they was, and I was like, no, you can't do that. No, that's not business. Business does not work like that. Business, we have to make a fair exchange, and that's not the contract that we signed. We pay
right,
Mm-hmm.
for a full trip, so you can't pigeonhole us into having just one part of it paid for. We got to come out of pocket, and then we got to come back to you to spend the rest of the money that you're going to put on credit. That's not how it works. You can't give me what you think I deserve. That's not how it goes. You got to make me whole on this, okay? And
right,
she was like, okay, okay. And they gave me the money. It took about an hour, but hey, conversation rules the nation. Money just make it go longer. I'm just saying.
right. Right.
I'm
But
coming back. Hold
yeah,
on, I was getting a drink. Getting a
but
drink.
but us women can make a situation worse. We do. We do.
Sorry,
We
I'm
can
back.
do men. We us men, we can do it too. That's why I said, I try to keep quiet myself.
Hands in the dirt. Is that really you?
Yeah, that's me.
Stacy, is that you? Okay, well, I didn't
Yeah.
see your
Yeah,
actual
that's
face
me.
because people come up here and show body parts. I had to check for.
Oh,
Okay.
no, no, I ain't finna show no body part, no ma'am. But I just want to piggyback on. I just want to piggyback on what G was saying and something I had said earlier in the. Oh shit!
Hmm.
I'm riding.
Go ahead whenever you're ready,
Excuse me.
or I'll go and then just tell me when you're ready. I think he mentioned something. I
Yeah, I
don't know if I
think
put it on the
he's cutting
screen.
in and out.
Yeah,
I'm
He's
kind of feeling
driving.
some
we
kind of
don't hear
way.
you, Stacy, but I'll just talk until you chip back in. But Jason's saying, if any man hit my wife, he's gonna pay hell. If any man hits any woman around me outside self-defense, it's gonna be. Yeah, you may get involved, but some people won't. Not because they're malicious, but because if you don't know all the details of the story, sometimes you're getting involved in something that will bite you in the long
Right.
run, especially if she's going to keep going back to the guy. And I had to come to that point where I stopped getting involved because she kept going back to the guy. And then she would go back and tell the guy what I said. Then I became, oh, bye, Darren. Sorry, I guess you had to go. Um,
Right.
I'm the enemy, and oh, don't talk to her because she's a bad influence and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you don't have enough sense to not tell the man what I'm saying. Like, it's just
My
people are,
cousin, my
anyways,
cousin was in
yeah.
a relationship. Same dude mopped her up. I mean, ba, 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 ba.
Oh, hands
I
dropped down. I
know
think,
my
yeah. Mm.
my wife has a. I mean, my cousin has a strong disrespectful, very very disrespectful. She's been disrespectful to me, so I know how to get that. I know that if I have a problem with a girl, I'm gonna go get them because I know how they get down. I don't have to resort to put no hand on a woman. I got cousins. So I know how they get down. The next thing I know, Buddy them put her hands on. They call me. They call me because they know but I said,
Mhm.
what do I look like putting myself in a position? You got to tell me a little bit more. And as we got along, they called me some names or whatever, but you can't trick me off the streets like that because of an emotion at that moment. I don't care how
Right.
people view me. I don't care about that because 2 weeks later she was with him and she went tell my auntie about it. And I said, I told y'all she gonna go right back to dude. That
Yep.
one butt whooping told her that she know her limit. That was the only thing that she learned from that situation. And y'all want me to throw away my life, and y'all want Unc to throw away his
Yep.
life. And if he get in trouble one more time, he's gone for a good little minute. I was like, I told y'all shouldn't be doing us like that in the first place. We not your scapegoats like that. And fix
That's
Yes.
your attitude,
yep.
fix your issue, and then you come to us. Don't put us in positions where we gonna get tricked off the streets. Now we can't raise our cousins, our sons, and all this other stuff. Don't do us like that.
Yep.
You said a
I
I'm
whole
sorry.
mouthful right there. That's
I agree.
That's the
go
truth.
ahead, hands.
Yeah, that's the truth. I was just piggybacking. I'm riding. I'm in a bad spot.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's when men come together and argue or having a discussion or whatever it is, it's always an undertone that, you know what I'm saying, there can be violence when two men come together. There's an undertone. I don't care what
Yep.
you know, he could be your best buddy. It's always an undertone that this thing can go left. You know what I'm saying? With when two men come together. But like I said before, I
Hmm.
don't think women have that same intuition when they're talking to a man sideways, whatever they're doing, that, what I'm saying, this can become something violent. And I'm not advocating for any man to put his hand on a woman. That's crazy. But in the
Yeah.
same breath, you have to know how to walk away. You know what I'm saying? You have to know how to walk away from, because these people out here crazy as a bed bug. You don't know what's going on in between
Cray
their head.
cray.
Yeah, you don't know they just lost their job, they just lost their family member, or you know what I'm saying, or they ain't on their medications, or whatever it may be. And you out here just, trying to get your last 2 cents in. It may be your last 2 cents. So
Yep.
it's just best to walk away, man. And it's not worth it. Like DT said, it's easy to get tricked off the I got partners that got tricked off the street about females. I got partners that got one of my buddies got tricked off the street by the female. Him and the dude was dealing with the same female. They was dealing with the same girl. Well, the other guy used to beat on the girl. You know what I'm saying? The other guy was violent. He used to beat on the girl. And so my buddy had told him, like, man, if you see that fool again, tell him if he put his hands on you again, woo the woo or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
they never crossed paths, but this particular day they crossed paths. You know what I'm saying? And so one was getting out the car, and one was getting in his car. You know what I'm saying? And the dude was like, yeah, blank or blank, I heard what you said, what you gonna woo the woo. And he reached
What
in
you
the
gonna
car like,
do? Yeah,
right.
put 5 on it. Put the 5 on it
Put
right
the
now. Like,
5 on it. And then, I know my partner, he gonna stand on it. You know what I'm saying? So when Buddy
right.
reached in his car like he was finna get it something and, do something, my partner reached and bowed, and that was that. And he got tricked off the street. You know what I'm saying? Well, he
Yep.
could have just went on about his business. He could have went on about his business or dealt with another girl or whatever it may have been. But yeah, I mean, he home now, but he had to go up the road for a minute about some foolishness.
Foolishness.
Yeah.
I have your comment on there talking about, because you're saying some people don't think about the consequences and how it changes your life forever when you take someone's life. The sleepless nights and sometimes nightmares and medications are not worth it. People think this is a joke.
It's true.
It ain't no joke thing.
I'm just saying that uh, from my experiences.
Mm-hmm.
There's a whole lot of people talk about what they'll do and blah 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 and whoop de do, but when you do it, or it's your life or whatever the consequence is, if you have to go there, it's not an easy thing. People like, hey,
No,
man,
it's not easy.
people talk crazy. Oh man, blah 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 blah. Oh, okay, yeah, right. A lot of people not gonna do nothing. They had a gun in their hand, won't shoot. Even if their life on the line, someone won't shoot.
Yep.
No.
So you don't know what you're gonna do till you do it. Yeah, it's best to have some training so you know about firearms. You know your way around one. You ain't out here and you got to defend your life. And if it's not a Glock or something, it has a safety switch and it's on safe and you trying to pull the trigger. Something stupid and you lose your life. So yeah, it's good to have that training, but everybody's not going to pull that trigger. So
No, exactly.
it's best to diffuse the situation if you can. That's what I do. I diffuse. I don't worry about what somebody call me. I don't care about none of that. You can call. I'm a punk. I'm blah, blah. Everything you said. I'm all that. I'm everything you
Yep.
said. And I'm on my way to my car to go home. You know what I'm saying? I have kids and grandkids, and I'm trying to be with them. You don't matter
Right.
to me. You know what I'm saying? Unless you put your hands on me, or I feel that I have, I feel threatened. I'm talking about bodily threatened. Like you finna,
Mm-hmm.
like my life is in danger. Then
Mhm.
then you this on you. Then that's on you. Because I gave you a chance. I tried to walk away, got in my car, I drove down the street. You followed me, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
I gave you an
Yeah.
opportunity to go be with your family, and because that's what I'm trying to do. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to do. I
Yep.
don't have no time to be trying to deal with a knucklehead. I have nothing to prove. You know what I'm saying? But when you're dealing with these young people, even some old people, and egos and all these different types of things, like GT said, the man called his wife out her name or whatever. Yeah, sometimes you got to find out what's going on before you just
Mm-hmm.
jump out the. Yeah, before you just jump off the cliff, you got to find out. Okay, what happened? What's really going on? How did we get
Mhm.
here? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you
Exactly.
got
How
to
did we
figure out
get
how you
here?
got there. You know what I'm saying? She don't call this man all kind of blah 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 woo woo woo, and then he turned around and said blank you B, and now she mad, but she don't
And then she
call him.
goes to GT. He called me names for no reason.
Right?
And
I
then
don't know
GT goes
what's
and
wrong.
blazes up the place and goes
Yeah,
like, come on. Some
and
of
you
these,
jump
you
off
gotta
the
be
porch.
careful.
Yeah, you jump off the porch, man, and next thing you know, you looking crazy.
You
Yeah,
looking crazy.
Yep.
yeah. So you just got to be careful, man, and you know, know that you don't know people out here and you don't know what's going on in their lives. You don't know what's going on in between their ears. And it's always best to try to walk away and diffuse the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yep.
Don't worry about what a person says. You know what I'm saying? I've been calling like GT. I've been calling all kind of stuff my whole life. I don't worry about that. That didn't kill me. I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? But
Exactly.
yeah,
We
you
have to control our reaction, and that's
have
where
to.
people aren't focusing on what how are you reacting to this person and what are you doing to kind of keep this dialogue going, because there was no need. I don't think there's a need for her to kept it going.
Right. The consequences, a lot of these consequences you got to think about before you get into that situation. You got to go through all these different type of deals in your mind prior to. Like, what if I was to run into blah blah blah, and you got to kind of that way you know how to handle it somewhat because
Hmm.
you've already gone over this thing in your mind that this can happen, that can happen. You don't have
Yep.
to. You can look at other people's experiences and say, "Well, man, what if I was in that? How would I react to it?" You got to go over these things and
Yeah.
what are the consequences. You know what I'm saying? What are the consequences for that? If I do this, you know what I'm saying? How would this affect me and my family? You got to kind of go. You got to do it. If not, there's gonna be so many more people in jail and locked up in the graveyard. It don't make any sense, man. Yeah, it
And
don't
I
make
think
any
that's
sense because
perfectly
we'll
normal.
jump
I
quick.
think everything that I've gone through, I go back and see, could I have handled it differently? Like, was there no other option? Can I
Right.
look myself in the mirror and feel good with the way that I hand, like, is there anything that I could have learned? Sometimes it's like I could have done this, I could have done that. Sometimes it's like there was no other option and I'm good with it.
Yeah.
I'm okay. It went left, but I'm okay with the left because there was
Right.
nothing else that could have been done. And I sleep
I,
quite
I,
fine.
I definitely can
But if I
live with
can't
no
sleep
other.
fine, that means I gotta figure out something that I could have done.
Yeah, I definitely can live with no other option. If you give me no other option, oh, I'm asleep. Yeah, I can live with that because
I can live with that.
I did everything that I could do. But if I don't do everything I can do for walk away from this fool or get out of this situation, or the best thing is don't even put yourself in these type of situations. You know, don't even put yourself
Mm-hmm.
in situations. Watch where you go. It's certain places I'm just not gonna go. I'm not going over there. You know
No.
what I'm saying? I already know that it's foolish over there. Why would I go over there? Why would I put myself in there? When I go over there, I might have to run into one of these little young knuckleheads. You know, man,
Yep.
talking crazy, and he
Yep.
thinking it's you. You know, when you're young, you don't think about death as much. You know what I'm saying? You don't
No.
think about
No.
I could this right here can get me, up out of here. You don't think about it. You
And
think
they
you're
got more to prove. They got a lot to prove to
yeah.
themselves and to whoever else is around them.
They
Like,
haven't lived
Mm-hmm.
long enough.
I ain't
They
no
have
punk. I ain't going. You can.
they haven't lived long enough. They haven't had the experiences. Now you can get some where their fathers and uncles and mothers and everybody don't, like, look, man, they don't talk to them and they can show them the way. Some guys will take heed to that, but then you got some they got to learn the hard way. And if you look around, if you see all these funerals every weekend, in all these big cities and major cities, these are the ones that are learning the hard way. You're dying about nothing. You're killing each
Yeah.
other. Nothing. You know what I'm saying? About a street you don't own. You don't own no property on that. Nothing. But you're
Mm,
killing each other over a street
nothing.
that it's crazy, or color, or whatever it may be.
And then they sweep it up, and in 5 minutes they forget all about you.
Right? They're gonna put you in the t-shirt, and that's it. And I'm probably gonna throw the t-shirt in the trash. I ain't even wearing a t-shirt, bro. I didn't even wear it because I told you. I just had a family member pass last weekend. Incident. You know what I'm saying? Where one person took somebody else's life, and I don't know the whole story about what happened. I just know tits and little bits of the story. They told me I ain't want to hear. Like, oh, okay, who? All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, I already know what they about and how they live. So, I,
Hmm.
yeah, my expectations are not high. You know what I'm saying? When it come to no, my expectations are not high for that. Like, oh, all right. Well, sure hate
I
that,
think
but
I think it's quite clear what a person is about, especially with life experience. You can assess it in 5 minutes. Their behavior,
right.
the way they present themselves, the way they use certain words. I think it's quite
Yep.
clear. And somehow we kind of try to forget, like, oh, no, no, no. They've shown you who they are. They've made it kind of clear. Believe them.
Yeah, like that bully over there, GT Junior.
Eating watermelon and
Eating watermelons and spend seeds in
I got
people's
mine
face.
over there too, but I didn't want to eat it on camera. So I was,
Hey, GT was that little young and out there eating watermelon and spend seeds in people's face.
yep.
See, but GT came up in Georgia in that era, man, when it was nuck if you buck, boy. So I know he had to throw them hands. I know he had,
That's why he moved to Alaska. He was saying that I think on Africans Live, or he was sharing about. That's why he came back and then he went back to Alaska because it was like, nah, man.
He came up in that era when that thing was real popular. So I already know he was a youngster then. So I know that he had to fight all his life. He was like that girl from Color Purple. All his life he had to fight.
Oh my life. Oh my.
GT like, all my life I had to fight.
And I can tell GT, hold on, I gotta brush my hair first. Hold on, let me brush my hair first before I lay head. And then after all the rolls are smooth out, then okay, let's go. Pam, pam.
Yeah, GT drove around with a jar of Vaseline in the cup.
I had Vaseline and Vicks at all times.
Them women, boy, they go in that purse, come out that Vaseline, boy, and take them flip flops off. Oh yeah.
Yep.
But I ain't gonna hold y'all, man.
No problem.
I just was thinking back on people don't think about the consequences long term.
No, there's consequences, and this lady's it's not done for her, is it?
I feel sorry for that young man. They need to quickly get him into therapy, and it's gonna be forever.
Forever.
It's forever. He have to be in some therapy forever because it's not a natural thing, to take a life. It's not natural.
Yep.
Unless you're hunting, but to take a human being life, it's not natural. But anywho, I ain't gonna hold you.
And then the aspect of
thanks for sharing.
Yes. And then the aspect of how his friends are gonna treat him when he go to school, knowing that he's a killer or whatever, the peer pressure of it, of everything. There's a lot of levels to what ultimately his mother put him in, good or bad. His mother was the vessel that put him in that situation. He's gonna have to deal with that for the rest of his life. But I got something to say to you, Mr. Stacy. That house that you showed, man, I was watching that, and
nice.
I was looking at your house, and I was like, you know what? I deserve that house. And I was like, that's not even my house. I felt like I deserved that house because the house was beautiful. It was a beautiful house, and I told my dad yesterday. I said, "Dad, I'm not retiring here no more. I want to go back. I want to go back to Georgia." So in the next 5 to 10 years, I'm gone. I seen that house, man, and you messed me up with that backyard. I seen the clothesline out there. I was like, man, I ain't seen no clothesline in so many years.
Paint colors and everything too, GT. I'm picking paint colors and backsplash.
Man,
that washroom he showed, I'm like, yeah, man.
Man,
and then I smelt the red Georgia clay. I ain't been home in like 5 years, but I smelt it. When you got close to it, I was like, oh man, I want to go home. So I told my dad, I'm done. I'm done.
He has his own wood lot.
Stepping in that red clay.
Say that one more time.
White sneakers have you messed up stepping in that red clay?
Oh, his white sneakers got messed
up
in the red clay.
Them soldieries, them white ones. Oh yeah, I definitely done messed them up. Had that little yeah.
That was a
nice house. And it's fenced around, and he has a whole wood lot for it. I'm like,
that house fenced all the way around.
Kind of salty. I'm salty.
The driveway had a gate. You know what I mean? Like you could close. Yeah. So
nice. That's nice.
I've been looking for a long time for another house. I just never shared it. And I was telling her, Shelby, I was like, you know what? I might want to share. She was like, what? People want to see this, blah, blah, blah. I said, people might want to see the journey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They may want the journey of, you know what I'm saying, me trying to find something. And I want something with some, a little bit of more acreage. And I mean, I'm good here. But this house is split level. It's too daggone big for us. It's just two of us. And we need to downsize to something way smaller, bro.
Yeah, and that makes sense. It does. Because if you wait too long, it's kind of like you don't want to be older in a house that you can't, go up and down the stairs. It's not good.
Stairs and blah. I'm not trying to do all that. And then, like I said, we need to downsize. So I've been looking for, I don't know, a couple 3 years here and there, off and on looking. But I'm really, going really strong right now. I looked at one a few weeks ago. Should have showed y'all guys that one. It was on 2 acres. It was a brand new house, a brand new
Mhm.
big on 2 acres. Um, it was down in Hawkinsville, GT, down there where Jeezy from. And I got down there, I was like, man, this country is what? When I say country, I said, man, what's countries? I don't know what, but that doesn't bother me. I just got to have certain amenities near me, like grocery store,
Okay.
those type of deals. I got to have, not near me, but within a decent driving distance. And those are
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
the things that I'm looking at. I'm looking in Georgia. I'm looking in Alabama. I'm looking at homes in Alabama also. Um, so I'm just gonna bring everybody along and just
Yeah,
show you.
I liked seeing the property and just even the landscaping and how you would like put the trees or fruit trees and like envisioning all that stuff. And I'm planning out the chicken coop for you and seeing where you're gonna put it. I already have everything. I was already laying it
So,
out myself,
Listen,
but
you could put a
you
chicken
didn't
coop.
ask me, but I still was doing it.
You could put a chicken coop. You could put goats. That
You
the
can have
property
goat
that
man,
the fenced in portion of the property was huge. You know what I'm saying? Like what
huge.
they saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know how much money they paid back then when they built that and put that daggone fence up, but they put some money out to put a fence.
Exactly, fence ain't cheap, so that's
No,
staying right there. And then
yeah.
I was picturing, the sniper's position where you can snipe from the tree to the
Oh yeah.
here.
I,
And I was like, we're gonna put that
this
tree
girl
thing, and
strategic.
man,
I had it all laid out, and then the
I had already
barbecue and the
built
outdoor
my,
space.
I had already built the blinds and my ladder stand, everything. I was like, man, deer hunt right God.
I had it all up. I'm like, yeah, man, I could picture this.
I
I
don't
got
knock the
good
kitchen
bowl.
walls down. We don't came in and tore it out.
What?
I don't looked up different kitchen designs and all that,
Hmm.
So you
And
have
I
to kind
had
of
the
do that.
Airstream parked in that part for the RV. I
Oh
had
yeah.
2 Airstreams there with
We
a
definitely get the
attachment for water and
Mm-hmm.
electrical. I had a
we,
whole thing planned out.
we definitely get in the RV because she works from home, so she can work anywhere. Like went to Florida a couple weeks ago. She just worked to a mother house, and she just worked from home. So she works from home. So we definitely gonna get an RV and travel, and because she can
That's
work
what's up.
anywhere. So that's
Anywhere, as
the
long as you have
That's
internet, you're good. Yeah.
Right.
long as we got internet, and so that's the plan, man. Is to find something smaller, get an RV, travel around. Like we're doing a lot of traveling now. Flying in places. I don't post a lot of it. But I will. My trip I got coming up next month. I'll post some of that. Uh, I'll post some of that trip. But yeah, it's time to live a little, bro. Well, I don't live a whole lot, but I want her to let her hair down so she can, we can really enjoy what's left of life. Because I've seen so many people work till they 65, 70, and as soon as they retire, I saw it in the military. And as soon as they retire, they fall over. They don't even get to enjoy anything about life. They don't get to, really travel and see the world. And that's one of the problems that we have with what's going on with a lot of these kids, like in the inner city, even in the country, is all you know is what you see. You know what I mean? You don't know nothing else about what's going on in the world. So
Yep.
your world is your block, and that's all you know. And when that's all you know, you act,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of them act accordingly to that's all they know and want to know. You got people here in Atlanta, I guarantee you have never
Right.
left. I know for a fact. I had a friend of mine, we went to Dominican Republic a few years back, and that was his first time on an airplane. And I don't think he had ever been outside of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? It was so cool to have him
Wow.
with me. It was so cool to have him. He had never been fishing. I chartered a boat so we could deep sea fish. He caught oh man, it was just so much fun to watch him. You know what I'm saying? Enjoy himself. And I was like, yeah,
Hmm.
but it shouldn't be like that if you can do different. They got the money. They just spending it on Louis and Prada and
Foolishness.
trying to impress somebody
Yep.
like you. Yeah, you trying to prove that you're rich by buying stuff that costs a lot of money. You ain't proving nothing to me because I don't care. I don't
I'ma
I
care.
think
still
the
go to
priorities
Burlington and
are
all
really
Ross
messed
and
up,
all that
man.
to
These
buy
young
my
people don't
clothes.
get it. They're
Yeah,
killing themselves to wear all these name brand and making
man.
somebody else rich. And I'm like, you're making them rich, right? Like you ain't got nothing to show for yourself,
All my
and they
life,
don't get it.
all my life, I've been a clean white sneaker. As long as it's clean, I don't get what a clean white sneaker, high top or low. Um, I buy color sneaker in there, but for the most part, just as long as my clean. I've never bought a pair of Jordan. Never. I never owned a pair.
Never.
I never bought for what?
Me
I'm
either.
not a professional hooper.
Nope.
Yeah, so I'm not. I'm into doing other stuff with my money, doing things for my kids with my money. Um, that's what I'm into. Yeah, that's what I want them to, be able to travel, and which they have already done at a young age.
Hmm.
And but I'm telling my daughter, this is not normal. The places and the things that you've done, this is not normal. I'm trying to introduce you to things outside of what I'm saying, your environment.
Yeah, give her exposure. Yeah.
Give you exposure. I was telling her, you may not do none of this stuff when you get grown. I don't know what your money's gonna look like. You know what I'm saying? So you may not, any of this stuff when you get grown. So don't take it for granted all the things that you got exposed to at a young age. Look at that as a stepping stone to try to help somebody else.
Yeah,
Mhm.
definitely. You're right. I
Right.
think the kids nowadays don't have. They only see their block.
I
That's
agree.
all they see and all they know. And it's like there's more to it. And they're fighting for their block. They're fighting for the blue and the this and the that. You know, I'm
I
standing
was
10 toes down. Yeah, just
I was
6 feet under. That's what you forgot that part. Like,
one of them,
you
not
know,
fighting, but as far as knowing what I know, just it was like the military really changed my life as far as when I first started traveling. It was,
mhm.
through the military. I'm like, wow, I started going to all these different places and countries, and it opened my eyes to what they're going. This is beautiful. Or I didn't know that, these people are basically the same as us. They just speak a different language, got
Yep.
different cultures, but personality wise, they got all the personality traits that, some of my friends have. Some of them are jokers, some of them are serious, some of them, all these different things. And once I got that exposure, then of course you want to start traveling on your own. And so like trying different things, trying different foods and what. But if you don't get
Didn't you
outside,
find when you came back it was so small? Like when you came back to even your state, it was like you felt it felt too small for you.
I know when I came back to my neighborhood, like the first, not after basic, but after I left basic, I took basic at Fort Dix, and then I went to AIT at Fort Sill, and then I got stationed in Germany, and I was over there for almost 3 years. And when I came home after about 2 years, I came home and everything looked small. And you be like dying to want to come home, like, oh man, I want to go home so bad, the homies, blah blah blah. But after you see mom, dad, the family, you eat a little bit, this, that, about a week or so, hell, I'm ready to go. I'm saying
That's how I
about a
feel
week,
when I go back to New York,
yeah, I'm
living
ready
in
to
the
go.
country.
Yeah.
When
It's small.
even it
Yeah.
was different even when I lived in Atlanta to where I live now,
Yeah,
way out in this country. It's just seem
yeah,
like sometimes when I go to Atlanta, it still feels small to me because living in the country,
right,
we got all this room, and I'd be
Hmm.
like,
right.
I want to go back to the
True,
country.
true.
Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what people need.
indeed.
It's
People need to get another perspective. Like go somewhere. Like stop staying on your block. Go work other places. Get a
yep,
transfer. Really see the world, even just your country, because then you realize how it's so small. Like there's more to the world than just what I've been offered, and it
right,
gives
and
you
yeah,
more options.
you got
yeah,
all these guys making all this money on the block. You know what I'm saying? They doing all this dirt, making all this money on the block, but they never go nowhere. They never
never
do
been
anything.
placed.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm like, bro, your passport should have stamps all over it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
You doing that, you should have all kind of stamps. It'll change your perspective, and it'll probably change your life. It'll probably
yep.
change
Yeah.
your life. Yeah, but
GT equals asking if you're moving back.
oh,
Yeah,
Eco,
I'm gonna move back.
let me see
What's
something.
up with your eco? Yeah, man, I gotta move back, man. Stacy messed me up. You messed me up too, eco.
Yeah, Eco
Um,
on them 20
yeah,
acres.
he inspired me. And sometimes I can't watch his video because it'd be like I be writing notes. I'd be like, oh man, this dude. Ooh, sorry, y'all.
Hey man,
Yeah.
This dude
I'm
that
gonna tell you
said
what.
this real quick, and that was fire. Yeah, so
I'm gonna tell you what.
it's time. It's on
Eco
you,
got me
Stacey. My
fired
fault.
up, man. No, you good. Eco got me fired up, man, with the tractor, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Oh,
like,
Lunabelle, Annabelle, what's her name?
oh, Annabelle, and that's one of my great
Yes.
aunt names for real.
I keep calling her. I'm like,
One of my great auntie name was Annabelle for real. That was her name, country for real.
yeah.
And I'm looking at Eco. I'm like, oh man, I remember I was riding, those tractors. And my uncle had tractors and Husqvarnas and all these different types of. What was the name of the other tractor? I can't think of the name of all these tractors, but he had them. It was only one of them I couldn't drive. I couldn't get it in the gear. I couldn't drive that to save my life. But he don't had all these tractors. And I'm looking at Eco like, man, love running some heavy equipment. I love running a Bobcat. I love that kind of stuff. It's fun. Not saying I'll get a Bobcat, but and I don't know if I'll get enough property to you have to worry about a tractor, but it
Hmm.
would be fun.
It's nice to watch. I like the roadway now and the tree line. They had the
Man,
open
Yeah.
Eco,
the main driveway, and then what else did they show? They got the new chicken coop. And he was showing how the chickens merge together. Chickens get under my damn nerves. They're so like he fed them in one spot, then he fed them in another spot, and that's exactly how they are. I call them bad mind. You give them food, and they want the food of the other ones getting because it's better over there. Like,
right,
yo, I'm trying
right,
to get the food so that the little one can get a little snack because she is always at the bottom. No, they
yeah.
want to eat what she has in her mouth first because that one's, and then they go. So I have to fight with them every day. I have a spray bottle with them just to sit there and go.
But it sounds like you're enjoying them, so that's a good thing.
Oh yeah, they're funny, but they teach you a lot of lessons because they're very. It's funny watching an animal or whatever species, and they get along enough to succeed, but they hate
Mhm.
each other's guts at the same time. It's
GT
it's so fascinating to watch. They can't stand each other, but they know
sound like
they need each other to get ahead.
sound like siblings.
It's just
Yep.
worse, worse. And it's like I like you enough to tolerate you, but I hate you at the same. But I need you because we got to survive together. We're better as a pack. And you
That's
just,
right.
but you learn a. It's like the workplace. It's like I can't stand half those people. To be honest,
Oh boy,
I
I'm
don't
so glad.
intentionally hate people, but they're just so vicious. And then you watch them when my chickens now wrestle and they literally pull each other's waddle and twist it up. And I'm thinking, what? Wrestle headlock and
Yeah.
push. And I'm like, is this WWE? What's happening here?
I'll be having me some jerk
I
chicken.
thought we were, kumbayaing. No,
I'll
oh
be
no.
having me some jerk chicken, some brown stew chicken over
I
there.
threatened the frying pan. I said, a frying pan's coming for you. And then she pecked my flesh off my finger because I was trying to get the eggs. And she was taking too long. I'm like, I need to collect them by a certain time. So I put
Right.
my hand under there not to use the hand shovel and lift her up. And she pecks the hand shovel. And while she's pecking
Yeah.
it, I put my hand. Man, she's wicked. I
Echo
have
said,
like swollen knuckles now because she be hitting my knuckles.
E- E- Eco said, let's take over North Florida. Man, it's too daggone hot
Hold
over
on, let me
I ain't
see.
going to no Florida. There's too many crazy folks
there.
there. I'm crazy too. I
And
ain't
y'all
going
got all
there.
kind of laws,
Hey,
man.
Gigi.
Not Florida, man. I can't go
Hey,
Florida.
I need
No,
somebody to pick
can't do
my
that
peaches,
one.
Eco,
Oh, yeah,
man. I
just
can't
like
come to
people.
Florida. I need somebody to pick my peaches, bro, when I get all these trees out here, bro. I can't come to Florida, man.
But man, I like the chickens though. They're good. They're not that noisy. They've come to a calm, but I know my neighbors can hear them because they be carrying on sometimes with some cluckery, but no one's saying anything, so it's peaceful. It's
I'm happy
peaceful. They
for you.
kind of I mind my own business and then they mind their own business.
I know it was real when you got when GT got his chickens. I said, look at GT. And then you got your chicken. I'm like, man, I'm jealous. Because I wanted to get some, but I'm gonna wait till I move. I don't want to be
Yeah, wait till you move. Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to be transporting birds. I got enough trees to be trying to
never
transport.
mind the bird.
Yeah, never mind some birds. I mean, yeah.
They're
So
funny. They're entertaining. I think it's an easy. Mind you, I had them for 5 minutes, but all of you all in the chat too, who've recently within the last year, they're not that hard to maintain. It's pretty easy, and just make sure that the pen is clean. You put DE down to keep the bugs and stuff down. I don't really I have the expense was getting the coop and the structure and stuff, but the actual care of the birds is pretty easy. All my kitchen scraps now go to them,
Yeah,
and they're just composting them for me. They're giving me manure. The
yeah.
eggs, I'm selling the eggs, my extra eggs, but the priority is my family gets first dibs, and whatever they don't need, I sell the rest,
Right. Yeah, Eco.
and
I'm
that's
just.
pretty much it.
I don't.
Mhm.
I don't pay attention to the news like that. Mm-mm. I got my own problems to worry about. Dealing with somebody else's. But yeah, Florida's hot. I was just down there. I don't know, maybe 3 weeks
We ain't
ago.
going to Florida.
Um, my in-laws stay in Clearwater,
Oh, okay.
and it's hot as boy.
They're in Clearwater.
No, my in-laws are in
No,
Clearwater.
his in-laws live in Clearwater.
Oh, okay.
So we were down there for a week just to go down there and hang out for a week. They was gonna go to the beach, but it was just too daggone hot, bro.
Mm.
It too hot.
Yeah.
And
When
I
I
was
do move, I'm trying to go to like zone 7 or something like that. So like North Georgia or one of those states up there, somewhere up in there because I don't want to deal with that heat anymore than I did for when I was little. So I definitely can't go to Florida. That's too brutal for me.
I don't think I could handle it because I'm used to the cold. So I'll probably I'm sweating here now. Never mind in Florida. I'll probably be
Mm.
melting.
and,
So
and I
I'm
Atlanta.
half an hour from Florida. I'm only a half an hour drive to Florida.
Oh, you
That
don't
is,
know. You in the heat.
yeah, I'm in the heat. Yeah,
Yeah.
Were
I
you
like
like in
my
Milledgeville or something?
word.
I'm way more south than Milledgeville. I'm more
Oh, okay,
like
okay.
Albany,
Wow.
Georgia, or Thomasville, Georgia. I'm like
Yeah,
borderline
Thomasville.
between
Okay.
Georgia and Florida. I'm right there at the border.
I looked at some
Man.
houses in Albany. I got family in Albany. I'll be down there next weekend. I'll be down there for a party. Um, my
Okay.
cousin, I got family down there, man. I got people where I always got somebody to lay my head. But I'll be down your way.
Look at there's a place. It's like right outside of Albany, Georgia. I forgot the name of it, but this place, it's just nice. Their land is nice. Everything. I mean, I love it, but it's like something Springs. I gotta look it up.
Warm Springs.
No, not Warm Springs. Uh,
Oh, they have houses there for sale. Oh, you making
they
quick
have
grits?
land for sale. They have land for sale. Like right before we was looking at houses in that area, and the houses are huge, and I'm like, why is nobody living in these houses? Like, it was because there was a tornado that hit there, so
Mhm.
most people just abandoned their land in their houses, but the land of these houses are on is just ridiculous.
Right.
It is
Say the name.
ridiculous.
Hold on. Say the name of that
She's
place
looking it
again.
up. She's
I'm
looking it
looking
up
it up.
because
Okay,
yeah,
I
that would
gotta
Radium
be
see it.
opening
Springs,
for
that's what
PT.
it is. It's
What's it
Radium
called?
Springs.
Radio Springs,
Radium,
Radio Springs.
RAD.
radium,
Yep.
Radium
like the
Springs.
like the radium.
That sounds like an element. That
It sounds
sounds
like
like
it is.
vibranium.
Yeah, it's an element.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
is kryptonite?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Radium
Radium
Springs
is
in Canada. Hold on, Radium Springs, Georgia.
mm-hmm.
Spell
And
it
I,
it's
again.
I
I
nice.
actually
can't
got a
It's
spell.
beautiful.
I actually got a property that I'm gonna
Either
look at.
Outskirts of Albany and Doherty County.
mm-hmm.
Okay,
Can you
I'm
spell it
actually I,
again, Erica? I can't spell good.
I'll type it in
Yeah.
the chat. GT, hold
radium.
on. Give me a second.
RADIUM.
I actually got a house that I'm gonna look at that's going
I put
towards
it in the chat, GT, if you want to
that's
screenshot it.
towards Albany. It's in
Mm-hmm.
Malk, Georgia. MAU is it MAUK, Georgia? That's a property down there I'm gonna look at. All by itself, long driveway. I think it's sitting on either 5 or 8 acres. Really nice house. Really ain't nothing to do in the house. Very little, limited things to do in the house. The house is really, really,
Hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
it's sitting on either 5 or 8 acres. So I am going to look at that house right there also. And then it's near Albany. So
Oh, I'm
probably one.
looking that up now. Okay, that looks Taylor County. It says here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I get ready to leave, I think I'm gonna go there and take a look at that house. And, yeah, but the only thing about it is I would have to. They look like they got some gravel down for the driveway, but I had to probably get some crush and run and some 57 and have somebody
Mm-hmm.
come a couple three loads to make sure that the driveway is good and hard enough for me to go back and forth in. But the house itself is really it's in I think it's Mauk, Georgia, Mark, Georgia.
No, you're right. It's MAUK. It says Taylor County. I'm looking at it right now on my phone. They
Yep.
have several pieces of land for sale.
Right. I'm looking.
5.5
Mm-hmm.
acres. They have 60 acres for 186,000.
Yeah,
They got 77.5 acres with a pond for 239,000.
that ain't bad.
I'm just
But
That's what
looking
I'm looking for. I'm looking for land with a
a
pond.
water source. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
looking for
that's
those
what
too.
I
I
want.
found coupons on it. I was like, oh man, that's nice. But you got to go and really check these things out and do your background and your history and all this
Yep.
on these
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
to see, okay, why or do we have any flood issues or what type of issues? When I go look at these houses, I go to the that whatever that city is, and I look up everything that's going on, population, crime,
Mm-hmm.
uh, the whole. I look up everything, man.
The master
Yep.
plan for the city, the urban, yeah, all that stuff.
All that. Look up everything. What type of amenities, what type of grocery stores, what type of shopping do I have available? How far is it from a major interstate? I look at all that. Like, I don't want to be. I have to drive 2 hours to get to an interstate. I'm not trying
That's
to do that.
me. It
Yeah,
takes me an hour to get to an interstate. Like
yeah,
when I go into Tallahassee, it's all back roads.
right, 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 right.
There's
So
no
how far
real.
are you from the airport, George? Erica?
Well, the Tallahassee airport is only like an hour and a half from me. But
Okay.
but those flights are more expensive than me going to Atlanta. I can drive 3.5 hours to Atlanta or 3.5 hours to Jacksonville if I want to do cheaper flights. So I have
Right.
to just pay out like as does the gas and the
You pay
flight.
one or the other. It's either
Yeah,
yeah.
Gas, flight, parking.
yep,
Um,
Yeah.
because I've flown a lot and left my car parked at the airport. Um, but those are mainly business deals, so I don't have to pay for it. I just put on my P card.
right.
Yeah, but you have to consider all that if you stay somewhere rural, like you know.
You know how far the clinic is, the doctor, the hospital.
I,
Yeah, like you depend. Yeah.
I
Oh yeah,
we looked at all that. In fact, we drove around that city for about an hour and a half to 2 hours riding around, really checking it out. And
Mm-hmm.
I've been down there before.
hmm
They have a big it's they have a big Juneteenth down in Thomaston, Georgia, and it's been like that for years and years. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
So I've been there before, but not the. I've been there to celebrate or go down there, whatnot. When I used to ride my bike, all of us, it might be about 20 of us on our motorcycles down there or something. But um, I needed to know where the hospital was, so we drove and looked at the hospital, the sheriff office. I went and looked,
Mm-hmm.
I identified all these different things because as I
yep,
get, you get older, I want to know what I'm dealing with. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I'm wherever I move to, oh, I'm going up in the hospital. If I actually say, okay, this is where I'm going to live, oh, I'm going up in there. I want to talk to some doctors. I want to see your
yeah.
certificate on the wall. Did you graduate with A's or did you D's and you slid by? You're not going to be cutting on me.
It's true. You want to make sure that if your car doesn't work, how can you get around?
Yeah,
Things like that.
all that.
And
I
that's
looked
the
Can
at
you
that.
get
thing that
around?
I have those issues with here where I live at because it's small. I'm telling you, all I have is a Piggly Wiggly, a Dollar General, and they just opened up a Dollar Tree.
Wow, yeah, you're in a small area.
So when you
Yeah,
go shopping, you got to go way out and stock up for like the month to
Yeah,
yeah.
make
we
it
we got
worth
to
your
have like
trip.
two or three. We got to have two refrigerators, three freezers.
Yeah.
But
Right.
I
You
got to.
ain't
Yeah, you want that? You want a couple refrigerators anyway. At least have one in the garage or on the carport.
Yeah, for extra
Right.
exactly.
I
Right.
do that. That went not. But yeah, I think all of that matters. So yeah, we rode around there for a long time, just looking at different stuff. Like, okay, I can get to Macon and blah blah blah. I can get to Forsyth and blah blah blah. And if I can get
Mm-hmm.
Forsyth, take me to 75, and I can get there in 35 minutes. I was like, okay, cool. Or I can go the back way up 41 and run into Tar Boulevard. You know what I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
I need to know all these back ways in and outs. Because you never know when you need to know these back ways in and out.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
You might have to
Yep.
pick up and ride. You know what I'm saying? Shelby might be driving. I might be on top of the RV with that guy.
Exactly. Taking care. Exactly.
Yes.
You gotta plan. You gotta plan it out, and even like with your home, where it is it? Where is it on the land? Like, can people just come up on you? Do you have like how you
Yeah.
gonna secure it? How you gonna visitors coming in? Like, is there
Right.
one main entrance? Like, all that stuff is a factor because you got to think worst case
Right.
scenario.
And then
Yep.
you got a yard too. Like, okay, how I'm gonna cut this daggone? You know what I mean? Like the upkeep
Hmm.
the yard. I mean, I have a zero turn. They gonna put mine in the shop.
I can't even cut my damn lawn. Never mind. Five
But I may
acres.
need to
Like,
get
I'm gonna
a
have to buy a
larger
couple of
trailer,
cows because I don't have time for that.
or
Seriously.
go get me one of them eco neighbors, bro, with a bush hog. Go give me eco neighbor. I'm just looking for an excuse to get me an eco neighbor.
Yeah. He's Eco said Thomaston is nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
It is.
Yeah,
Thomaston is
it's really
nice.
nice. It's really nice. They had the grocery store. They had a Big Ingles. They had Walmart. They had Piggly Wiggly. Um,
Every time
we
I hear
were
Piggly Wiggly, I'm like, what the? Anyways, just to me,
yeah.
so
They
like,
got Piggly
what
Wiggly.
the hell is that?
And Chevy like, where's Kroger? She like, where's Kroger? Where-
You like, ain't no Kroger over here.
They're like, where's Publix? Like where I live at now. Where I live at now, we're like 5 minutes, and we're 5 minutes from two different Publix. We're
That's
five
good.
minutes
That's
from different
good.
Krogers. We got a Food Depot that's probably like 6 minutes away. So it's so
Mm.
many grocery stores, and just depending on which direction we want to go in. Even though
Hmm.
I can't see them from my neighborhood, it
They're
makes it.
not far. They're not far. Yeah.
Oh man, I-20 is 5 minutes away. You know what I'm saying? I could be there in 5 6 minutes. The lights catch me. I say 6 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
I
I can.
wish. No,
Yeah,
see, but I like it down here. Like coming from New York to here it was a big adjustment for me.
I'm
But at the
sure.
same time, I'm just like, I
One
rather the
second.
land. I
Yeah,
get less people.
yeah,
But it just bothers me when I have to travel. It's like I said, going to Atlanta, I gotta drive just an hour to hit the interstate, maybe hour and a half. And I'm just like, damn, I gotta drive on these streets with no lights and just pray the deer don't come out and stuff. But at the end of the day, I'm just be like, yo, this is nice when I get back home. It's nice and quiet and everything else.
yeah. And that's worth everything to me.
Yeah.
My peace of mind. And I'm like my uncle when I used to go down. He's like, "Boy, you can't do this in Atlanta." I said, "What? Go outside and pee?" In your backyard.
Yeah, that listen. My son don't pee in the house. I don't know why. I'd be like,
Hey,
he'll get outside, and I'd be like, "What are you doing? You
hey,
running past the bathroom to go outside?" Just
hey, hey, that's funny, but that's how my uncle, all the good boys, they man, going over there behind that bush, going
yeah.
there. Yeah, I want to be able to pee outside without my neighbor looking at me. Yeah, man, I'm looking for an excuse to get me one of them eco neighbors. That's what I'm gonna call them tractors. I'm looking for an excuse to get me an eco, man. All
Yeah,
young
me
boys,
too.
when I was a kid, we loved dump trucks and all that kind of stuff. And so when I got grown, my uncle had all that stuff, like dump trucks, and Bob got all that crap. So it was fun to go down there with him and get to play with all that stuff. Like, okay, man, I'm a big kid now. I'm out here playing with all this stuff. Eco living the dream, man.
Hmm.
Right, right.
Eco living the dream.
I was looking in Thomasville, Georgia, at the land, but there's since they're building up Thomasville, Georgia, their prices on their land is getting ridiculous now.
I looked in there too. I've been looking all over Georgia and Alabama. I looked at South Carolina a little bit.
Right.
But yeah, I look down there. I look down in Cairo, Georgia, down that way,
Mm-hmm.
Bainbridge, um, Overthorpe, down all down through there. What's that other one? They had some nice house down there. Valdosta,
Oh yeah.
Waycross. I looked all that Cordell. I'm looking all everywhere.
You
You know
gotta
what
do the ones that are not like known. You gotta do like O'Clockney. You gotta look at
O'Clockney? That
yeah,
sounds
that's the name of it. It's called O'Clockney. And like they have property, but there's nothing there. They don't
right.
even have a school. They don't even have a school there. Like their
Oh
kids
no.
go to a different town to go to
Yeah,
school.
to go to school. Oh yeah, they little house on the prairie 2023.
hmm
Right. Right.
They Laura Ingram and 2023. Yeah, I don't know. I want to have some type of something around
Some
me.
kind of infrastructure.
Yeah, yeah, right on top of me. But
Miss
you
D
know, I
saying
want at least.
Conyers and Covington is nice.
Yeah, but their
Yeah, I mean,
prices are a little up there
yeah,
though.
out there. I lived. I mean, I lived that. Well, you know, I dated folks out there. So, but I used to work out that way, and it is. You got decent prices out there in Conyers and Covington, but I don't like the traffic. You see what I'm saying? So that's what
Yeah,
I'm trying to.
yeah.
Like that traffic coming from the east, coming back to Atlanta. Man, by the time you get to Panola Road, bro, it's over with, man. I know that side like the back of my hand. I worked out there for like 13 years. I made that drive, you know what I'm saying, every week into Conyers.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
yeah,
traffic
Gigi,
is
that
an
traffic,
energy sucker, man.
that
I don't
traffic.
like that.
Gigi, that's exactly where I live. I
She's
live in
saying
Pelham,
Pelham.
Georgia. Yeah, I live
Oh,
in Pelham, Georgia. Well, we have nice land and our
Okay,
prices are definitely right.
I seen
But
Pelham, Georgia.
again, there ain't much to it.
Yeah, I
I
seen
mean,
Pelham,
you
Georgia.
have different towns you can go to if you want to take that drive. And it's not a
mhm.
bad drive, honestly. It's just at times, it's just like if Dollar General wasn't here, I wouldn't be here.
Right. I've been looking at Montgomery, Alabama. They got some nice Prattville,
I don't know
Montgomery.
if I could live with Dollar General because that ain't like I need a Costco. Well, I like to have a Costco
Mm,
Oh
every so
I
yeah,
often
gotta
to go
take that.
stock
I
up.
gotta
I
take
like
that
a
half
grocery
an hour
store.
drive.
A movie
yeah.
theater would be nice. You want sometimes you want to go out to watch a movie, but
That's
nothing.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
That's what
I
I'm
moved
saying.
to.
Like for me to Thomasville is 30 minutes.
That's
But
not
if
too
I
bad.
want to
30 minutes is not
go,
too bad.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's not bad. But if I want to do like Costco's and everything, I have to go
hmm
to Tallahassee or
I seen.
Albany.
Okay.
And if, either way, it's an hour drive for me because of where Pelham sits.
Yeah, she said Kanye folks got on her nerves. Listen,
On her nerve. I know it's on her nerves.
when I first started working out there,
Huh?
the people from Conyers and Covington and um, Madison and all back in them bushes and stuff. Listen, I had to have an interpreter. I didn't know what the hell they were saying. You know what I'm saying?
No. Oh, their country was country.
Yeah, some of them, yeah, they speak country, but you know, a bunch of them speak fast. They
That was
speak like,
it's like, huh?
but country though. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm like, I got so embarrassed. I kept saying, huh? What you say? I got so embarrassed from it before I started to catch on to the vernacular. But you know,
I
different.
couldn't catch on. When they come up
Man,
here to visit, I'm like, huh?
I don't do drive-throughs in Georgia. You would not catch me doing a drive-through. I hate when they,
Or
man,
they can't understand them on the
I
menu.
can't
May
do
I
it.
help you? Come on, blah, 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 blah. Huh?
I
What?
can't do it.
hey
And
man,
then like ask me if I speak English. I go, I speak English. I think it's
Checkers
yours.
got the
I'm
best thing.
questioning.
I went to a Checkers, and they got the little AI or whatever it is doing it through the drive-thru. I was like, man, thank God. Oh man, it's so pleasant. You don't get no attitude or nothing. You know,
Right.
they got like the AI, man, because I'm trying to figure out like it's 2023. Why do these microphones at these drive-throughs sound like 1956?
Yep.
Like these,
Yep.
you can't hear clearly. They squeak. But then I went to Checkers, man. It was like, yeah, pull up and go ahead and place your order. Blah blah blah. Take your time. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh shit.
Take your time. Ooh.
Wait a minute. Let me stick my pinky finger out. Ooh, I'm at church with my
Take my time. Okay.
yeah. Oh, let me have an extra. Let me have a large iced tea with extra ice. You know, let my pinky
Oh
finger out.
my god.
Yeah, man.
Mhm.
So they got something else doing that, and I was like, that's gonna help their customer service. That's gonna help their
Yeah.
customer service because I hate going through a drive. Somebody like, can I help you? You know, with a nasty attitude. Can I help you? Not you. they and you pull up and they got this funky attitude. Like,
Yep.
listen, lady, you filled out that app to work here, not me. Shit, don't be, you pissed off at the world. I know what you're mad about, but at least be professional on your job. I mean, they be so nasty. Some of these places. I'm not gonna
Mhm.
spend my money here, man. You
No.
know what I did one time? And I guess I can tell it now. I
Yeah.
was at a drive-through, a McDonald's drive-through, and they were so nasty at the drive-through. I said, okay, let me have 10 Big Mac. I start ordering all kind of shit. I was like, yeah,
Oh Lord. Oh
two,
Lord.
yeah, let me get two, some jujubes. I'm like ordering everything, but I'm ordering up some. She's like, okay, pull up such. Your total come to here, then blah blah. Okay, man, I took off on it. Yeah, you ain't even talking
Wait,
crazy to
you
me, and
just drive off after you ordered all that
You
stuff?
just drove
man,
off
I
here
just rolled straight through, ordered
past the
everything.
payment counter, past the picker, and it's gone.
They were so nasty at the drive-through, man. I was like, okay, all right, let me order. Man, I started ordering up all those sandwiches and this and that and milkshakes. She gave me my total, man. I kept riding. Didn't spend my money in here. Y'all figure out what y'all can do with all them nasty burgers. Cause I don't like McDonald's anyway.
No.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Yeah,
god.
My,
customer service
Desperate.
go
Yeah.
farther than the products. Actually, if
huh?
somebody got some okay products, if they got exquisite customer service, I still most likely will shop with them because they treat me
Treat you
respectfully
well.
and
Yeah.
professional.
Right,
Yeah.
So
right, right.
customer service goes a long way. The
Yeah,
products, we like good products, but that customer service got to be A1
yeah.
for me.
Me too. If I'm gonna spend my money, you're not finna talk to me crazy and have no funky attitude. I don't care if it's what kind of restaurant. It could be a nice restaurant where we sitting down
Mm-hmm.
and you got a little funky attitude. I'm gonna ask you, hey, is everything all right? I may
Yeah.
not say nothing
I don't.
nasty to you.
No.
I ain't gonna say nothing like, yeah, everything. Oh yeah, man. I'm good. Oh, okay. I'm just trying to, cause I know sometimes people got stuff on their mind, and
Yeah. It
even
happens to
though
the
they
best
at
of
work,
us.
yeah, just like anybody else. I mean, even though they at work, sometimes whatever they got going on in their life could affect what's going on. But then you
Mm-hmm.
got some people that's just funky, man. Their attitude is just super nasty. You
Yeah.
Yep.
know,
They
like,
make everything your problem. It's like, yeah. No
I'm like,
thanks.
I, man, please. When you fill out the application, you put your name on there. Hell, I ain't put my name on there. You messing with the wrong one. I order everything they got in here. I order the tile floor and everything. Right
To
on.
the
Don't piss
tile
off
floor.
Stacy. He petty. He gonna be petty Betty.
I'll be petty Betty. I will
He
be
gonna be
petty
petty Betty.
Betty.
And he gonna drive off like, yep.
I'm talking about
You
slow too
That's
with
the
my music,
wrong one.
with my back in my seat with my shades on, looking at you as I ride by.
And then Shelby's there like, yeah.
She probably wanting like, yeah, order some more.
She egging him on. Yeah.
You'll be the one that
Oh
she
my
wasn't with me then, but if she was, she would have been the one. That New Jersey gonna come out of her. You gonna get that New Jersey. Yeah, and I know Erica know what I'm talking about. She's from New York. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
She be trying to
She take,
conceal it, but yeah, that whole thing come out. Talking about, yeah, baby, order the windows too. I mean, yeah, okay.
yeah,
Let me
I want some wiggle on this.
get some windows.
We had to do that a couple of times down here. Like, you know what? And I'd be like, no, let me just go inside. Let me just have them
Yeah,
say it to me as I go inside. There's plenty of times I had to go inside. Billy
right.
be sitting at the window. I just get out politely. He be like, but babe, no, I'll be right back. No, wait, let's talk about this. Nah, we gonna
It's too
talk
late. It's too late.
as I go inside.
Right.
Cause again, nobody told you to come. You could have called out if you was gonna have be nasty the way you being nasty. You didn't have to
Right.
come to work.
And act the fool to every. You don't know these people. You got to put on your friendly smile and your. Even if you don't work in customer service,
You fake
when
it until because
yeah,
you're
even
serving a
if you don't
customer.
work,
Period.
like when I was working,
Yeah.
even though I was a manager, it was a whole bunch of mine. Like I'm talking about managers too. There's a whole lot of mine.
Yep.
Like I ain't fool with. Like, yeah, Stacey, man, we're going to such and such after work. Okay, man, y'all take. Shit, I ain't going nowhere with you, fool. I don't even like you, bro. Why you
No, I
think I'm
don't.
gonna go and shoot pool with you and drink beer? I hope you choke on your beer. I don't
Yeah,
like your.
yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them I didn't like. I ain't fool with off the job. On the
No, neither
job,
did I. Neither did I.
hey, we good as gold. What's up, man? Hey, what's going on, bro? Off the job,
Nope.
you know what
Don't
I'm saying?
talk to me. I don't. If you see me in public, I don't know you.
It's just like
I'm
in
off the
church.
clock.
After church, I ain't standing around in the parking lot talking to nobody. After
No.
church, I got in my car. I dip. I don't know what's going on in the church.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, the such and such and Pastor Blue Blue. Woo, woo. No, I don't know nothing, bro.
I don't know.
I really
Right.
I'll be oblivious to it because I mind my own business. When them
My
folks be standing
friend's dad came to church. He doesn't go often, but he came there and he's like, "Man, I don't even like these people." I said, "Do you think I do?" And he just busts out laughing. 'Cause I guess he thought I go, "You think I like them either?" I have to take all the prayer on Sunday morning just to not tell off these people. I have to pray before I come here in the morning. I gotta have a good breakfast before I drive myself here sometime. And he just busts out laughing because no one would actually say that out loud. But I'm like, oh, I don't like them either. I don't.
right.
Right.
Say
The
she's
drama, the this, the that. I don't know none of it. So that's why I'm cool. I don't want to know. I don't know. Keep it moving. If it
right.
comes to my door, then
Mm-hmm.
I'll deal with it. But other than that, I don't want to know.
She said she's in Ellenwood right now. Cool, cool, cool.
Oh, Cena? Yeah.
Yeah, Ellenwood. I was just out there on the 4th. My grandbaby was over there. My grandkids was over there to their grandmother's and great grandmother. Was a great, yeah. And I went over there to see them in Ellenwood.
Oh wow. How many grandkids do you have?
Uh, 3 to be. It'll be 3.
Okay,
Got one.
because one's on its way, right? Or is it
Well, we got 2 in the oven. We got 1 in the oven, 2 in the oven.
two in the oven? Okay.
Yeah,
I know you had one. Okay, that's good.
yeah, yeah. We got Avery. She's 9. She's the oldest. We got Kalichi. Uh, he's 18 months. I'm guessing something like that. We got Killian. He was born in what, November, so he's 7 8 months or whatever that
Okay,
is.
yeah, we saw him on camera. I know you showed him on camera. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Killian. Then we got uh, my oldest daughter, the one that got the 2. She's about to have another. Her and her husband, they're about to have their 3rd child. Um,
And then your son that was not gonna have any, he's having one
and then
now.
there's Steven. He has, yeah. And like I told him, win the wedding, bro, because we don't do it. Yeah, win the wedding. The one that he didn't want to have no kids ever,
Right.
never,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
never, ever. And he didn't, because he's 36 now. He just turned 36 last week or 29. Yeah, he didn't want no kids. But now, he's all excited. I told him, I said, man, get you somebody to carry your name, man. Somebody. So you're going to be super excited. I said, so he's really happy and blah, blah, blah. But I'm
That's
for the
nice.
wedding. I'm waiting for the wedding bells. That's what I'm waiting on.
Well, as long as he's wants to marry her, yeah.
Yeah, you better wants to marry you. Wants to put a baby in her.
Well,
Uh,
yeah, but be careful. Sometimes
That part.
eh,
Yeah, I ain't no damn. But he should have been careful before he left that thing
I
in there.
know. I agree with you, but now that it's already spilt, the milk's done spilt. You know,
I
if
look
he
at it
doesn't,
like
if he
I
didn't
look
want
at
to
it
buy the
like
cow, then you don't have to. Just be
nah.
cautious
I
because
mean,
you
I
have to do
understand
life
that.
That
this
part
first.
too.
I understand that part, but I also look at it like from an old school perspective. Like,
Yeah, my parents and my aunt were forcing my cousin to marry the guy,
yeah, I ain't
and
Yeah.
forcing
she said
anybody.
no, and then thank God she said no because that guy was dirt. When
Yeah, I'm
more
not.
started coming out about him after, you know,
Yeah, I'm
years
not
after the
forcing him to
fact.
marry
Yeah.
the girl,
Right.
but I'm letting him know that if you lay down with and y'all produce a baby, you know what I'm saying, you definitely gonna be with the child,
For
regardless.
sure. Yeah.
So if you
Make
can
a
get,
decision.
yeah,
Yeah.
you got to make a decision of which way y'all gonna go with this thing. Y'all don't already, So I had a friend that bought a house with they married now, but they was bought a house together and they weren't married for years. I'm like, well, damn, you committed to buying a house. That's at a minimum
That's a big
20
commitment.
years. Yeah, that's a minimum 20 years. You know what I'm saying? 15 if you got to pack the bread like that. 30
Listen,
on you might as well got married.
that
Hell,
that was me. That was
yeah.
that
That
was
was
me.
that was
I
Erica.
had a I have a child. We had a house. And my father was like, "What are you waiting on? You're married. Like you
Right,
just." And I was like, "But why do I need this paper?" Like,
right,
that was
right.
my whole thing. Like, I
Erica
know
wanted
I'm
an exit
married, but
plan.
why
She's
do I
like, you
need
know what? If I get tired of you, I just want to just leave. I
Yes.
don't have to deal with all the paperwork.
Listen,
You
exactly
know,
what it was. I was like, if I want to leave, I just want to leave. I don't want to pay. I don't want to pay nobody to get rid of you. I don't want to go through the courts. All I want to do is get up and leave. And we can just be, courteous to each other when we have to see each other. My father was like, well, you can't come back home. So what are we doing? I was like, oh, I guess I better say I do.
There you go, Pops. Put it like, ain't the doors of the church have closed.
My father was like, you're not coming home. You got a house and a child. Like we grown. Let's be grown. Let's be grown about it. You
Yeah.
can't come back home. So what are we doing? I said, I
oh,
That,
guess I better
shit.
say I do now. If you
there you go. Sometimes the parents got to take that crutch away.
You're right. The crutch. You're damn right. Yep.
Like, push come to shove, I'm running back to my mama house.
Because we think, keep my room open. Don't make it an
Right.
office yet. I might need to come
Man,
back for the bedroom.
then you come back to my
Yeah,
bedroom,
my dad was like,
have
no, this is my man cave. You're not
you gonna
coming
have a
back. Like there's
have,
nothing wrong with this man.
have a big screen TV and a
But
pole in the
it's
middle of the room.
true.
Your room gonna
What you doing, Paul? What
I'm
you doing?
saying
you come back to your room, you're gonna have a wide big screen TV and a pole in the middle of your room, bro.
What you doing after hours, Stacy? What are you doing?
Yeah, but he
Don't come
did.
back here,
He made it his man
You
cave.
see how
My
they're gonna
father made
slide
my
down?
room his man cave.
yeah. You gonna
Shelby, come in here, Shelby.
yeah, I'm going here.
Shelby.
Huh? If I'm gonna spend my money on my own.
Mhm.
I fall and I can't get up, Shelby.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Have my own little bar in there, everything.
I'm telling you,
Yeah.
that's my dad has a bar. He has a backup bed. He has a couch in it. He has like two
Yeah.
TVs on the
He's
wall.
like, you're
I
not
was
coming
like, well,
back here.
shit. This room didn't look like this when I lived here. And he was like, well, you don't live here now. Like,
Yeah. He was just waiting for you to. He been waiting for that. He been waiting like, oh,
You ain't
finally,
lying, Stacy.
finally, this
He
guy
was like,
got
you
her.
got a good man.
Right.
That's his thing. He was just like, listen, he taking my place. You don't need me. You in
That's true.
safe hands. And I was like, but you don't. And it was like 10 years later. And I was like, you don't know him like that. He was like, it's been 10 years. I think
We
I
know
think
by
you do know
now.
him.
10 years. I got his fingerprints. I know everything about him. But yeah, that's why I told my partner, like, bro, y'all done bought this house. Y'all got all these different things together. You don't did
Yeah,
everything.
make a move. Make a
Yeah.
move.
Yeah. And then they got engaged
Right.
on everything. On everything I love. They got engaged. It had to be like 2008, maybe 2009. Between 2008 and
Whoa.
2009, they got engaged. They just got married maybe a couple months ago.
That's a long engagement.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
But see, they didn't care nothing about.
Listen.
They didn't care nothing about. She wasn't in no hurry to get married. It wasn't like it wasn't on the table. But she went
Yeah.
in for her to get married. He went. They was living a very happy, you know what I mean? They were living a great, happy life. And then they just finally
Right.
decided, like, you know what?
Let's
You know,
do it. Yeah.
yeah, they don't been together. I think they probably met in like what 2004 or something like that. They don't been together that long. Like
My
they just
niece has
Right.
been engaged about that long, and I pulled her aside. I'm like it's kind of been fiance a little over the time. Like, isn't there a limit to
yeah,
fianceing? Like
man.
two, three
Yes.
years. So I'm like,
Yes.
I'm not gonna refer to him as your fiance. Like, there should have been a wedding. I'm gonna just call him your partner because this is a bit ridiculous. Like, how long
Yes.
does it take?
Bro, when
And she's,
I
she's like, well, either you don't want to marry him anymore, or like make a decision because it's kind of obvious to me that
So I again,
yeah,
when Billy asked my father if we can get married, this is exactly what my father said. Erica would drag out an engagement. If you ask her on Monday, marry her on Wednesday. Do
right.
not give her a choice. And that's exactly how it went down. He asked me on Monday, Wednesday, he was like, hey, let's get up, let's get the ball going. I was so overwhelmed. And I called my father and he said, yeah, this is what I told him to do. We're not dragging an engagement after I've been together for 10 years.
Yeah, y'all already
We're not doing this with you. My father was adamant about
he's like,
not doing
we
this.
got our clothes ready, we're ready to go. Just call
yeah.
us.
All I gotta do is iron my old t-shirt, put a starch in my jeans, go down here to the courthouse, and then we going to Ryan's. We going to Captain D.
Mhm.
We going to Applebee's after we come up out of there. Yeah, man.
But those be the best weddings and the best marriages because it was just like not all this pretense. I know a girl at work who got married twice, and both ceremonies were like thousands and thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Thousands.
Oh,
And
yeah.
designer dress, and her mom is so ostentatious. Oh, we spent this much on the dress. And I
Yeah.
said to the mother, because she works with me, I'm like, but you did it twice.
Right.
Like, don't be here bragging like, oh, I did it, but you did it twice.
That
And
second
you could
time,
have bought a house, you could have paid for the house, big time deposit with those two dresses, plus the hall, plus.
That's my reason
That
of
don't
not
mean
getting
nothing.
married. That's
That don't
exactly
mean
my
nothing.
reason of not getting married, because I rather invest in land
right.
and everything else instead of pinning for what? For these people I barely talk
Yep.
to come
That you barely
celebrate
talk to, and that you can't call on if you have a problem, but you're having a big old
Ain't gonna give you no gift.
$50,000 wedding, and you're living in your
Yeah.
parents' basement when it's finished. I
You
said,
know,
make it make sense.
my partner, what he did was they had a priest come to their house, and it was him, her, and her sister, and they did their thing, and that was it.
That was it.
Yeah.
No debt, no this bill, that bill, no fighting over the
Right.
colors of the
That
dress
was my
and
No,
who's
thing.
gonna
I
stand
don't
with
want to be
whom.
in debt.
they did their house, and
That
and
was the best.
and it was done. I mean, we don't. I don't been elaborate. I'm talking about some over. One of my buddies got married back in 2018, and when I tell you, I was the best man. I don't been the best man so many weddings. It made no sense. I was the best man. That we
I
went.
picture you being everyone's best man. I picture
I've
you
been
just being,
everybody's
yeah,
best man. Some of them 2 times. So we the rooms party or whatever you call it.
yeah, the groomsmen.
Yes.
Yeah, that was our trip to Dominican Republic. That's what we, the thing we did it down there and blah blah blah, and we just balled out, had a good time, came back. Then for the wedding, he had it at this. I'm trying to think of this place that's up in Midtown or Bucket. It's athletes. I'm trying to think of it's high as hell. That place to rent that place, man, it's ridiculous. So they had that place. Um, they did something with the bridesmaid, like 5 days. They did spas and the this and that.
Mhm.
All the women that were in the wedding. That guy, the song "This Is Why I Love You."
Yeah.
That guy,
This
amazing.
is why I love you.
Well, we had him in person. He came and sung at the wedding. Why I love you. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah.
This is why you paid me.
Right.
This is
They
why you paid me.
they went to Egypt and Cairo for the honeymoon. I'm talking about spent crap. You, I,
Man.
posting pictures of this thing. It's crazy. The wedding was in BET magazine and all kind of yeah.
Oh
The
wow. Okay. Okay.
photographer used was the same one that Dwayne Wade and his wife used for their wedding. I'm not
Wow.
off the chain, off
That
the
was like a whole wow.
But
yeah,
oh, they're still together.
barely a hot
Barely,
minute.
baby.
Oh no.
Hey,
And that I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Like,
It's
listen,
put
not
the
funny.
work into the relationship. Get a kid. Like, that's just man.
listen,
What
man.
I really like is my wife know my
That's
budget. She knows how much money I make, so she doesn't have those expectations that I can, give her all these elaborate gifts. She's been with me for more than 11 years. She's seen my growth as far as financially, but she also see that look, this is what I got, so let's do this. We're not going to put ourselves in debt trying to
Right.
be
right,
extravagant for these people that we barely
right,
even talk to.
right.
We
Barely
homebodies.
talk to
We
you.
go to work, we come home, we mingle every once in a while, twice, 3 times a year with folks. But other than that, we enjoy each other's company, and that's all we need. So all
Yeah.
that other stuff, even when her daddy paid for the wedding because that's his job, I guess. And he was talking all this other stuff, and I talked to her, and I was like, "Why we gonna make that man do that?" I was like, "He can take that little bit down, and he can, reinvest a little bit into his life or put it into us, as far as like gifts and stuff for our house." I said, "But other than that, we don't need to do it like that. We ain't trying to show
Mhm.
out for none of these folks out here.
Right.
They don't mean nothing to us like that now."
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
not.
but
I don't
hey,
think
man,
it's worth this big party, and then you don't have your life in order.
my
It
buddy,
don't. It didn't
he
make no
had
sense.
the bread, but to me, um, I mean, it was his wedding. I ain't have to pay nothing, but he had the bread, man. But it was crazy, man. Yeah, that's the name of the place, the Waldorf. What's the name of it? Astoria Bucket. I think I'm trying to think the name of that. Where he had the oh no, St. Regis. That's where we had the
St. Regis.
he had it at St. Regis in Atlanta. That's where it was. That's where we had
Oh wow.
the wedding at St. Regis. And so we had rooms there. You already know they going for $750 a night.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, man, it was cray ray. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy, man. But he had the money and all that. But um, I look at all that he did, man, and it wasn't even a hot 2 years. It wasn't even a hot 2 years later. You know what I'm saying? They over there on fishing string, man, hanging on by fishing strings, bro.
That's crazy.
That's
Yeah, I,
crazy.
I have to talk to him. You know, he's my friend. You know, so I, like, man, hang in there, man, and
Get your money's worth.
at least try to get your money worth out. He ain't gonna be able to get his money worth out of it. I don't know how he gonna get his money worth out of that, but he spent. I know at
I
least.
don't know, but
I know he
Jesus.
spent at least 100. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
Wow.
Right.
yeah,
Because that place is
man.
mm-mm.
Yeah, the St. Regis. That's why I couldn't think of the name of it. Yeah, that's where he had it at. But I
That's
got my
Jesus.
crazy.
money worth. I was over there.
You
You
enjoyed
ought
it.
to
You.
see.
You was
You
eating
should have.
good.
You should have
I
saw
bet
the
you. I bet you. Stacy has a pack of sheets from that hotel
Hey
up
man, I
in
wish
his
I could have kept
house.
the robe. Listen, I wanted to, they got robes, slippers, and shit.
In the
Yeah,
towel. I'll be taking it out of my suitcase
I
going
mean
home.
that good soap. They got the good soap.
Mm-hmm. And the lotion and the body wash. Yeah. What?
I'm talking about them thick towels. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Them thick towels.
Right.
Thick, thick. Mm-hmm.
But the flower arrangement that he had in the it was. I might have to just post some pictures. You wouldn't believe it. That all these flowers were real. It was just crazy.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. He
And now
really.
they're hanging on thread.
Yeah,
That's sad. It's
yeah. I'm
sad.
talking about spider webs. Yeah, I don't even.
Cobwebs.
I don't.
Oh God.
But sometimes marriages go through. Hopefully, they can figure it out and fight through. But yeah, I tell them just best you can, bro.
Yeah, do your best.
Yeah.
Put in your
Yeah,
best foot and try.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm a listening ear. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mm-hmm.
what a lot of men don't have is a lot of men don't have. See, a lot of times women have outlets that they can talk to. Men, we don't really have outlets like that. We can talk to unless you got a best partner or something like that.
True.
Yeah.
But some of us women need to stop talking. I said that earlier. We talk
Yeah,
to our friends too much. You need to
yeah.
keep that under wraps
Yeah.
and keep that to yourself.
The men, we might have a tight partner in the barbershop. That's it.
That's true.
Yeah, yeah. Like the barbershop, our sanctuary. Guys be in there getting
Mm-hmm.
all this. They may not go into all the details, but they'll throw a in your window like, yeah, man. My buddy. They be talking about themselves, man. His wife.
You have your friend. You have a friend.
Yeah.
You be
My
like,
neighbor. I heard.
man, men go in the barbershop and they're hide in the barbershop 2-3 hours, man. Dude don't went in
Yeah.
there, come in and getting their hair cut. They just be at the barbershop.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just chopping it up with the other fellas, man, to see, man, are you suffering like me?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's literally.
You suffering like me? I think some guys be in there because their wives can't cook. And it's a ladies that come by the barbershop and they be selling plates.
Yep.
You see them stack up on 2 or 3 plates. I be like, well, damn, well, Bud come here, he get this plate every week. Like somebody at the house something ain't going on.
But you knew she couldn't cook when you got with her. So why she need to cook now?
That's true, but that's something y'all got to, you know what I'm saying? Like those are the things that you have to get in order.
They gotta, yeah.
Because I believe this. People will do what they want to do. If you want to learn how to cook, you will learn how to cook.
Of course, yeah, for
They
sure.
got 1,000 YouTube channels showing you how to cook. You got your mothers and aunties, and I don't random women in the grocery store. I see an old lady in the grocery store, and she over there buy something. I'm like, ma'am, how do you fix your such and such? She said, well, I take a little bit of this and blah 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 blah. I'm like, hold on for a second. I'm like, say it again. Listen, and then let me know how it turned out. I'm like, yes, ma'am. I'll be asking questions.
You're right. You're right. I think the problem is that it's like it wasn't an issue. It wasn't a deal breaker or something that the guy wanted before. And now that he's wifed you up, all of a sudden now you got to be cooking like how his mama used to cook. And it's like, hold on, you just gave me a 6 for a 9. You just gave me the bait and switch.
Right.
I wasn't cooking before. Well, I was
Right.
cooking, not me personally. I was cooking before, but some people weren't. And all of a sudden now you want
Right.
Betty Crocker or what's her name, Martha Stewart. And
Right.
I was being, going down the pole. I was doing the pole dances, and now you want me to be Martha Stewart.
Well,
Right.
that's when he got to step in and either get her a chef. You know what I'm saying? If he that serious about it, get her some cooking classes.
Yeah, and let her take some
Yep.
classes, or
They have chefs that'll come to your house and teach you to cook. It's all kind of little. That's a little sweet. That's a little nice little thing that, you know what I'm saying? That'll get you some of that. You have a chef come to the house and teach us how to cook. That'll get you some of that new. You be like, yeah, that'll get you some of that new. You're like, where'd that come from? You like, I thought I don't got everything there is to get.
Yep.
But you do something real sweet like that.
We got some other tricks in the bag. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Them for the special occasions.
Hey, listen, I was thinking about this in the garden this morning. This is how bad my mind is. So I was sitting there thinking, I was like, man, I was on Mrs. T with the T the other day, yesterday, and they was talking, I was like, some of these guys, like younger guys, when they date older women, you know what I'm saying? They think they doing something because, they still got that rabbit energy and whatever. I said, but they just don't know. They don't got caught she don't got them in the web, bro. You in the web.
Yeah.
You don't got caught in the web. You ain't.
Yep.
She finna train, teach you what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? But you think you're not finna be rabbit punching her and jumping up and down off the ceiling? No, sir.
Rabbit punching.
Being all Tarzan.
And it's the same way with some of the younger girls that deal with older men.
Yeah.
Like
same way. Yep.
Yeah, he's not finna, you might get the little rabbit punch in every blue moon, but that ain't his thing. You used to them young boys, they making love to your body. He finna make love to your mind.
Right.
And that's something totally different.
Something totally different.
Don't ask me how I know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Your friend, right? Your friend.
Yeah, my friend told me that's how he had got in a lot of trouble when he was dating, because he didn't know when you don't make love to everybody mind.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
You mess around, get yourself.
They might get that fatal attraction too, and they don't want to leave.
Mhm.
It's time to go.
Right.
Hey, October Opal said that turtle mode. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. You all in fifth gear, bro. We finna downshift. Yeah, I was thinking about that this morning. I was in the garden. I was like, man, a lot of these little young cats, they don't know. They thinking that they got them an older woman. They got them a sugar mama. Bruh, you just don't got in a widow, a black widow's way
You
up,
got
bro.
a black widow, yeah, because there's
Yeah,
expectations that come along with that.
yeah. You just don't know, bro. By the time
Strings.
she's done with you, you know what I'm saying? You think you doing something, turning her out and blah, blah, blah. By the time she's done with you, you're going to be eating out her hand, bro.
Yep.
You're going to be calling her mama.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They don't get it. But that's the whole trickery of romantic relationships is
Right,
making them think that
right,
they're making all the plays, but they're
right.
being played. That's
Yep.
whether you're the man or the woman, whatever. And then you're like, hold on a second here. You had this all planned out.
Right.
Yep.
I was
Especially
the one getting played. Oh, okay.
especially with a woman. And if you're
Yeah.
dealing with a mature woman, bruh, listen, you ain't showing her nothing new up under the sun, bruh. You know what I'm saying? It's new to you.
New to you.
You know what I'm saying?
It's new right now.
You know what I'm saying? It's cool when they do it. It's a problem. Yeah, you just don't know. You don't got caught in a spider web, man, that your little young behind can't get out of.
Yep.
You think
Right.
you finna get some money from her, she get money from you. You're like, yeah, man, she bought me this watch. Yeah, that's the only thing you got from her.
Right. Right.
Yeah, you don't pay bills, bought groceries, got nails and toes done, painted the house, cut the grass, moved her daughter. Yeah, my daughter
Yep.
moved.
You fixed the plumbing. You did all all that stuff.
You know, did all kinds of. By the time you start adding the math, your math ain't mathing no more, bro. That-
But she's teaching you life skills.
That's what. Look, Stacy's sitting here like, damn. I was in the garden just reminiscing. How the hell I get here?
Reminiscing, exactly.
right. I was in the garden, man. I was just thinking about relationships because they be
He was
talking
thinking
about
about Germany. He was thinking about all them
Oh,
places.
man. Y'all don't know, man.
I knew my.
Hey, man, y'all got to bury me and my old me. Yeah, I've asked for forgiveness and forgiven myself. Yeah, but
I thought I was the man. She was playing me the whole time. Hold on a second
Man.
here.
Stacy, let me ask you a question.
yeah,
When you do certain thing, does your wife be like, damn, when I first met you, you used to be like this, but now you over here smelling the roses and stuff? Does she like
yeah.
and
She
then
said
bring you back?
yeah, she said that sometimes. She's like, yeah, she's like, well, what happened? You just keep your hair cut. You saw neat.
Now you're all natural.
I'm over here looking like buck of the week. Do you hear me? I'm over here smelling like outside.
That was me yesterday. I'm like, what's that smell? Oh, it's my shirt.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
here sweating and mowing. I'm like, what's that smell?
I had to smell my aunt. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm looking around the room. I'm the only one in here. Like, damn, I went to looking up under my shoe. Did I step in the tub? I don't have a dog. I'm trying to figure out if my neighbor dog come through my yard.
Yeah, that's our polite way of saying we need that little bit of old to come back because you getting too comfortable.
Yeah, I don't got too comfortable.
Like Big Rooster, come back, bring it back.
Yeah, sometimes men and women we get too comfortable, and it's crazy. Now, this is where the maturity comes in. I believe, like I had this come to Jesus meeting with myself a long time ago about who I am, what I am, and facing facts about myself. You know what I mean? Good or bad. Some people don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
and once you become honest with yourself and honest with everybody else, everything else becomes so easy.
Yeah.
it's so easier when you just
I agree.
like I'm just when I you know like when I was young and I was dating, I just started to be just straight honest with women. You know what I mean? Like, listen,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not looking for no girlfriend, blah blah blah. I'm just out here dating. If you want to hang out, you want to go to the movies, you want to do this, that, we could do that. It's up to you. You know what I'm saying? I was just letting them know I'm not trying to bog down. Don't try to log me down. I'm not gonna try to log
Mm-hmm.
you down. If I see you with Pookie, you know I'm gonna speak and keep it moving. I'm not finna. What you doing with blah 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 blah?
Not
No,
with Pookie though.
yeah, with Pookie. You know, well,
Pookie and Ray Ray.
whoever they are. You know what I'm saying? If that's what we said we was gonna do,
Yeah,
then
because you're not my girlfriend and I'm not your boyfriend, so you can
right,
do
right,
whatever you
and,
want with whomever you want.
right. And once just being honest, like in relationships, and I think everything got better for me. Like when I
For
was
sure,
Yeah.
100%.
honest with women, honest with myself, honest, just everything just got better for me. Like I just felt it's a relief off you. Like I'm just me,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm true to
Yep.
myself, and I'm not gonna, and I tell her nothing, like she'll say something, I'm like, what I got to lie for? She be like, yep, you know, I'm gonna tell you whether you want. I'm saying sometimes with women, you got
Yep.
to coat it with women. You got to put syrup and sugar all over it. You know what I'm saying? Because
No,
they say
don't
they want you
sugarcoat
to tell the
nothing with
truth,
me.
but if
They
you
Mm-mm.
just
say they can handle the truth, but they can't
some
handle
of
it
them
when you
can't
when you
handle it.
spill it.
Like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I have to like beat around the bush sometimes, but I'm gonna tell you. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, I don't appreciate blah blah blah,
Right.
whatever it is. What do you
Mm-hmm.
mean? I meant what I just said. You know what I'm saying? I don't appreciate that shit or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And I'm honest with you. And if you come to me and say the same thing, and I have to consider everything you said and like, okay, she's been honest with me. And so I accept that. You know what I mean? I accept that, and your life would be so much better. I
I
was
think,
telling
yep, for 100%,
all,
100%.
Yep,
all
that
them little
respect
young,
goes a long way on both
man,
ends. Yeah.
all them little young guys used to work with me. I used to always tell them when I talk to them, like, man, stop lying to these girls, man. Tell them the truth. Man, what you mean? I said, bro, stop lying to them. If you out here lying to a woman to lay down with her, I said, you stealing, bro.
Yep.
Hey, I said, yeah, if
Yep.
you got to lie to a girl to get her to sleep with you, you stealing, man. I said, you don't have to do that. Just tell them the truth. I said, nine
Yep.
times
And
out
then
of
all that crazy behavior that you're getting from the girls, they won't do that because they knew what it was.
10, right. But I'm like,
They
you
were
out here,
just having fun. They weren't
yeah, I'm like,
serious.
not being a grown man. I tell them, I'm like, you're not being a grown man. You're out here lying to try to sleep with women, bro. You should just tell women the truth and
Yep.
see what happens that way.
Right.
I said, 9 times out of 10, either she's going to say yes or no. It's a fitty fitty. But if you're out here lying and you laying on top of that, bro, you about 2 strings away from a rapist. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
you ain't too far from that.
Oh.
You tricked her out of it, man. But anywho,
Exactly.
but
Mm-hmm.
You got it right, Stacy. They
yeah,
trick them out of it, and then the girl gets upset because it's
she
like,
get upset.
had she known the real deal, it would have been, or she
No,
would have known how to handle herself differently. She wouldn't have got
right.
attached. And
To
it's
you.
like,
Right.
You
Right.
wouldn't even got to see it. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's how I feel about it. And I just tell them little young guys like, man, you'll see. I said, you're gonna have a much better relationships when you just be honest with them. I said, because you're gonna forget the lies that you told, and then you dealing with a bunch of women, you ain't gonna remember their damn names and
nope.
and Tasha and
And remember your schedule. Who's supposed to meet where and when. You can't keep track.
right.
You're juggling.
Because you're gonna get mad if you're doing
Right.
something and she call you Kenny and your name Dedrick.
Yep. Hmm.
Oh, man.
You're like, oh, Ken.
Let
I
me
mean,
go. I gotta make lunch. I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh,
all
take
right,
care. Take care.
all
All right, Erica.
I think I should end soon because I've been 5 hours talking on.
right. I got to go to this. I guess it's a day party, and
Uh-huh.
I got to cut my hair, wash this garden off me.
Yeah, wash the guard, watch it outside.
Yeah, I'm from outside. I need a haircut, and I know she's not going nowhere with me looking like this. I'm looking crazy. I'm looking crazy, but I appreciate the conversation, man. It
No,
was fun.
no.
This was a good
No problem.
live.
Me too. Thanks for coming up, Erica. GT, hands in the dirt.
Yeah,
Can't stop walking. I'm gonna end because literally it's been 5 hours. We're like 2 minutes off of 5 hours.
Marathon.
Yep.
Marathon.
I guess so.
Yeah, I had a
I
great
guess so.
time.
Yeah, but see
But
Love
y'all
to
thanks
be
guys.
for
here every
Bye.
popping in.
Saturday.
Great conversation as usual. Appreciate you guys
Bye.
contributing, and God willing, I'll see you
Yeah, I done
next
cooked
week.
my whole breakfast for my client. Yeah,
Good for
I'm
you.
doing
I'm gonna
good.
scramble some eggs right now too. I was
Already.
checking on the girls when I left, and the girls were carrying on in the back. I think they're hot, so I got to give them some more cool water or something because they're just kind of like making that noise, like that kind of whiny kind of noise.
Mm.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
it's
but
48. It was 48
it
degrees this
was
morning. It was
yeah, and you
46
can see their
last
wings are
night.
away from their body. You can see that they're kind of having their wings away from their body to get the airflow. You can tell. So I had to give them some more. I'm gonna get a bag of ice. I don't have any ice, and put some ice in the water can so that it'll keep the water a little cooler. And I got them a fan that's installed, so they got a fan blowing on them. And
Oh, that's what's
people are
up.
laughing at me, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
remember you
listen, I don't
talking
want them to
about that. Yeah.
overheat. You know, so they got a fan now. So I want to go check on them, and then I'll scramble a couple of eggs. But yeah, thanks for popping in,
So
everybody.
hold on,
Make
let
sure
me
you hit
say
the
one more thing.
sure.
Um, I got a camera on my chickens now, so when
Oh,
I'm
do
at
you?
work, I can still look at them.
That's what I have to
It's
get. I
scary.
want a camera.
I love my chickens. Like I can't help it. Like their personality, everything. I want to
Thank
see
you.
what's going on. I want to see what's going on. So that's what I'm doing. I have a camera on my chickens that I
I'm
can look
getting one.
at
I'm
all
getting
day
one.
long.
I'm getting one
I got
because
mine for
if something happens, I want to be able to
$19.
know what happened. And sometimes people are more dangerous than the four-legged monsters. So I want to make sure I know who's coming and going. Like I don't want it locked up because if my family comes over to check on them for me, I don't want everything locked up, but I want to know who's come and gone from the back there. So I'm getting probably two cameras, one on the outside run and one on the in the shed where they actually go inside so I can see if anything got through the perimeter and whatever. But other than that, they're cool. But yeah, I need to get a camera. I think it's good to have a camera because if you're not there, you don't know. You can only guess, and I don't want to be guessing.
Yeah,
And
and I
yeah,
already have the internet, so I don't have to pay for service. It's a blue RAM or something like that. I paid
okay.
$19 for it. I bought an SD card to go in it.
Is that Amazon?
It's a hundred. Yeah, it's 128 gigabyte that it can take, and it's already at 14 hours already. So, and I put it on continuous recording.
So
So
when
if
it's full, it just records over the old stuff so that you.
yes, yes,
Okay,
so I
okay,
can go back, I can look at it or whatever, and 128 gigabytes is that's pretty good, and I only
okay.
paid
That's probably what I
$19 for
need.
the camera, and there's no service that I have to pay for. Like my other cameras, some of my other cameras have to actually pay for a service, $100, and then it connect all four. But this one right here ain't no service, ain't nothing like that. My storage goes straight to my SD card, and I can view it from my phone any time of the day, and it's
That's what
it's
I
cool. I
need, so I
love it.
can view and just check. Because once there's been nobody on my property, I don't need to have that footage anymore. It's just to see if
Right.
anyone's been on my, if any animals have come at night, when I'm sleeping, to make sure I see where they're walking, what route they're taking, so I can make sure I secure those areas and stuff. Oh, Texas has a gazillion cameras. I think, yeah, just because I just don't want and people, what happened? I forgot to mention this. This is not going to go for another 5 minutes. Um, Fifi had done a video a while ago, and a drone was overhead. Well, on Wednesday night, yeah, it was Wednesday because it was the same night Erica went live. There was a drone. I went out, I put the girls, I locked them in the shed. I locked everything up, I put them in there. I came back inside and I went back out now for some reason, either to check. Oh, I think I went back to check for make sure that there was no eggs and to lock a certain door just to make sure. Cause I thought I did it, I wasn't sure. I went back out. It was about 9:30 at that point. I look up, I see a green light kind of above me, not directly above, but overhead. A green light, and it's a drone. So I went and put my phone up and I recorded like how Fifi recorded them back. Forgot to press record though. But anyways, I'm recording and they see me recording them and zooming in. But I didn't press record. And the drone was there for a good while looking at, I don't know what they're looking at. Then I stood there and watched where it flew back to and what street it went back to. It wasn't on my street. It was going like maybe a street over or two streets over. So I'm like, first of all, that pissed me the hell off because I already talked about cameras before at my parents' house, but now you're above and looking down at my stuff. So that's exactly why the tarp over the run, I bought a brown tarp to look like dirt or like, a dark green to look like grass. I didn't get the blue.
Oh.
So even though they saw something, unless you have a good camera to actually see the details of it, it looks like a brown blob and a whatever. That's exactly why I didn't get no blue tarp, and they may see the shed, but they don't see anything. So I was kind of like taken aback, like, okay, what's going on? What are they looking at? Is this some kid just looking around in general? But even still, I don't like you looking at what I'm doing over here. So
It's a form
yeah,
of spying. Yeah, that's what it
spying.
is. Yeah, that's call
Well,
it
no,
what it
the
is.
tarp is for shade and the tarp was for the rain. But I got brown so that you can't see this big old blue, that bright blue tarp from the sky. Because I'm thinking, the police planes and police helicopters and stuff like that. Not thinking that someone in their little drone gonna be up looking at me. And then it was like I'm looking at it, and the green light seemed to be like on me. So I'm looking back at the thing with my phone recording, like, yeah, I see you seeing me seeing you. So what you gonna do? So then I went and I'm watching where it's flying back to make sure I can see, okay, what area. But I'm thinking, yo, this is very invasive. Suppose I'm in my backyard in my bikini. Who knows what I'm doing at any given point in time? The point is that what you think no one's watching, somebody's watching you. Somebody's
Yes.
watching. Somebody's watching what you're doing. Somebody can see that I have 4 raised beds. Like they can see all of that. And it's not even like I'm hiding it, but you just got a whole vantage point of what I'm doing over here just by putting your drone in the air. So just heads up, guys. I don't know what's going on, but people be doing some crazy stuff over here in these streets. And at 9:00 at night, I wouldn't have saw that because I'm in my house. I would never have noticed that. So stuff is happening
Yep.
when you're sleeping or after hours
Breakfast ready for
and you
you.
don't even know it. So don't think that no one sees what you're doing. Somebody saw what you're doing.
So true.
So keep your eyes open and your ears peeled and listening what's going on. So we'll see. But somebody came with their drone over to my side. Maybe they're looking at my neighbor and how he keeps his yard. I don't know. But whatever happens over there affects me. So I gotta make sure that my stuff is well hidden. Cause yeah. But then anyways, have a great day. Thanks for coming in, everybody. Remember, be kind to yourself, be kind to others. Next week, I think I'm going live, but it's my birthday week, so I'm going to be having a good old time. So we'll see. And make sure you hit the thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. You should already be subscribed. If you haven't, make sure you subscribe. And I'll see you next week, God's willing. All right. Bye.
All right, y'all. Have a good one. All right, Urban.
Take care.